Hello, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Army LGBT Plus Network Annual Conference. Thank you very much for joining us today. We've got a range of fantastic speakers for you who'll be sharing their perspectives on a variety of topics relating to this year's conference theme, Leadership, the Power of Visibility. This is our first virtual conference. We ask that you bear with us if we encounter any technical issues or delays. We will work them through. We're going to get straight into it. And for our first session, we'll hear from Deputy Chief of the General Staff, who is our LGBT plus champion, before Commander Field Army will share his views with us. Sirs, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us today. Very briefly though, before we hand over to DCGS, we're just going to get a couple of house rules for the day from Sergeant Dean Nelson.
Slides and they are not displaying correctly. We have somebody monitoring this, and if it happens, please bear with us while we resolve this. In the event of a major issue, please keep an eye on our social media channels for updates. Through Slido, you can post questions throughout the day, either to the person speaking or for wider questions, for example, on Army policy. Unfortunately, we are unlikely to have time for all of your questions, slides, and they are not displaying correctly. Admin instructions. We have somebody monitoring help. While we resolve this. Where appropriate,
I think, Cal, if you could pause the video. Oh, did say technical issues, bear with us. So if you just pause that for us, Cal, just read out.
Ensure that there are no accidental interruptions throughout the day. We're unlikely to have time for all of your questions. We absolutely want to hear your views, questions, and thoughts throughout the day, and want you to be
Cal, if you could pause the video.
We will do this.
It's a technical issues, bear with us. So if you just pause that for us, Cal, just cool. Thank you. So our apologies, first technical hitch of the day. Not going to derail. So you may have noticed your microphones and video have been disabled. That's the norm for Zoom webinars. You'll only be able to see panelists and speakers, and this will ensure we've got no accidental interruptions. Don't put too much strain on the network. We absolutely want to hear your views, experiences and questions throughout the day, and for you to be involved in the sessions. We will do questions on Slido, which you can download on the App Store and the Google Store, and each one of the sessions will have a QR code linking you to the Slido for that particular session. Please don't use this to highlight technical issues. As you can see, we may encounter them, but we are monitoring all our channels that this is being put out on, and we will deal with them as they occur. In terms of questions, you can post these throughout the day, either to the speaker at the time or to pose wider questions, for example, on Army policy. We're unlikely to have time for all of your questions, but please do put them up. And if you refer to the guidance in the admin instruction, there's an email address there where you can send any questions we don't get round to or any follow-up questions you may wish to ask. Where appropriate, we will allow anonymous questions. However, we would encourage people to put their name down on Slido, please, where we can see it, and the questions will be moderated. If the panel involves multiple speakers, if you could please, if it is not a question to both panelists, state clearly which of the panelists your question is to. We've built in a number of short breaks throughout the day. You're welcome to attend to other business, grab a brew, grab comfort breaks. They are quite short. There isn't a lot of time for lunch, but given none of you are on video, feel free to eat and drink in the background as we go through the day. That is it from us. We hope you have a really enjoyable and worthwhile experience with us today. Thank you for joining us. I'll now hand over to Deputy Chief of the General Staff, sir. Hi, sorry, everyone. We're just having a couple of issues unmuting microphones from some of the panelists. So we're just looking into how we can solve that. If you just bear with us for 2 seconds, thank you. That's you on now, sir.
Fraser, is M80CPS ready? Check in.
Yes, good to us. Over.
When we change on there, that was when yeah, can we do it on the laptop? Fraser, radio check over.
Yeah, Nick, sir, we can hear you. Over.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Take 4. Great to join you all at the LGBT conference. Apologies for the faff, but I think and hope you can now all hear me. As the LGBT champion, I am delighted to open the conference this morning and welcome so many of you to it. And I have to say, the fact that we've got so many attendees is a huge testament to the organisers, for which huge thanks. But of course, I think also huge testament to us as an institution and to all of you who are attending, that there is so much interest and support to the institution and specifically the community. Now, ideally, we'd all be sitting in a single room at the moment and we'd all be able to eyeball each other. I think we've all got used to the fact that is not the way we are doing business at the moment. But it does allow me just to talk briefly about COVID and the Army's response to it. I would really just like to take the time to thank all of you for your fantastic support to COVID over the last 12 months or so, whether that be as part of our own force protection measures and adhering to them, or indeed as part of wider support to government in terms of dealing with the pandemic. The Army's reputation is as high as it has ever been, and that is a result of the fantastic professionalism that you all continue to demonstrate during this really demanding time. But these are demanding times, and indeed they are very odd times, and therefore actually this conference is a brilliant opportunity to connect or indeed reconnect, to discuss or indeed raise issues that matter to you. Notwithstanding the challenges of the year, I do think we have made some really good progress across the community and broader. The sexual harassment survey continues, and I think many of you will know that it was noted as best practice by Defence a couple of years ago, but it does provide a really rich seam of information for the likes of me and others in terms of how we are doing in terms of our approach to LGBT and other issues, and therefore it allows us to shape policy. Similarly, Allies training is really gathering momentum and speed, and we've now been able to train more than 1,000 members of the Army. And the bespoke one-star package and above has now reached over 100 senior officers, including me. And I have to say, it was a really, really good package. And of course, we've also now started commanding officers awareness training, which again is adding great value. The reverse mentor program now ensures that all 2 stars and above are engaging directly with soldiers from across the networks. And I've got a session with my reverse mentor straight after this, which I know will be really powerful. And going forward, we have uplifted resources to facilitate diversity and inclusivity trained staff across the 3-star commands. And that will all help to professionalize support to the networks such as ours. And I am really grateful to the diversity and inclusivity team who work in Andover, who continue to work so hard to improve both policy and actual day-to-day experiences of our people. Many of you, I hope, will have seen that CGS wrote personally to the chain of command about D&I recently. And in parallel to that, a series of actions and reforms are being reinforced or rolled out. By way of illustration, just before Christmas, at the Army Board meeting, diversity and inclusivity was the main focus for the discussion. And we listened as the Army Board to individuals from the LGBT plus community and wider, and invited them to talk about their experiences. And I have to say, the young soldiers that did talk to us were incredibly powerful and eloquent. And their experiences really struck home with us as an Army Board, as they outlined the day-to-day issues that they face, not only in the military context, but of course also in a much broader sphere. Now, there is much more to come in terms of initiatives and activity, and I know Lieutenant Colonel Rachel Emerson will speak to you later covering the detail of those future actions. But it's worth saying that as part of the launch of the diversity and inclusivity campaign, we are adding additional resource and additional staff in this area. As an organisation, I would suggest that cultural change often lags behind policy and our training. And to that end, we want to, we would like to embrace a new approach to achievement. One which looks not just at what has been achieved, but actually the manner in which it has been done. And I think that is really important because, of course, we're all in leadership roles, however young or experienced we are. And our youngest soldiers should always aim for the highest standards and be leaders amongst their own peers in the standards of behaviours and their approach in general. As CGS said recently, it is more often the subtle attitudes, comments which are thoughtless, or pervading culture where we fall short as an organisation, rather than nasty or deliberately offensive behaviour. But it is this that wears people down, and we must continue to set an example, to call out behaviours, and not to walk by anything we wouldn't want to be subjected to ourselves. Respect for others is, I think, the critical linchpin of our values and standards, and we must continue to focus on it. Now, the theme of the conference today is about the power of visibility, and I think we can all practice this more. There are, of course, people, situations, and roles where this is particularly pertinent to the LGBT community. I think there is certainly an opportunity here for having more diverse senior leaders. And if I think about the Sport Ireland campaign, which aims, of course, to keep more women in sport, their tagline was, if you can't see it, you can't be it. And those of you at the conference today may well be role models for those who come after you simply by being visible. And so on to the conference agenda. I know you'll hear some fantastic speakers with a focus on bringing your whole self to work. And there is a real breadth of insight from large organisations, from sport, and from other frontline services. But how many of us can really say that we do bring our whole selves to work? I suspect, and I know I'm guilty of this myself, we all have a work persona. But what could we achieve if we were all more open and more honest with our work colleagues? What levels of understanding, community and strength could we reach if we knew each other better? And I think actually we've had a glimpse of this during COVID and the online home working position we now find ourselves in. From the correspondent being interrupted on live TV by her toddler wanting biscuits, to dogs, family members and deliveries all being part of every meeting, we have undoubtedly seen a more human and more humanising side to our work colleagues than perhaps ever before. And I think this is a really, really good thing. Perhaps more pronounced in the army, we sometimes feel we can't allow our family, situation or background to influence our working lives. But I think we do need to be more authentic about all of these things in order to really connect with our colleagues. And if there's one positive to draw on thanks to all those Zoom meetings, is that we can all be ourselves a little bit more. Not only do we need to set a precedent for a more whole self at work, and by doing so, we give permission for others to do the same. We must create the conditions in which everyone feels comfortable doing so. So I'll let you get on with enjoying what is set to be a really interesting and inspiring conference. Thank you to the speakers. Many have extremely busy jobs in their own right at the moment, and we are enormously grateful to them. I wish you, as I say, a great conference. I shall look forward to listening in at various times. And with that, back to the host.
Sir, thank you very much for that. We'll hand straight over to Commander Field Army, sir.
Yeah, Fraser, hi, it's CFA. Can I just check that we've got comms and visual?
Comms and visual confirmed, sir. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. I'm staring at a blank screen with an F on. Hey, look, it's wonderful to have the opportunity to speak to you all today. I know DCGS just said it's a real shame we're not together in a single room. But one just wonders whether we would have had 700 people listening in, that we would have been able to reach out to the sort of diverse audience that we've got today, that people that might be less comfortable sitting and listening to some of the conversations today because of what their peers might think are able to listen in. So I think all power to technology. I was reflecting when I was thinking about what I would say on a talk that I went to with my wife, Sarah, to my children's school about 8 years ago. And it was a father of a lad, not at their school, who had committed suicide. He had had mental health issues. He had issues with his own sexuality and his identity, not particularly well known to anyone, even his parents. He was really challenged by expectations of what he was to achieve, particularly in the classroom. He was a bright lad. And his suicide came out of the blue. His mental health was invisible to most people, in fact, near everyone. And his challenges with his sexual identity, again, invisible to the vast majority of those that knew him. What was fascinating was that the father recognized that there was a real issue here with the importance of communication and of education. And rather than sit in the darkness and reflecting on the tragedy that had befallen him and his family, he stepped out of that darkness and into the light. He became visible by talking to other parents about the importance of engaging in communicating and in educating people for the challenges that he had. And I think they're applicable across a wide range of challenges that people face in the world today. What I did find really striking was he started by saying that the sad reality was that most of the people that he needed to speak to were the parents that weren't there today. Those that were there because they wanted to listen, they wanted to learn, they wanted to be better. And he said, the important thing for you is not just sitting and listening to me, but actually taking what I have said and going and speaking to others. So I think the benefit of a conference like today is twofold. The first one is that ability to hear some inspiring, interesting thinkers, to really challenge your perspective, to make you think beyond where you are. But secondly, and really the theme of this, the power of visibility. This shouldn't just be a moment in time, but a waypoint on a journey. And what do you do as individuals, whether members of the LGBT network, whether LBGT yourself, but not part of the network, whether just part of the chain of command, or somebody who's really interested in developing and deepening their understanding of the LGBT community to make themselves better people and better leaders? What role do you play now within the field army in going out and engaging, in communicating, in having difficult conversations, and most importantly, in educating people? And I don't think there is a better moment than now. And I say that not just on the back of the Black Lives Matter movement, although I do believe that that is a cultural catalyst that we have got to accelerate from. But I think if you want to see a shining example of how important this issue is, look at the leader of the largest democracy in the free world, the new president, Joe Biden, who in his first 6 days of office has signed 33 executive orders on issues like climate change, on COVID-19, in support of the World Health Organization, on his nation's economy, and in amongst that, repealing his predecessor's executive order that was signed in Trump's first year that banned transgender people from serving within the US Armed Forces. That is, I think, an incredibly powerful statement. And there was a wider transgender issue on employers that he also signed. And I quote here that the White House said that gender identity should not be a bar to military service. America's strength is found in its diversity. Absolutely. Lloyd Austin, who when I knew him was commander of Central Command in 2014, 2015, is now the new Secretary for Defense. And he said, to protect our fellow citizens, we need to represent our fellow citizens. Absolutely, now is the moment for us to engage in the conversation about the importance of diversity and inclusion. And if I were to take Joe Biden at one end of the spectrum and move through the field army, it's really exciting to have a conversation with the relatively new commander of the 1st Division, who has taken up the initiative of reverse or diversity mentors. And in putting out a net across his formation, had 51 responses who said, I would like to be engaged in this conversation. I would like to engage with others and support them in their understanding of the issues, of the challenges, of the realities. And so not only do his senior leadership team across his division now have diversity mentors, but so do some of the key staff within his headquarters. And wow, have their eyes been open to the things that you live with day in, day out, but as white, middle class, heterosexual males had not even crossed their minds. And it's wonderful to see what the 6th Division is doing now in the idea of building the team. This idea not just of diversity, but the importance and strength of diversity is in the inclusion of everybody in building the team and making us stronger and better. But at the very left hand, I really would like to thank my LGBT mentor, Matt Paget, who's just about to head off on an operational tour. And what he has done to open my eyes, to engage with me with honesty and humility, to broaden my insight and understanding, I think has been really profound. And I thought the strength that he demonstrated in going live on that podcast with me across social media to talk about his challenges, his experiences, I thought was a great example to every single one of us. The power for me of visibility. So as I say, now is the time. It absolutely is. But I warn you, there are critics. There are critics aplenty, and there are plenty who wish to knock and bash you because they are comfortable with the status quo, or they're uncomfortable with the unknown. And I think you just have to roll with some of these and accept it. And hey, look, I felt this, as some of you will probably be aware, in the national press recently, where General Mike Rose felt that my drive in terms of diversity inclusion was becoming too politically correct. Too much effort was being applied to it, and I needed to focus more on core outputs. Almost as if the two things were diametrically opposed, as if the two did not correspond to one another. For me, they are inextricably linked. That power of diversity and the inclusion of diverse people into the team makes our operational output stronger. And I will come back to this in a short while. So what about my journey? I would probably start my journey back at school 36 years ago. One evening, my mother brought back some brochures about the army from a careers evening with my youngest brother. I had had no consideration of joining the army whatsoever. Indeed, I had no idea what I was going to do with my life. I think most of the teachers thought it would end up somewhere in trouble or difficulty. I didn't agree, but I was certainly heading down the wrong path. And I read these brochures and walked into A-level physics the next morning and sat next to a chap called Tony Moore, a friend of mine. And I turned to him and I said, Tony, I'm joining the army. And Tony said to me, there is absolutely no chance you're joining the army. There's no chance at all. It's a disciplined, orderly, regimented organization. You are a rebel. You can't abide authority. You break rules. You're scruffy and you're never on time. He said, you will not make it in the army. In many respects, he was right. Indeed, in every single one of those respects, he was absolutely right. And some of you may say he's still right today. But where he was absolutely right was that I wasn't a conformist. I like to think differently and see things differently. If somebody says something, I'm looking to challenge it the other way. I'm a non-conformist. So imagine my shock when I arrived at Sandhurst on day one and was told that you could only walk in a certain way and talk in a certain way and act in a certain way and assault in a certain way. I thought I'd been selected for my non-conformity, for my ability to think differently and to challenge. And suddenly I was being challenged to think the same way as everybody else. And I would wager that my military career in those early years, I definitely did find uncomfortable as somebody who didn't fit the stereotype of a British Army officer. I think I probably would have moved elsewhere did I not have the opportunity to be myself, to be my true me. And that was offered me through the SAS, who really do benefit from the power of diversity, who do want people to be themselves, who do want everybody to engage in the debate. The idea of the Chinese parliament in decision-making is key. You want to draw on all that richness of experience that's sitting around you, not sit isolated, coming to your own conclusions. And that really gave me an outlet to be me, to be non-conformist, and to come out of that and be accepted, I think, for who I was. Now, I don't say that to say I absolutely understand what members of the LGBT plus community have gone through by way of challenges, but I certainly know what it feels like to feel different in an organization, particularly a non-conformist in a conformist organization. And I think during my career, the best organizations that I've been a part of have those that have been really diverse in nature, but most significantly inclusive in character. And I touched on Special Forces, but I would say more than anything, the Joint Force Headquarters. We had the breadth of all the services, including the civil service. We also had, people from the civil sector that would come in as specialists for operations and exercise to broaden that thinking. We had a whole range of divergent backgrounds in terms of ethnicity. We had gay men and gay women serving in the organization. And wow, for me as a commander, as Chief of Joint Force Operations, the richness I had around me, I think, were what made me and the organization as effective as we were at that moment in time. So for me as CFA, I think there are two fundamental components to what drives me forward. One is the deeply moral issue, doing what is right. But I think if I take the job that I am charged with, delivering military capability, perhaps the most significant and most important is that of delivering the best operational output that we as the Field Army can deliver. And hey, the strap line is be the best. So why create an organization that compromises everybody from being their best? And we do that if we do not allow people to be themselves. And there's a sort of an odd irony in the fact that we put so much time in the marksmanship principles, and we build from that basic foundation and all the other foundational skills, all the way up to the collective training at battle group and brigade and even divisional level to build the team. But in all of that work, how much do we do to build the diversity, to encourage the diverse thinking, and to encourage the inclusion of that diverse thinking in the whole process? I think for me, there's a tension that exists there. A tension between an organization that needs to have conformity on the battlefield to deliver its procedures effectively and under considerable pressure in the face of the enemy, and the need to think differently so that you are not predictable. Now, many would argue that, look, you could apply a very linear approach to this. You could say that at the lowest level, at the section level, it's about conformity. We need people to do as they're told because lives depend upon it. But the further you move up through the battalion or regimental level and into brigade and divisional level and headquarters Field Army, the more you can encourage that divergent thinking. The more one might say you need that divergent thinking. But I don't think it's as simple as that. I really don't. I think where we are today is really a linear Darwinian evolution of the Napoleonic Wars, where we defended in hollow squares and you had to do what you were told because you were looking the adversary in the eye and he was seeking to bury a bayonet deep into your guts. And so you had to conform absolutely to that position and that instruction. And I would argue where we are today, that linear evolution, is all we have done in many respects, is space out the hollow square and encourage conformity, strict adherence to orders and procedures. But I don't think the battlefield of the future, and I'm not talking about some distant future of 2050, I'm talking the near horizon, the near future. The battlefield will become increasingly dispersed. And we can't afford to have soldiers at every level who are sitting, looking expectantly for the next order or directive, but have the ability to take those broader orders, look at the situation they see around them, a complex one of warfighters and civilians in the physical and virtual domain, make sense of it and take the appropriate action against what they're required to do. That requires thinkers at every level. People who are confident being themselves, who are true to themselves. And I think if we're to achieve that, there are two fundamental components. One is authentic leadership, and the other one is an inclusive culture. Now, I think in terms of authentic leadership, I think that's increasingly challenging in a world that's becoming increasingly unauthentic, a world in which people hide behind a facade of what's on social media. What I describe to my kids as the sort of hashtag my life's better than yours generation. And by doing that, their true self is invisible to the world. They're hidden behind that facade. I think we've got to drive authentic leadership in that most demanding of circumstances. And in an organization of ours, like ours, where that sort of leadership, I think, is driven by that Napoleonic approach and that alpha male from the combat arm who's in the vanguard of the fight with the enemy. And as I said a moment ago, gives clear, direct, unambiguous orders, which people slavishly obey because lives depend on it. What I find interesting in all of that is that the reality is that those moments in our military careers are really fleeting. Even more interesting is when I've been involved in those moments, fear causes people to want to be led rather than to hide and not move. Even the leaders want to be led. So why have we fostered and driven an approach to leadership that's born about the absolute worst case in the vanguard of battle when it is so fleeting and actually doesn't represent the reality of today? I would wager we need to be breeding not authoritarian leaders, and I'm pleased to say this shift is really happening, driven by our RSMs and our commanders. But that shift is now happening to more authentic leaders, those that are comfortable in themselves, who have an honest relationship with those that they lead, and are prepared to build all of that leadership, their approach, on a solid ethical foundation. I think for me, that is absolutely key. Because if we create that leadership environment, then every single one of us, regardless of how different we are, has a place within this organization and makes it richer and stronger as a consequence of that. But key is culture. And DCGS said, when he spoke a few moments ago, that culture tends to follow policy. I think that's because we allow it to follow policy. I think it's because we don't think about it front and center. And I think what we're doing in the field army at the moment is bringing culture front and center, a culture of inclusivity, a culture of empowerment, a culture of innovation and experimentation, a culture where people are comfortable failing because that's the only way you learn to be the very best you can. So I think culture is front and center today, and we've got to continue to drive that culture forward. Because as Drucker said, culture eats strategy for breakfast, and it absolutely does. Regardless of how many directives and edicts you put out, if the culture is not right, you will not deliver of your very best. So we need a culture driven by that leadership, that authentic leadership that I've just described. We need a culture where people can be their very best, where they're not hiding behind some facade, but they can be their true selves. So I have a real stake in the success of the LGBT plus network, not just out of some healthy benevolence or gratuitous virtuous signaling on my behalf because it's PC, but for the fact that if we're to be as operationally effective as we need to be, I need you to be you, not compromised by the prejudice that you may see in others around you and the inhibitions and reservations that they surely instill. I need you to be confident, assertive, ambitious. I need you not in the darkness, but in the light. And I need to see you standing forward and being visible. And I really do need you to lead the way with authenticity. And again, not just because it's fundamentally the right thing to do morally, but because an army constituted by people that can't come to terms with other people being gay, can't come to terms with anything that exists outside the confines of their own lived experience. For me, this is absolutely about the operational imperative to be the very best we can, individually and collectively. Thank you very much. Back to you, Fraser.
Sir, thank you very, very much for that. A lot to take away and digest, and we're hugely grateful for taking the time to speak to us today. I'll now hand straight over to the co-chair of the network, Colonel Claire Phillips, who is going to take us through some network updates, what the network's been up to, and what we have to look forward to on the horizon. So, Colonel, over to you.
Callum, thank you very much. Can I just do a quick comms check with you, please?
Yeah, you're good, Colonel. Thank you.
Thank you. Fraser, my apologies. Ladies and gentlemen, CFA, DCGS, sirs, thank you so much for taking the time in what I know is remarkably busy diaries to open the conference for us today. I'm really grateful to everybody on the call for making time in all of your busy diaries as well. Firstly, an introduction, if I may. My name is Colonel Claire Phillips. I'm a late REME officer, I very recently joined the Army LGBT network as a co-chair. I think the thing that I would suggest to you up front is that one of the things I reflect on over the 25 years or so of my career is I've just had to say to you very recently, I joined the network. And it is of great regret that I haven't been more visible earlier. Join you all now. Fraser, my iPad just told me I muted myself. If I did, I didn't mean to. Can I just check you can still hear me, please?
Yeah, you're good, Colonel.
That's very kind, thank you. So delighted to be joining you as a co-chair of the LGBT+ network. I'd like to welcome everybody to the call. I'm absolutely delighted to mention that we have attendees not just from the British Army, but from the Royal Navy, from the RAF, from our civil service and civilian colleagues, and from armed forces around the world. And so the opportunity to have this chance to engage with you all is simply remarkable. As Fraser mentioned at the beginning, this is the first time we've conducted the conference using virtual means. My apologies for a few glitches on the way in. And you will also notice that many of you received emails with new surnames. Please forgive us for the slight technical glitch in the background, but we do hope you like your new names for the purposes of today. On the screen, you can see a QR code. It will be on this slide and the next. If you haven't yet had the chance to complete the pre-conference survey, I'd be delighted if you could have a quick go at doing that. We're really interested in your views up front. So on to the meat of what I'd just like to bring to you this morning. I've been asked many times, why is it that you still need an LGBT+ network? Surely everything's okay now, isn't it? And I agree 100% with the sentiment of that question. And that, of course, is the dream, that there would be no need for a network to represent any form of minorities within the Army. And we have absolutely come a remarkably long way on the journey to provide genuine diversity, inclusivity, equality and opportunity for all. But I suppose my headline is that there is still some more to do. We know that not being able to be open about your own sexual orientation makes people feel both unhappy and disconnected from their work. It affects their relationships with colleagues and it makes people feel isolated. And as members of the armed forces, knowing that we emphasize our values and standards, including respect for others, as defining organizational characteristics that we require our individuals to live by, it is only by providing a genuinely inclusive environment that every single one of us can thrive and operate confidently within a team. So I mentioned that we've got more to do, but as a very good friend of mine explained recently on daytime television, you only need three things to achieve incredible things. You need a noble purpose, a great plan, and amazing people. And we have all three of those things going for us in the network. We are expecting up to 1,000 people on this conference today. And if we take that just as a start point, I can only imagine the amazing things that we can achieve together. So the vision for today is for everybody in our whole force army to bring their whole selves to work. And by doing so, we will make the army a better place for everybody within it. Callum, next slide, please. So a quick summary of what I'll bring to you today. My plan is to give you a gallop through the journey that has brought us all to a network conference of near on 1,000 people, to give you an insight into the networking activities, and if I may, to ask you to take on a few challenges during and after today. Next slide, Callum, please. To understand how far we have come, I think it's really important to recognise where we started and to remember that the vast majority of serving personnel attending the conference today will wonderfully know nothing different to the policies in place today. I joined the Army in 1995 when I had a fake boyfriend at Sandhurst, when I hid half of myself for fear of persecution and prosecution, when I lied to my colleagues about who I was, those very people that I was, however, prepared to fight for on operations, in case they would feel differently about me because of who I loved and who I went home to. As CFA has just mentioned, I simply couldn't be my very best. I believe that we all stand on the shoulders of the giants who have gone before us, those people who have paved the way for our respective freedoms and opportunities. Some of those people are on this conference today and who effectively gave their careers in order for me to have mine. So I think it's important to remember how many of the changes that have led us to today have happened so very, very recently. In making sure that I had all of my detail correct for today, I took the chance to make sure I reminded myself of some of the dates. I live and work in Scotland. It was only in 1980 that homosexuality was decriminalised for men in Scotland. My wife joined the police in 1993. She remembers in her second year of service, the age of consent for gay men being lowered from 21 to 18. And it was 21 years ago this month that the ban on LGBT personnel serving in the armed forces was lifted. And whilst that was greeted with considerable delight by many, many people, I think it's important that we remember that there was still, at that point in time, significant resistance to that change. And the 4 quotes that I hope you can see on the screen are taken from prominent politicians speaking in the House of Commons on the 12th of January. And with some sense of irony, the BBC News headline that you can see on the right-hand side of the screen is taken from the 27th of January 2021 years ago today, when a brigadier took it upon himself to leave the army because we were going to allow LGBT personnel to serve. The irony from my perspective is in 5 months' time, I will be a brigadier. And so I'm quite glad that he left. But we shouldn't pretend that all of this has gone smoothly. It was only last year that same-sex marriage was legalised in Northern Ireland. So this is a journey that is evolving and continuing to change on an annual basis. Next slide, Callum, please. But by way of celebration, where are we now? Where are we today? We are 21 years beyond the lifting of the LGBT ban. The Army, the Royal Navy, the Royal Air Force have placed in the Stonewall top 100 employers for the last 5 years, and we will submit another contribution this year to hope to appear in their 2021 list. LGBT plus personnel are represented in every level of the Army, and the Army has equal recognition of same-sex marriages in all of our policies. Armed Forces personnel march each year when the parades happen, at London Pride and in other Pride marches around the country, and in uniform. And this time last year, the LGBT20 was celebrated in the Houses of Parliament by now prominent politicians, making it very clear that they celebrated the diversity that the LGBT community would bring to the armed forces. As with all things, hearing from me about now is only part of the story. But what I'd like to do is pass you on to those people who are the very products of our progress and the barometers of our success, our proud, visible, and confident soldiers. Callum, next slide, please.
The British Army have a commitment to inclusion. As an equal opportunities employer, we support all individuals, regardless of background, race, religion, gender, or sexual orientation.
In fact, the LGBT plus charity Stonewall ranks the British Army in the top 100 employers of 2020.
We are the Army's LGBT plus network, and we provide support and a social platform for serving soldiers.
But why, in this day and age, is it still important for us to understand and improve on inclusion and diversity in the workplace? Every year, hundreds of volunteers from within the British Army take part in Pride marches to show solidarity with the wider LGBT plus community.
We march because 166 countries still don't recognise my marriage.
And in those 70 countries, I could be arrested for my sexuality. And in 12 of those countries, I could still be sentenced to death.
We also march to remember those who marched before us and fought for the rights that we have today.
The network works alongside charities throughout the year in support of LGBT+ equality.
The work these charities do within schools, communities and workplaces, including our own, is so important. Because teenagers who are gay or lesbian are still 5 times more likely to commit suicide.
Because transphobic hate crimes have quadrupled in the UK over the last 5 years.
Because that's so gay is still used as an insult. Because gay conversion therapy still exists.
The Army's LGBT+ network exists to support and to provide a sense of belonging to serving soldiers.
But we are also here to provide advice and encouragement to potential recruits.
Most of all, we exist to celebrate working for an inclusive, diverse and vibrant workforce. A workforce that allows me to be who I am and serve authentically.
An army that doesn't care if I identify as gay,
Lesbian. Or bisexual.
An army that judges people based on their skill set, not their gender.
We are the British Army. We are the British Army.
We are the British Army.
We are the British Army, and we serve with pride.
So I hope you'll agree that we have the most incredible people seeking to make the army a better place for everybody. So we know where we've come from. We know where we are today. And as the team has just laid out on the video, there continues to be challenges that we need to face. 60% of LGBT+ people avoid holding hands with a same-sex partner for fear of a negative reaction. Every single one of us can do something to make the world a better place for those people. And we know that whilst the army has come an incredibly long way, the 2019 Weekston report showed that around 25 to 36% of LGBT+ service personnel have experienced negative comments or conduct at work due to their sexual orientation or gender identity. Only in the last month have cases been brought to members of the network committee where individuals are seeking moral support for the way in which they've been spoken to or the behaviour that they've experienced in their daily lives. An example that I will use not to just to illustrate some of the challenges that people are still facing, and important, I think, to recognise that depending on your circumstances, and perhaps particularly depending on your rank, you may or may not have experienced such things. But a private soldier on an adventurous training course, who I was fortunate enough to have a conversation with before Christmas, one of their colleagues took it upon themselves to refer to her using words, and please forgive me for using these words, as dyke and faggot, and he told her that he would disown his children if they were gay. These things still happen, and all I would ask for every single one of us, please, is make it really clear in your organisation that you would not permit such behaviour. And we find ourselves in a really ironic set of circumstances. We don't know how many LGBT+ people are in the army. And as a Royal Navy colleague observed, the irony is that up to 2000, the armed forces were trying to find out who was gay so that they could be dishonourably discharged. Now we need to find out so that we can make the organisation work better for everybody, whatever their sexuality or gender identity. So the statistics that you can see on screen, and we will hear more detail in due course from the D&I team after lunch, illustrate the completion statistics of the sexual orientation declaration on JPA. And I would please emphasise these are the percentage of people who have completed it, not the percentage of people who have declared themselves either to be of any particular sexual orientation. So only 1 in 5 people in the regular army have had the opportunity to complete the sexual orientation declaration. And hence some of the questions that we were asking at the beginning of the conference, and I'll go on to explain a bit more in due course. Next slide, Callum, please. So what's our why? We know where we've come from, we know where we are today, we know the challenge that still exists. Why should we try to make this, to continue to work hard in this space? Because I believe we can make the Army a better place for everybody by making it a better place for the LGBT plus community. As Commander Home Command brought a phrase that he coined and brought into use, really, our people are the Army. And why wouldn't we want to go that extra step to make the Army a better place for them? We also know that everybody benefits from seeing people who are a bit like us and by having visible and successful role models. We know that the people who we would wish to join the Army come from a society that expects ever higher standards from its employers, and particularly from public bodies. And as CFA described, we know that only in a genuinely inclusive environment can we enable an individual to thrive within their team. And we know that we will generate better organisational outcomes by doing so. We also know that our main target audience for recruiting, those aged between 16 to 24, are increasingly likely to identify as LGBT+. So what is the network seeking to achieve? Callum, next slide, please. Apologies for the slight glitch in text, a movement from my iPad to an Apple Mac. So in terms of the aims that we're trying to achieve, we are driving towards providing the opportunity for all service personnel to reach their full potential, free from discrimination and regardless of their sexual orientation and gender identity. We've set ourselves 3 main objectives for 2021 on our journey to achieving those aims. Firstly, to seek to build the LGBT+ network. Secondly, to have a visible representative in every unit. And thirdly, to increase sexual orientation monitoring on JPA so that we can better understand the very nature of our network. And we're seeking to achieve those 3 objectives by starting with our conference today. Next slide, Callum, please. And we have an amazing team of people who are working to achieve those objectives and to draw the network together. You heard from DCGS earlier on today, and I'm also delighted that we have 4 key advocates, Major General Walter Knight, Brigadier Tim Seal, Greg Hobbs, and the Headquarters Art Command Sergeant Major Davison, who are supporting us as we work towards achieving our objectives. And you can see the details of the individuals who form the core of our network committee on the screen. Next slide, Cam, please. So what can we do for you, whether you are a member of the LGBT+ community or someone in the chain of command within a unit or a formation? We can provide shared experiences, friendship and comradeship, advice and mentorship, and a variety of network activities in support of the LGBT+ community. If you're working towards achieving greater diversity and understanding in your unit, in your formation, we have people who would be delighted to join your diversity and inclusivity events, who can provide support to your LGBT+ personnel. We can offer reverse mentors to any level in the chain of command, and we can signpost to policy to help individuals who might be going through changes in their world. Next slide, Callum, please. And what can you do for us? We would ask, please, that you remember that LGBT+ personnel may feel that they have to come out in every conversation. Please think about that experience as you have your conversations. Please listen differently to the conversations that you're part of. Please remember to listen as much to what isn't said as to what is said. And please remember that you do care, and the fact that you're on this conference means that I know you do care. An observation that was raised to us by one of our wonderful young network members is that his chain of command had said to him, I don't care that you're gay. I know that's not what the chain of command meant. I know that they meant they don't mind that he's gay. You do care. I know you care, and that's why you're here today. You could also include your preferred gender pronouns in your signature block, in particular to support your transgender personnel. So I've included in my gender pronoun, in my signature block, she and her. And if everybody in the army included their gender pronouns in their signature block, it would become completely usual to see it. And then if we had members of the transgender community who wish to inform you of their preferred gender pronouns, they would just simply be one of many. It is something that costs us all nothing and takes about 10 seconds to achieve. Please encourage your unit representatives, your visible role models, and your activists to become involved both in your D&I networks and in the LGBT+ network. Perhaps you could become and encourage others to become a diversity ally within the army, of which more to follow later. And please, could you encourage completion of the JPA Sexual Orientation Declaration? Next slide, Callum, please. And how easy is that to do on JPA? Well, it's the 4 clicks to freedom. And we'll provide you with all of the detail on how to do that after the conference. Around 600 of you completed the pre-conference survey last night, and I had the chance to look at the feedback from people who had said that they hadn't, whilst they were aware of the opportunity to provide their sexual orientation on JPA, they hadn't yet done so. And I was able to take a quick scan through the reasons that people hadn't done so. And the biggest reason that people had not chosen to complete that sexual orientation declaration was they were concerned about who could see it. And the short answer is nobody. One more click, Callum, please. And by nobody, I mean not your chain of command, not your career manager, not your unit admin staff, and not Army headquarters. There is no link from JPA back to you. At no stage can your sexual orientation data be linked back to an individual. The declaration is information is stored anonymously. The only way it can be used is by extracting that information as percentages of an overall cohort. And at the moment, the completion of that declaration is too low. And at the moment, the only data that we are able to be provided with is the percentage of people who have completed it, not the data beneath that of the sexual orientation that has been declared as part of that process. So nobody can see what you put. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that the opportunities that can exist for people to join our events, and a wide variety of events that are available throughout the year. Most in the closest proximity in time, LGBT History Month in February. And many of you might have just been watching the quite remarkable and incredible series on Channel 4, It's a Sin. If you haven't watched it yet, you might want to get a box of tissues and be prepared for a bit of a blub. But if you haven't watched it, you really might want to. And there's an event coming up on the 25th of February to reflect on the journey since the 1980s where that programme is set. And all of this information will be emailed out to those who've attended the conference and made available through our Defence Connect site after the conference. Next slide, Callum, please. And I'd like to make mention, please, of a charity with whom we are beginning our relationship, the Fighting with Pride charity, that was formed in January 2020, whose patron is Lieutenant General Sir Andrew Gregory. And the purpose of the charity is to seek to bring together the LGBT+ veteran community, to seek to support those people to overcome the challenges that they've faced, to enable them to find organisations that can reach and support them, and particularly to seek to engage with those individuals whose experience with the armed forces, perhaps either by having been dismissed as a result of their sexual orientation or gender identity, or feeling forced to leave because of those reasons, may now be a long way from having a positive relationship with the armed forces. The Fighting with Pride charity is in the early stages of fully establishing itself, but already is making the most remarkable impact, with relationships already have been formed with NHS England, Stonewall, the Royal British Legion, SAFA, engagement with the Cabinet Office and the Office for Veteran Affairs, and seeking to build all of those relationships. And what could you do for Fighting with Pride? You can share their details with any isolated LGBT plus veterans, or individuals who they might be able to help. Please engage with their social media networks as they continue to expand their presence. And next slide, please. And my final slide, and I mentioned at the beginning, if I may be so bold as to offer a couple of challenges to each of our attendees here today. Please, as you listen to the speakers today, as you consider your role in making the Army a better place for everybody, could you consider becoming an active Army diversity ally? Could you think about the one thing that you will pledge to do to support LGBT plus personnel in your areas? Could you consider the one thing that you might take away today that might be new to you that you will share with a colleague and provide them with links to the recordings of all of our speakers today? Could you reconsider whether you might feel able to complete your sexual orientation declaration on JPA and talk to others about doing so? And could you connect and support with us via the variety of social media and online opportunities? So I finish, if I may, by concluding that inclusion is not a given. I know that everybody on this conference believes that the power of a workplace that is truly inclusive is remarkable. That workplace needs to be somewhere where our LGBT people are accepted without exception. And as one of those wonderful employers, I know that we take inclusivity incredibly seriously. We know that people are the Army. And I would ask that each one of us looks in the mirror and knows that we are doing everything we can to make this the best organisation that we can for every single member of our team to bring their whole selves to work, to share their lives, their fears, and their loves with their mates. And when we are successful, that will mean that we trust our organisation to be part of an organisation to whom we have said that we are prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. And we will trust that organisation with an understanding of who we are and who we want to go home to. So I'm incredibly grateful to you all for joining our conference today. And I know we're going to hear from some truly amazing speakers who will bring to life for all of us the importance to them and to their teams of being their whole authentic selves, both as individuals and as leaders. Fraser, back to you.
Colonel, thank you very much for the thoughts there and the presentations. We are running pretty much to time, so we'll take a short 5-minute break there, please, for a comfort break. People can grab brews, give us a chance to answer some of the questions that are coming on the Q&A. We will make sure on the holding slide that's about to come up to pass the Slido code, which hopefully you can see and you can download from the App Store or the Android equivalent very easily if you just type it in, Sierra Lima, India, Delta, Oscar, and we'll get that up and running. So we will start the next session at 10:15 as planned, where we'll hear from Chief Inspector Ivey and Detective Chief Superintendent McGovern from the Metropolitan Police and Park Carbery from Leighton Fire Brigade. So if we could be back in approximately 5 minutes, we'll get started again. Thank you. Okay, so we will get started again. Don't worry if people are still taking breaks, etc. That's fine. We'll catch up, and the event is being recorded. So I'm going to hand over to Bombadil Julie Harthill-Coombe to introduce our next two speakers for our next session, which is on challenging culture and language. Julie, over to you.
Thank you, Fraser. So we're now going to hear from two very special guests who are both part of the national LGBTQ+ police network. They're both extraordinary people dedicating their own time and effort to work towards equality, diversity and inclusion within the police service. First, we have Chief Inspector Daniel Ivey, who has an extremely busy job as an operational Chief Inspector in Westminster. He's also currently voluntary co-chair of the Metropolitan Police LGBTQ+ network. Although his job brings many strenuous events, Chief Inspector Ivey managed to find time to undertake activities and projects to drive the LGBTQ+ issues onto the police agenda. Although standing at an impressive 6'5", Chief Inspector Ivey quotes, "Even as a 6'5" Met cop, there are occasions in London and around the UK, certainly around the world, where it's still definitely not safe for me or for people like me." Our second guest is Detective Chief Superintendent Tara McGovern, who is currently chair of the Police Women's Network and is an LGBTQ+ ally for the police force. She also has the very demanding role of being in charge of our direct entry detective scheme. Detective Chief Superintendent Tara McGovern is also a powerful advocate for the Change and Check campaign. This campaign support has come from my own personal experience. We look forward to hearing from you both on what you have to say, and thank you for taking the time to speak to us today. Over to you, Fraser. Welcome. Welcome.
Let me just see if I can do a sound check first. So I've had some technical problems this morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, audio and visual.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction, and a very good morning to you all. My name's Dan Ivey. Thank you for that introduction. Let me just tell you a bit about my job in the Met and what I do for policing here in London. I started out my policing career in 1998 in Devon and Cornwall Police. I spent 17 years of my service working in Plymouth. For those of you that might have visited or worked from Plymouth, large garrison city, and many a night I've spent policing Union Street and the delights thereof. I hope some of you have experienced those pleasures. And 5 years ago, I joined the Metropolitan Police Service, where I've done a number of different operational uniformed roles, and all of my career so far has been in uniformed policing roles. My day job responsibilities now, having since sent in this information, is that I've now taken over as the head of uniform neighbourhood policing and partnerships as a superintendent for the London boroughs of Lambeth and Southwark. So I'm beaming in from a very dull grey day in Peckham. So welcome to Peckham in London. And it's a great privilege to lead a large number of police officers in some of the most challenging environments that UK policing has to offer. And as already been mentioned, I'm also the co-chair for the Metropolitan Police LGBT network and lead the London region and City of London Police on the conversations that we have in policing at the national level. So I'm going to talk very briefly for just 10 minutes, more of a conversation. I haven't got slides to show you. I'm just going to be talking and hopefully engaging with you via the Q&A on Slido and on the Zoom function. And I thought it was really important around LGBT leadership, culture, language in the context of policing to deal with, first of all, some historical context. Second of all, how does it feel now in policing? And thirdly, what next for us? These are very personal reflections, so please do bear that in mind. So let's talk about some history. It's really important, particularly regarding law enforcement and LGBT people, to put those two things into context around culture and language. So 1952, the United Kingdom, just after the Second World War. And I want to talk to you first about Alan Turing. I hope many of you will know who Alan was. There was a film made about his life called The Imitation Game, starring Benedict Cumberbatch and Keira Knightley. And Turing played a crucial role at Bletchley Park. He was cracking intercepted coded messages that enabled the Allied forces to defeat the Nazis in many engagements, including the Battle of the Atlantic. And in doing all of that work, he helped win the Second World War. And there is some evidence to suggest that his work shortened the war by 2 years, and in doing so saved around 14 million lives. And Alan happened to be gay. After the war, he started work on what's thought to be the world's first iteration of a computer, so doing exceptionally important work for the country. And in 1952, January of that year, at age 39, Alan met a guy called Arnold Murray, and they started a relationship. And a few weeks later, Alan Turing's flat was burgled, and Murray, his partner, suggested that he might know the suspect. So as we would all expect now in 2021, Alan called the police, and 2 detectives turned up at his property. And during the course of the conversation into the burglary, the detectives elicited an admission from Alan that he was in fact in a relationship with Murray. And rather than perhaps concentrate on the burglary and the theft of belongings, both of those men were charged with gross indecency. It was an offence at that time. Both of them pleaded guilty, and Alan Turing was given a choice between imprisonment and probation. But probation, i.e. not going to prison, was on the condition of him undergoing chemical castration. Murray was given a conditional discharge due to his younger age and the assumption that he was morally corrupted by Turing. And as a consequence of that conviction, Turing lost all of his security clearance, was barred from GCHQ, and denied entry to the US. And Alan Turing committed suicide 2 years later. So it's interesting that the previous speaker was talking about data collection. Historically, culturally, some of these stories from our history are important, as important today as they were then. Now, Her Majesty granted Mr. Turing a posthumous pardon in 2013. The government subsequently introduced what's coined the Alan Turing Law, which has seen pardons for thousands of men who were persecuted, so cautioned or convicted under historical legislation. I want to now fast forward just over 30 years to 1988. 1988 saw the introduction of Section 28 of the Local Government Act. Some of you on this call will be very alive to the fact what Section 28 meant for LGBT communities. It introduced a ban on the promotion of homosexuality by local authorities. And local authorities include, of course, social care and schools and education. And that was partly inspired by a children's book, which was written in 1983. The book was called Jenny Lives with Eric and Martin. And this book was aimed to give teachers some insight into providing children at their schools, if it was needed, information about different types of family setups outside of the traditional one, i.e. mum, dad, 2.4 kids. But those conversations would be held by local authority schools in the most exceptional circumstances. The school in question was run by a Labour-controlled education authority. In the country, of course, in the 80s, late 80s, was run by Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. Now, I am led to believe that the book in question had fairly innocuous content. So, for example, Jenny went to the laundrette with Eric and Martin. There was a surprise birthday party for Eric. But as we see today, and as we did in 1988, this book was seized upon by some influential politicians and certainly by some aspects of the media, and a frenzy was whipped up around LGBT sentiment and anti-LGBT sentiment. And this is a matter of fact and record that Margaret Thatcher, our Prime Minister at that time, said that children who need to be taught to respect traditional moral values are being taught that they have an inalienable right to be gay. All of those children are being cheated of a sound start in life. Yes, cheated. Now, what followed was a series of protests into the late 80s and the early 90s. Some of those protests were policed by my colleagues, some of whom are still serving here in the Metropolitan Police, some of whom were policing those protests being LGBT plus themselves. And at the same time, the police were policing very robustly cruising grounds, public toilets, and using young plainclothes policemen to entrap men. And at the same time, many gay men were being attacked in homophobic attacks, and in some cases murdered in homophobic crimes. And a really important point of reference is that Chief Constable James Anderton, who was the Chief Constable for Greater Manchester Police up until 1991, so fairly recently, forgive me, I think the equivalent rank is probably a general or lieutenant general. So a person who is in command of upwards of 10,000 people said to the press that homosexuals, drug addicts and prostitutes who had HIV were swirling around in a human cesspit of their own making. And I know the previous speaker spoke about It's a Sin on Channel 4, which I'm told, I haven't seen it yet, articulates life at that time and does feature the interactions with the Met. So again, language and culture and history as recent as 1988 and as recent as leadership in 1991 is, in my view, horrifying. 2016, so again, let's fast forward around about another 30 years, Stephen Port. Many of you will have heard of Stephen Port. He was convicted in 2016 after murdering 4 young gay men and committing multiple sexual offences and rapes. And the use of GHB, G, a drug, was prevalent in his offending, along with the use of Grindr, dating app, to find his victims. And the bodies of his victims he dumped near his flat. He placed fake suicide notes trying to link one victim to another. And the police investigation into those murders have been subject of much scrutiny regarding the quality of the investigation by the local CID, alleged failings in relation to that investigation, and an overall lack of cultural competence in the organisation. And there is a coronial inquest that commences this year, so I won't comment further on that. You'll be able to see the updates, I'm sure, through the media on the progress of the coronial inquest. So the reason that I talk about all those things really is because I think that cumulatively, it's been hugely damaging generational distrust of the police in the context of the British policing model, where we exercise our powers and use of force only with the consent of the public. We can only police in this country as a democracy with consent. And so where you have a police force or an institution or an organisation which isn't representative of wider society, or is driven by political ideology, or is careless or clumsy around the use of language and its own culture and that of the people who represent that organisation, particularly those people who are in more senior positions, the outcome for others can be deadly. It really is that straightforward. So the stakes for me and for policing are incredibly high. And so that's why I'm talking to you now. And I'm really passionate about inclusive leadership, because I'm in a position of privilege and influence, but so are all of you. And I hope you all feel that. So how does it feel now in terms of good, bad, ugly? A quick run through. Good, well, we've got an openly gay female commissioner, the most senior police officer in the UK, a brilliant ambassador for diversity of thought, diversity of perspective and leadership, and hugely influential in changing our inclusivity and culture in the Met. and across the UK, actually. We've made huge strides by LGBT police officers and members of police staff, making it safe for those who follow after them. We do similar to the army in terms of our structure networks across the UK. What's bad? We've never had an openly gay male chief constable. I'm the most senior gay male officer in the UK's largest police force who is trying to make this conversation visible. My thoughts are that many straight men still feel very uncomfortable around gay men, and some senior gay male officers around the country find it easier to get ahead by staying open but silent. What I mean by that is that if asked, they will explain that they're gay and that they have a male partner, but it's easier for them not to speak out in perhaps the same way I feel it is important to do so. And so they pull up the ladder behind them. The reason that I'm speaking to you is to try and make it easier for my colleagues who enter policing as a career behind me. And what's ugly, so good, bad and ugly, what's ugly? Well, our relationships with our communities still sit on a knife edge and can so easily be lost. I'm sat here in Southwark and I'm responsible for policing in Lambeth and will be based at Brixton. Black Lives Matter and the death of George Floyd reignited anti-police sentiment. You will have all seen that in the context of, for me, and this conversation around the LGBT pride movement. So there were calls to ban the police from London Pride, calls to defund the police. And those calls have been really difficult for many of our officers, particularly those who identify as LGBT+. And also, of course, are particularly difficult for particularly Black and BAME LGBT communities, and especially for Black trans people, where we've got so much to do and so much to learn in policing. So what next for us? We're continuing to build really strong, inclusive networks, partnerships across police forces, law enforcement agencies, with colleagues, partners in the military, the civil service, the private sector, but perhaps most importantly, with our own LGBT communities. We're continuing to develop and support credible, coherent, articulate leaders who can navigate the complexities of diplomatically but assertively speaking truth to power, a skill I very much am still learning. And finally, the absolute vital importance of allies. It's been hugely important to me in my career and in the careers of my colleagues, and hugely important to minorities. And at this point, I'd like to hand over to one of the Met's best, Detective Chief Superintendent Tara McGovern, who has been a brilliant ally to us, who's going to talk to you for the next 10 minutes. I'm happy to take any questions if you can put them on Slido in the chat. It would be a pleasure to deal with those a bit later. So Tara, can I hand over to you?
Thank you, Dan. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you loud and clear, thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. It's a very kind introduction, Dan. I don't think I am the best, but I'll take it. So I'm Tara McGovern. I am a Detective Chief Superintendent with the Met, and I am the head of recruitment for the Met. That's my main day job. I'm also the chair of the Network of Women for London, and I also am a massive advocate of the Change and Check campaign. It's a breast cancer awareness campaign, which is something that's I'm luckily recovered from recently. So perhaps another time I can come and talk to you about that. But what I want to talk to you about today is the work around being an LGBT plus ally. You have heard from Dan about the journey in policing and in our communities around for the LGBT plus community. I came into the Met 5 years ago, around about the same time as Dan. I have always considered myself to be somebody who really drove equality and fairness. You won't be surprised to know that I think gender equality is incredibly important. But now I'm really proud to say that I'm an LGBT plus ally. And that's really, really important to me. And the reason that it's really important to me is when I first came to the Met, I was doing some work around victims and victim satisfaction. And I was looking at the experiences of different victim groups, communities, and how they responded to the service they were getting from the police. And one of the things you would expect probably that we had disproportionality with our Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities, but there was a striking disproportionality in our LGBT plus communities. And I wanted to understand it better. So I created a focus group, and I asked Dan, who was active in our LGBT plus network, to arrange for members of that network to come and sit with me and talk to me and answer some questions so I could really understand it better. And it really drove home to me the lived experience and the reality of my colleagues and members of the LGBT plus community, things that I didn't really understand and recognize. And it was quite moving for me. You know, they were talking about experiences of every single day, considering whether or not they were going to explain to somebody that they were gay, that what they were doing, you know, what their home life was like, etc., etc. That kind of split-second decision: is it a safe space for me to share this information in these scenarios? They talked about being a victim of a burglary and a police officer coming around, and that kind of microaggression that they felt when the police officer was realizing that this was a partnership, a same-sex partnership. And it really, really struck, it really drove it home to me about those challenges and almost the privilege that people who don't have to live with that kind of experience have. So I really wanted to do something about that. I don't think it's enough that we say, you know, I used to say, oh, you know, I think fairness for everybody, everyone's equal, blah, blah. That's what I think. What am I actually doing about it? I don't think it's the responsibility of the LGBT plus community to resolve the problems in the workplace and to make it better. They can't do it. You can't do it on your own. It's my responsibility. You know, we need our people to come to work, and we need our people to be the best they can be. We need them to thrive, and we need them to flourish. If they're at their best, they're going to be the most productive. They're going to be the most able to bring their best work in. And the second thing is we need to create organisations where we can attract the widest talent pool possible. And to do that, we have to make sure that people look in and think, yeah, actually, I will fit in there. I can be part of that. I'll be valued if I join that organisation. And that's part of my responsibility. And every single other member of the Metropolitan Police, regardless of what community they come from. So these are the things that really, really drove me and my experience. And speaking to Dan, who has opened my eyes to a lot of things. And you heard a little bit about some of the investigations over the years, and still we're talking about, you know, Stephen Port investigations will come out and the Met won't look great. And there will be things that we haven't addressed. And there are, you know, colleagues of mine who still very uncomfortable if you're, you know, we're going to talk about someone's sexuality and get very uncomfortable about it. You know, it's 2021 and we really need to push this agenda along. And that means people like me really stepping up. Real active inclusion is what we need to be doing. We need to be having these conversations and pushing this agenda. So if you're sat and you're listening and you're thinking, yes, I know, I agree with you, I'm an ally, I really believe that in equality and fairness and inclusion and in creating that environment, I would just say some of the things that I think about and what I'm interested in hearing during today's event is other ideas. But the things that I think about is challenge language. Always challenge language, you know, that is couched in a joke, but there's an underlying message being sent challenge it always, challenge behaviours, microaggressions, or, you know, that kind of subtle bullying that goes on. It's going on all the time. I've seen it in the last 12 months. I know it's going on in the Met, and it's my responsibility to step up and challenge it and call it out. If you're in a senior position, think about your policy and your decisions, and what impact does that have on your LGBT plus colleagues. Always think about it. I'm not suggesting you do an equalities impact assessment for everything, but it's worth having a quick spin when you're introducing something. I mean, I work in recruitment, and that's something I'm looking at right now. What's the disproportionality for the LGBT candidates that come to apply for the Met? What is the disproportionality in the way that they go through the assessment process? Is there something that we can address in that? Be active, be proactive in your support for the LGBT plus community. You could do all sorts of things. You could sign off your emails with a little I am LGBT plus ally. You can wear a lanyard. Dan will laugh. I wore a lanyard which was had a rainbow on it. We just introduced them in the Met, and I thought, oh, I'm an ally, I'll wear that. So I was out and about wearing it, and I'd not recently split up from my husband. It was a little while ago, and of course people were like, oh, what's that lanyard? And I said, oh, this is for the LGBT community. This is to recognise. And they were like, oh. Immediately I was treated differently. I really picked that up. I did pick it up. So if that happened for me, and I didn't go, oh no, I'm not a lesbian, because it wasn't a big deal to me. But if I picked that up, and if I felt that, it just struck me what it must be like for my colleagues who live that every single day. So that's why it's really important that people like me and others really push this agenda and really make sure that you're an advocate. There are many ways that you can do that, and I'm sure that you can think of your own, and there I'm sure will be some great ideas that come out during the course of this event today. So the long and the short of it is this is what it means to me. I want to work for an organisation that ensures that everybody feels valued, that everybody feels included, and that everybody has a fair opportunity to thrive, get promoted, to do well, to achieve whatever they want to do. That's what I want to work for an organisation that's about that. So it's my responsibility to help create that environment. And that's what I strongly believe in. So that's how I want to sign off. I would say to you, you're part of the Army, fantastic organisation. How do you make it better? How do you make it? What's your personal contribution to this agenda? And that's your question. But thank you. I'm going to stick around for questions, so please feel free. And thank you so much for inviting me today. I think it's a fantastic event, so thank you.
Dan, Tara, thank you very much for your insights there. Really powerful. Some great stuff for both us to take away as a network on how we can learn from other organisations, and also for our attendees. I can see the questions coming in. As a quick reminder, please, wherever possible, if you could download Slido, it's free. The code's in the Q&A in the chat on Zoom. It just helps us answer the questions more easily if it's all on one platform. If the Q&A on here, though, is the only way you can ask a question, we will try and flick between the two, but please, if possible, use Slido. I'm now going to hand over to Harry to introduce our next speaker, Pat Carberry, and then once Pat's given us his thoughts, we'll have a joint question answer with Dan and Tara. So, Harry.
Hi, good morning. I'm Major Harry Walter, and I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Pat Carberry. Pat is the National Secretary of the Fire Brigades Union LGBT Plus Committee. He joined the fire service in 1986. I will not mention what I was doing in 1986, and he served in both civilian and military capacities. He's been the recipient of many awards for his work with LGBT inclusion, including Outstanding Leadership in Equality and Diversity and the most influential LGBT plus member of the Fire and Rescue Service. Pat is currently an operational firefighter with Bedfordshire Fire and Rescue Service, and he'll be talking to us today on the theme of challenging culture and language.
Right, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the kind invite to your conference here today. I'd like to start by thanking you for what you do in terms of your service in keeping our country safe. And in particular, I'd like to mention your contribution during the pandemic and some of the activities that you've been involved in, such as the establishment of the Nightingale hospitals, and more recently, your supply of staff to hospitals to support our overstretched NHS. As has already been stated, I joined the fire service many, many years ago, way back in 1986. I started off as a retained firefighter here in Bedfordshire. Retained, that's your part-time firefighters who respond from home on a pager. In 1988, I then joined the Air Force Department Fire Service, which was the civilian firefighters who served a lot of the RAF bases throughout the country. I was based at RAF Halton, and I served there for 11.5 years, up until the point when I was made redundant. At that point, I landed a job at Pinewood Studios, working as a firefighter on set, providing fire safety whilst they were making movies. And did that for a couple of years until I was recruited into Bedfordshire Fire and Rescue as a full-time firefighter way back in 2001. Currently, I serve at Leighton Buzzard, the south part of Bedfordshire. Now, I'd like to say the armed forces and the fire service, we share a great deal in common. The nature of the work that we do requires us to be quite disciplined. We wear a uniform. We work in very close teams. We're very procedural. And the nature of the work that we engage in puts us into hazardous situations which require very disciplined teamwork in order to make sure we all remain safe. The fire service in the past has recruited heavily from the armed forces, as traditionally we look for people who were relatively fit, knew how to look smart, were able to take orders, and were used to working to procedure. It's not always been a good thing for our organisation, because where you would have certain attitudes within one organisation which aren't desirable, if you recruit heavily from that organisation, you can get a transfer of those attitudes and they become prevalent in your organisation. Now, without dwelling too much in negativity in the past, there was a significant impact as a consequence of the ban of gay people serving in our armed forces. Back then, members of the armed forces were being told that gay people were dangerous to them. They were being told that have people serving in the armed forces who are gay would demoralize the organization. And of course, back then we were still in the Cold War, and there was a myth going around that you would somehow be vulnerable to blackmail if we had gay people serving in the armed forces, which, when you think about it, it was a kind of perverse, because we had this ban on people serving in the armed forces, which that was the vulnerability, creating that fear that if I get found out that I'm gay, I could be punished. So it was a kind of self-defeating. As I said, I spent the first part of my career working for the RAF. And although I was a civil servant, and the ban on being gay in the armed forces didn't apply to the civil service, it was still a fairly hostile environment to be an out gay man. Towards the end of my career with the RAF, I decided it was time for me to finally come out and be myself. Around that time, that was whenever things were starting to get really positive and change. It was the latter part of the 90s. And in my view, the most important piece of legislation that had to be changed was that ban on people serving in the armed forces. So around that time, when the debate was going on, I decided I would tell my watch who I was. So fire stations are kind of little family units quite often. Your watch members are almost like family members, and they like to take care of you. So we sat round the tea room table one day, and I hypothetically raised the question, how would you feel if we had a gay person serving here on the watch? And I had it from the guys exactly what they thought. It was all manner of things like, well, I couldn't go into the dormitory at night because they'd be trying to get into bed with me, and I couldn't go and have a shower because they'd be coming in to look at me, and all manner of stupid things that even right down to, well, of course, that would never happen because gay people wouldn't want to serve in the armed forces or in the fire service. It's dirty work. They don't do that kind of work. So I thought at that point, it's probably not the best time to tell them. However, I left it for a few days, and then I re-raised the subject. And I say, that hypothetical situation I raised with you the other day about a gay person serving here, well, it's a reality, and it's me, and I'm gay. And I can remember I had about 10 seconds of silence. And then one of the crew members chipped in and said, well, why have you never told us this before? It's not as though any of us would have had a problem. Which that then enabled me to go back to the conversation I'd had a few days earlier and go through each point that was raised and say, well, what do you think? How do you think that would have made me feel, hearing that? Because you're saying it, and it's more than just words. So I'd come out and I decided it was time to do something positive. Around the same time, an unofficial network was forming, mainly in London. It would be amongst firefighters from London predominantly, who, when they'd be out in the scene, they would bump into other firefighters that they would recognise from other stations. And from that, they kind of formed their own little social network where they would meet regularly. Our union, the Fire Brigades Union, got to hear about this network that had formed. And at the time, we had some progressive leaders who decided, this is something which we as a union should be helping with. So we need to get these people on board with us. So after some lengthy discussions, we were formally encompassed into the structures of our union. The structure that it gave us meant that we had 13 regional reps. So like Northern Ireland's a region, Wales and Scotland are regions, London's a region on its own, East of England is a region. So we had 13 regional reps established. We also had a chair and a secretary. I was the very first chair and then moved on to being the secretary. Now, being within the union, it gave us the capacity to have financial support. And that was very, very important because if you want to campaign, you do need a bag of money in order to get from A to B. So having some finance coming in, it enabled us to ensure that we could have 4 committee meetings a year. It also meant we could facilitate a 3-day education event specific to LGBT. And it also gave us the ability to participate in Pride events and to attend. Now, in terms of being able to campaign, it was really, really important that we were able to influence what was going on around, the statutory change. And, whilst people might think some of these things were quite minor, they would have a real impact on people. You take the issue of the provision of goods and services. That was quite a significant problem if you happen to be, say, someone who's booked a hotel room to go to a wedding somewhere, and you turn up with your partner and suddenly get told you can't come in because, we don't cater for you kind of people. So that legislation, had a real impact. Prohibition of the discrimination of LGBT people in employment. You could be sacked for being gay, and clearly that was quite wrong. And then even right down to something like civil partnership and equal marriage. It's not just a certificate. it has real meaning to your entitlements. For example, when I first joined the fire service, our pension scheme, the widow's provision was specific. You had to be married. There was no other recognition of partnership. So if I was in a partnership with someone, it doesn't matter how long it had been, if I was to die, my partner would have no access at all to my pension. So in order to address that, the introduction of civil partnership and equal marriage, it gave the inroad to ensure that discrimination could not continue. Now, one of the biggest and most important aspects of what we've done is around pride. And it was about showing people that anyone can be anything. And just because you're a firefighter, you can be gay and you can be proud and you can march in the street and still, feel part of the fire service. Initially, when we started doing this, there was a reluctance from certain fire services for us to be visible. And I can remember some senior managers saying to us, if you want to go and do this, make sure you aren't in any way identifiable as being part of our organisation. That was a bit like a red rag to a bull. And we unilaterally decided, well, no, we're going to march in uniform. So initially it would just be fire service T-shirts, and we'd have our banner, which was identifying us as firefighters. As things moved on, the fire and rescue service seemed to cotton on that actually what they're doing is quite a positive thing. And maybe we should be getting engaged with it as well. So they started encouraging staff to also come and join us. One of the big changing points was Brighton Pride. And I can remember one year we were at Brighton and we used a fire appliance in the parade, but we used one which was an old appliance that the union had bought, and we put it in the parade. And that kind of upset East Sussex Fire and Rescue Service, because they thought, well, this is our ground. We should be putting an appliance in. So the following year, they put an appliance in. The year after that, West Sussex put an appliance in with East Sussex. And the year after that, Hampshire turned up with an appliance. And it was starting to look like a major incident, this row of fire engines coming down through Brighton. But it was really positive because it was getting an engagement from them. And as the appliances arrived, so would the senior managers, which was sending out a positive message that at the top, they're recognizing that this is an important issue. And so everyone at the bottom felt, well, actually, I can go and engage with that. Now, we try to get to as many Pride events as we can, because there's an important message to be out there, and it is to say to those younger people, you can be gay and you can be a firefighter. And I see it as well with members of the armed forces, and it's a very similar story about how you had to wear a uniform or got to wear your uniform. Initially, it was that thing, well, you can wear a T-shirt, but we don't want you wearing formal uniform, might make you a target for a terrorist attack. And eventually they recognized, no, let's let them wear the number ones, because if they're going to march, let's make them look as smart as possible. And you see the warmth from the crowd whenever our armed forces march past with their medals on and their number ones. And we get a similar scream and shout whenever the fire appliance goes past. And it's the same with all of the emergency services. In terms of targeting prides, Brighton's a big one, London Pride, obviously. But we also made a strategic decision 2 years ago to go to Belfast Pride. And the reason behind that was Northern Ireland was the only place at the time that didn't recognise equal marriage. And also we'd had the murder of Laura McKeith, the journalist in Londonderry. So we went to Belfast. We had an appliance which had a stage on the top. And I can remember it brought a tear to my eye, because Northern Ireland is a little bit behind in social attitude to the rest of the UK. And to be on top of this fire appliance, driving past Belfast City Hall with the crowds all screaming and shouting and cheering, the music blaring out, the rainbow flags flying. If you had said to me 10 years ago that I'd have been doing that, I'd have thought you were off your head. But we were doing it, and the crowds were loving it. And it was very much like an old-fashioned pride. In terms of what we've been able to do as well with helping others, I can remember it was probably about a decade ago, we got contacted by the Chief Fire Officer of Stockholm in Sweden. And he came over to London and had a meeting with us, and we went to dinner. And he explained the reason why he wanted to speak to us was Stockholm was going to be hosting Europride. He was aware of how good the participation of the fire service was in the UK at Pride events, and he wanted some tips on how to get his fire brigade to participate at the event. Within about 20 minutes of being in that dinner, that chief fire officer, a guy called Jan Wysen, come out to us. And he said it was the very first time in his entire career that he had been able to sit down with other firefighters and talk about what it was like to be gay in the fire and rescue service. And that was quite an emotional thing. And as well, there's also that whole thing that you're from Sweden, which is one of the most liberal countries in Europe, and yet you don't feel comfortable to be out in your workplace. At another event I was doing, it was at our fire service college. That's Morton in the Marsh. It does most of our officer training. I was doing a presentation on being LGBT in the fire and rescue service. And afterwards, I had some members of the Netherlands Fire and Rescue Service come up, and they said, "Oh, it's really wonderful here in the UK that you have this network for LGBT firefighters." Of course, back in the Netherlands, we would never have such a need for such a network because we have such liberal attitudes. And I say to them, "That's really brilliant. So how many LGBT firefighters do you know?" And they kind of went silent and looked at each other and said, "Well, actually, we don't know any." And I said, "Do you not think that's a little bit strange?" So they went away. A year and a half later, I got an invite from them to go over to a conference in Amsterdam, and they'd established a network called Pink and the Red. So, you know, we were able to influence another and help another country. And once again, it's another country that you would think they're going to be miles ahead of us. Right, in terms of where I've been and, you know, recognizing where we need to go, it was mentioned at the beginning that we've won a few awards along the way. And I can remember going to one which was the award for outstanding leadership and equality in the fire and rescue service. That award is granted by the Chief Fire Officers Association, Communities and Local Government, and the Local Government Association. And those are three organisations which traditionally don't get on terribly well with the Fire Brigades Union. So it was quite a big gig to actually get that recognition that we were leading the way on equality and diversity. Now, I can remember I received the award, and afterwards going out of the conference hall, going to lunch, and Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Fire and Rescue Services coming up and speaking to me. Now, he used to be my Chief Fire Officer whenever I first started in Bedfordshire. And he came out with a very strange comment to me, where he said, "Surely in this day and age, being gay in the Fire and Rescue Service isn't such an issue, as long as you're discreet." And to me, it was, you really just don't get it. It's okay to be gay in the Fire and Rescue Service, just don't tell anyone about it, you know. And so how do I interact with people when I come to work, when they say, "What did you do at the weekend?" Don't mention I did anything with my husband, you know. Just such a bizarre comment to make, but it reinforced the importance to me of being out and being visible. In terms of what we still need to do in the fire service, we still have a reluctance of gay men to be out in the workplace. considering our organisation is 95% male, you would think there'd be a lot more gay men than lesbians, but the visibility of lesbians in our organisation is far greater than that of gay men. So there's work there to be done. We also have a lot of work still to do about the whole issue of trans. And we have just witnessed a horrendous, toxic debate with regards to the reform of the Gender Recognition Act. And that has been very damaging to the trans community. And, you know, they've emerged into a place that is less safe than what it was before this whole debate began. So we still have a lot of work to do there. In terms of what I think success has been, I've been on quite a long journey, which started, as I say, you know, over 3 decades ago, just over 2 decades before I came out. But whenever I did first come out, in my early part of that phase, I became the gay firefighter. But today, I happen to be a firefighter who just happens to be gay. And that might sound very subtle, but to me, that is progress. I'm not defined by my sexuality, but it's an important aspect of who I am. When it comes to leadership, to be a good, strong leader, you don't really need a great deal of stuff on your shoulders. You just need to use what sits above your shoulders. And it's about persuading people that equality for all is a good thing, and it's a good thing for our organisation. And it's about identifying good people who will encourage other leaders to do the right thing. So that concludes what I have to say to you this morning, and I'm open for any questions. And once again, thank you very much for this, what is an honour to address your organisation. Thank you.
Pat, again, as was Tara and Dan, amazing content. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences. Probably a long way off, but wouldn't it be great one day? Military taking part in Belfast Pride could be would certainly be a challenge. Okay, we've got a load of questions for the speakers. I will apologise in advance if we don't get to your question. We will try and follow up. For any of the sort of army-related questions on policy JPA that have been put on Slido, we'll either try and get back to you, we'll cover it in the army session later on. And what I'll also do in the background is create a space on Defence Connect where we can have these discussions internally, especially on things like policy, and you can help us develop some good ideas. So over to the speakers then. I think, first of all, to Dan, please, is how quickly has working culture in the police changed subsequent to legal changes? What accelerates cultural change and what slows it down?
Thanks for a great question. So how fast has cultural change? Sometimes when I look back to the late 90s when I joined policing, and I think of some of the things that I saw, heard and experienced, we've come a long way. When I think about how far we've got to go, it almost seems to be glacial. And I do get quite irritated and passionate about those things. And so I suppose what makes a change it is bravery, courage, and compassion. Bravery and courage if you're an individual who happens to be LGBT and you want to make a change in your organisation for the betterment of it and for those that you serve. The same for allies, because as Tara indicated, you know, you put on a lanyard or a small LGBT badge on it, and then that prompts all sorts of different conversations. So the 3 key components for that, I suppose, for me, it can really be difficult in terms of getting change through at a pace that's required, at the level that's required, and that takes the ability to speak up through the chain of command. So what we've done in the Met is we have built a very strong collegiate network of LGBT people. We've connected with the network of women, with Tara, with other influential thinkers, and we speak up. So, and we do that diplomatically, sensitively, with political acumen to make sure that we're not coaching horses through an organisation and upsetting everyone in the process, but to get to a space where we sit at strategic board level. So I'm talking about assistant commissioner and commissioner level to start to have those conversations. And there's lots of little things that need to happen as well, because you need to get people who've got lived experience, whether it's LGBT, whether it's being Black and LGBT, intersectionality, all of those different gender issues that come into those spaces. So we need those people around the table to broaden our diversity of thinking. And that can only happen when people in senior positions put the ladder down and help them climb up. So my question to you all would be, is if you're in a position of influence, whether you're LGBT or not, what are you doing to help others who are LGBT or who might be different from the norm? And what are you doing to help them climb the ladder?
Dan, that's awesome. Thank you very much. Pat, one for you, please. You've had a very varied career. What is the best or most welcoming workplace you've ever been in, and what made it special?
Right. Well, I think all of my workplaces have been pretty good. The one that you would think would be the most welcoming would be the movie industry. You'd think, you know, it's the arts and what have you. The actors tend to be quite liberal and what have you. However, it's also one of the most homophobic workplaces I've ever been in. When it comes to the sparkies, the set constructors, all the people in the background, you know, the kind of stuff that goes on with them. However, I think probably the place I work currently, I've got a really good mix of people who, you know, initially when I arrived, you know, I was the gay one. Then I became, yeah, he is the gay one, but he's our gay one. Right up to this phase now where it's, yeah, he just happens to be gay. So, yeah, I work with a really, really good team of people. And I would say they are the best people that I've worked with. You know, it's quite a small station I'm on. But, yeah, it's a really good mix of people that I'm with. And, you know, having a team of lots of different people, I think that's what makes us strongest. So yeah, it's my current station would be the best place I've worked.
Pat, thank you for that. Really great feedback there. Thank you. Another one, please. Flick back to this one's for DCS McGovern, please. Tara, could you give an example of subtle bullying behaviours? And it would be useful for the questioner to vector into behaviours I might miss, so that I can address. So what subtle things are people doing out there that people don't notice and we could all work harder on?
Thank you for that. So for me, the subtle behaviours that I've seen is couching things in a joke, and you don't, and actually, with the, you know, when people start a sentence around with respect. The other things are, if you look at some of your teams, I don't know how it works in the army, but I'm sure it's similar to the police. Sergeants hold a lot of power. So they're the first line supervisors. So they're the ones that give out courses for driving, or, you know, all the courses that our officers want, driving, taser, whatever it is. The subtlety is, why is it the same people keep getting these courses? These sergeants aren't inclusive in their decision making, and if there's ever behaviours that are going on a team, it's all accepted. And what you'll also find, and I kind of mirror experience of women as well as LGBT plus and Black, Asian and minority ethnics, is the women will acquiesce to the behaviour because they don't want to rock the boat. They won't complain about it. And actually, it's not their job to, it's our job to ensure that that environment is as healthy as it should be. And I would look at a team, I would look at where those kind of courses are being allocated, how, I don't know how your leave is allocated, who hands out, we have bank holidays, so it's extra money, how they're allocated. All that subtlety will lead you to understand what's going on. And I would also look at someone's sick record, because if somebody is excluding themselves from work a lot, it may well be because of all this behaviour that's going on. Very subtle. If you actually call someone out and say, are you doing that because this is a young gay man? Of course, oh, I don't know what you mean. So the way you manage it, you've got to be really careful. But you have to tackle that behaviour and look at the wider culture of a team, and normally starts with the supervisors and how they behave. I hope that answers the question.
Brilliant, Tara, thank you. On a related note, and one for all of you, and if we just go Dan, Tara, Pat in that order, please, is what do you think the route to success is for creating the environment for unacceptable behaviours and language to be called out, and is education key?
So I'll go first. The last part of that question, the answer is yes. So what are, I ask my teams and my leaders in the part of London where I work, what are we doing collectively to improve the cultural competence and our understanding ourselves? So the officers that I lead, what are we doing? What are our leaders doing to promote cultural confidence? What more can we be doing? Because if we can get it right inside our buildings, we'll get it right out when we're policing the streets of London. And the other stuff I just wanted to mention as an out gay man, the importance of people calling out behaviours in the way that Tara's just described. And again, that links back to what I was talking about bravery, courage and compassion. So if you're sat there listening into this and you're straight, let me tell you a very short anecdote about a group of very macho officers who were on what was called my old police force's version of the territorial support group. So those officers who undergo riot training and undertake drug warrants, etc., sat in a group, and there was a conversation about a change of the name. And the senior officer of that group stood up in front of 50 of the audience and made what he thought was a joke around changing the name from the tactical aid group to the force aid group. And wasn't that a funny joke to have? And in that audience of those 50 officers, I know that there were at least 3 who happened to be lesbian or gay. And there was a lot of shuffling of the feet amongst the audience, because those officers sat next to their colleagues, knew that they were gay, knew that it was unacceptable. And the most upsetting thing for those 3 officers was not one of their colleagues had the bravery, courage or compassion to stick their hand up and say, "Excuse me, sir, I don't think that's acceptable, because I don't find that's funny. I work with gay colleagues." So let me leave that thought with you and perhaps hand on the question to Tara.
Hi, yeah, and that's a really good example from Dan. And I think you think in that environment, who should be calling that out? And it really should be the ally in that. And one of the things, if I could just reference a question that was earlier about changing culture, it's so important. When we looked at changing culture for women, we used our he for she allies. So the majority of our people in the Met are men. They're white, straight men, majority. And often it's the competence that Dan alludes to. They don't understand it, they don't get it, they don't see it. And once they do, they're really on side, they're really on board and want to create that environment. Just give them the tools to do it and let them drive it through. And that's the same from an ally's point of view. That's how you'll change culture. Because what happens then is, as people start to see that behaviour makes someone else feel less valued, someone else feel uncomfortable, someone else it's a bullying behavior, then they will stand up for people, because that's the kind of people we employ. The majority of people we employ do not want to create environments where other people are, completely disenfranchised. We're a team. We have really tough jobs when we walk outside the NIC or when you're deployed, wherever you all have to go. So that team effort, that team environment, if you can really kind of tap into that around them, creating the right environment for our Black, Asian, minority ethnics, for our women, for our LGBT plus, for any people who have disabilities, whatever it is, if we can get them to police themselves, then you're going to get your cultural change.
Awesome, thank you. And Pat?
Yeah, it's one of the things that has been most challenging, certainly within our organisation, because you'll always get hit back with, well, of course, you can't have a laugh anymore. And it's political correctness gone mad. And it's been a difficult one because, when you're hit with that, people, they then fight back about the good stuff that you're trying to do, about combating racism, about combating sexism and homophobia. However, we introduced a kind of a zero tolerance in many of our brigades and organisations when it comes to that kind of behaviour and language. And I can remember one high-profile case which kind of set the bar, and it happened up in Manchester. And it was a recruit course of firefighters who were being addressed by the Assistant Chief Fire Officer of Greater Manchester. And one of the things he turned around and said to those recruits was, when you join in the fire and rescue service, it's easier to be Black than gay. And there was one firefighter in the room who was Black. And he reported that back to his mother, who happened to be a counsellor. And she pursued that matter as an instance of racism. But there was other things going on there, because, of course, that Assistant Chief Constable didn't know what it was like to be Black in the fire and rescue service. So how could he make that judgment? And for all that we know, he certainly wasn't gay. So to make that judgment on what it's like to be gay in the fire service, it was a completely inappropriate, off-the-cuff comment. However, as a consequence of that, he was required to resign from the fire and rescue service, and that sent a really strong message out that whatever position you are, don't think you can get away with making flippant remarks which are derogatory to women, to Black and ethnic minority members, or to anyone who identifies as LGBT. We will always have that issue of I was only having a laugh. And sometimes it's a very difficult thing to judge on whether the line has been crossed, but there are other times quite clearly it has, and it is a need to have more or less a zero tolerance, that, this isn't the 1970s, it's not Are You Being Served or the Benny Hill Show anymore. This is the 21st century, it's 2021. That language will no longer be tolerated.
Brilliant, thank you very much there for the feedback. I appreciate there are lots of questions. I'm going to close to the final one now. As I've said, for military members amongst you in particular, get onto Defence Connect, get onto the forum page there, and post anything up that we've missed, and we'll see if we can follow up in slower time. Clearly, it would not be a session we've managed to get to, I think, 11:26 without really mentioning COVID, which I think is really good. But I'm going to close with one small related on a slightly lighter note, and I'll just find it here. So, what are the speaker's thoughts on the NHS recently being recognised with the rainbow and confusion this is causing? Shall we start a revolution? Hashtag the flag is ours. And again, if we go Dan, Tara, and Pat, please, to close on that final question, please.
I'd much prefer, if you were going to start a revolution, for it not for a change to start in Brixton, because I'm on day 2 of my superintendentship, and that would cause me all sorts of hardship and heartache and very long days and nights. My thoughts on the rainbow flag is I don't necessarily think it's conflated. I don't personally think I feel possessive about it. And the more I see it in our communities, the safer I tend to feel. And I hope that other people feel the same. So, you know, out of all the things that that are bubbling away in my in tray, the NHS. My husband is a A&E doctor working in the NHS, and I think they can own it and promote it as much as they like. I like seeing it. Thank you.
Is it Pat or me? I'll go, shall I? Pat?
Sorry, Tara, yes, you. I clicked the wrong button.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, I love seeing the flag. If I wear my lanyard with the rainbow on, next time someone won't be asking me about my sexuality. They might be asking me or whether or not I'm supporting the NHS. But I actually think any conversation where you can create an environment where you're talking about LGBT plus and bring it into the conversation so people feel comfortable around it is got to be a good thing. So
I'm happy to have the NHS adopt our rainbow. Whenever the rainbow was initially developed and adopted by the LGBT community, it was about a symbol of places where you would feel welcome. You know, if you saw that on a pub window or whatever, that's a place that I can go. Seeing it in so many people's houses and windows today, you know, it's become a symbol of hope. And I'm happy to share that part of, you know, our history. It has caused a little bit of confusion, you know, that people do wonder, you know, is it an LGBT symbol or is it somebody supporting the NHS? But either way, it's a positive symbol, you know, celebrating what a wonderful NHS is doing and recognizing them. But also at the same time, it's kind of linked to our history as well. And, you know, the rainbow flag brought a smile to us. If it brings a smile to everyone else now when celebrating the NHS, that's a good thing.
Dan, Pat, Tara, thank you very much for taking the time to come and speak today. Absolutely awesome content. Really great to hear both your experiences and what your organisations are up to, and also for taking the time to answer questions. So on behalf of all our attendees and the network, thank you very much. You're very busy people, but you're more than welcome to stay dialed in for the rest of the day. Thank you. For everyone else, I'm going to slip the next two speakers just by 5 minutes, just to let people get a comfort break, brew, etc. So we will come back for 11:35, please, where we're going to talk about making people confident in themselves. We're going to hear from Steve Yorkson from Edinburgh Napier, Chris Oakes, who's a life coach, both of which, what you've got to look forward to in this session is some practical takeaway tips on that you can share with others. So back for 11:35, please. Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I appreciate that was a very short break, but as I mentioned at the start, you're more than welcome to stay logged in and dip in and out if you need to get a comfort break or grab a brew or refreshment, whatever you need to do. So I'm now going to hand over to Jess to introduce our next two speakers.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sergeant Jess Schofield-Perrott, and I'm here to introduce two individuals that are going to be talking about making people confident in themselves. So firstly, we have Steve Yorkstone. He works for Edinburgh Napier University as a business improvement consultant. Additionally to this, he's the co-chair of the university's LGBT network for staff. He's been co-chairing this network for the last 2 years. And as a network, certainly since lockdown, they've been running regular morning and afternoon tea drop-ins via the internet. They've also been hosting online book groups, and they have a programme planned for History Month. Steve has also helped the network to organise its first Trans Day of Remembrance. But most relevantly for today, he has facilitated a training programme to all of the network staff to help them discover and discuss how to bring their identities to work. At home, Steve lives with his husband, Chris. They've been together for 20 years and married for 5. And so today, Steve is going to speak about his story, about how for him and who he is has had a huge effect on his personal confidence. He will discuss 2 or 3 of his personal stories and share some models, techniques, and perhaps guidelines that have helped him and his colleagues. Secondly, we have Chris Oakes. Chris is a former officer in the British Army, where he served 31 years, starting as a gunner in the artillery to a commissioned officer in the Physical Training Corps. Now, during his army career, Chris has mentored, coached, and guided many senior officers. And he's carried this forward, where after retiring from the army, he established his life coaching business, which focused on motivation, positivity, confidence, health, and fitness. He's very passionate about guiding and mentoring people in order to assist them in realising and achieving their life goals and aims. Now, to date, Chris has helped coordinated multiple events on command and leadership, and most notably has worked with many British athletes, such as Dame Kelly Holmes. Chris is married to Nikki, who recently retired from the army after 26 years, and together they have one son, Ben. Today, Chris is going to talk to you about understanding and improving self-confidence. He wants to help others who may be struggling psychologically and physically to live a happier, more successful and contented life. This is something that's very personal for Chris, and I'm sure he will discuss that shortly. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Steve and Chris. Really looking forward to what you have to hear today, and thank you very much for joining us. I will hand over to you.
Thank you, Jess. So I'm never going to say, can you hear me ever again? I'm going to say, can I get a comms check?
Yeah, audio and visual, Steve, you're good.
Oh, brilliant.
Steve, thank you.
Brilliant. Oh, thank you, Jess. I'm not a very confident person, and I'm kind of bricking it talking to like you guys here. It's a little bit easier being at home. But what I'd like to do is tell you my story about how I've practiced being a bit more confident and how I've seen some of the stories that I've had along the way and how I've kind of worked with some colleagues in the university to help them develop their confidence. It's at the start, we talked about how it was illegal to be gay in the military until I think it was it 2000 that Claire had up there on the screen. And for me, I remember that. I remember when I was a kid, well, no, I was going to university, not quite a kid, 20 years ago, no, longer. Oh, I'm so old. Walking in to Freshers Week past uniforms, past equipment, and thinking, oh, these people aren't for me. This is something that I want to run away from and hide from. So to be here speaking to you guys is an honor, but it's also something that's a bit scary. You know, I've always been kind of intimidated by the big boys. You know, Chris, who's going after me, he's the kind of guy I'd be terrified of in the playground because I kind of hid from the big boys, you know, who were out there. I wouldn't say I was gay at the time. I was too young, but we moved to a school when I was a little kid. And there was a game called Kiss Catch, right? And I thought the rules were that you chase the person that you want to kiss. Pretty soon, I discovered that the rules were the boys chase the girls. that one haunted me through all of my primary school life and beyond. So the three things I'm going to talk about are speaking with individuals, working with groups, and thinking about situations. So with individuals, what's interesting is that kind of links to kind of the experiences that we've had before, like the experiences that I had for genuine reason, those experiences at school or whatever, they kind of inform what we do in the future. And there's a theory behind that, and it's called the ladder of inference. Okay, so that's the first theory bit. And what it kind of says is that you start with some objective experience out there in the world. Then we subjectively perceive that experience. So very quickly, we perceive that experience a certain way. And we then instinctively respond to it before we even know we've responded to it or can think to control it. We're there. Then we construct a meaning based on that instinctual response. We then make assumptions, we form conclusions, we adopt beliefs, and we then take action based on our beliefs, which tends to affect what data we select next time. Now that's a bit theoretical, so let me put it in context for you. Imagine I'm in Tesco's. I've been being particularly camp in the dried goods aisle with my husband, and I get to the checkout, and the lady at the checkout has a glum face, you know, looking grumpily out there. And instantly I think, she saw me in the dry goods aisle. She's homophobic. She doesn't like me. There's something going on here. I don't like that. And the interesting thing is, I may not be able to change that instinctive response, but then what happens, the face looks like that. That's the kind of the objective reality. Subjectively, I perceive it, and very quickly I emotionally respond to it. I'm like, oh, she doesn't like me, I think, you know? And that's maybe because I've had some very powerful experiences in the past where people have made that face and they genuinely haven't liked me. And so then what happens is I might be defensive. And so my behavior might be, well, I'm going to put the dukes up. I'm going to be a little bit defensive. I'm going to kind of maybe get through that as quickly as I can and not really engage. I'm probably going to have a bit of a grumpy face on myself. And what's interesting is that that behavior is now reinforcing that kind of perception that I had there. Now, I was taught this model actually by a lady called Ruth Archer in the States. She served in the US Armed Forces, in the Air Force, actually. And what she taught me is that you can't change that emotional stuff at the beginning. Well, certainly not easily, but you can change the narrative at the end. You can recognize that, well, something's happening. Oh, what's going on here? And then you can go, well, actually, maybe something else has happened. Because, of course, it might be the truth that this person at the checkout is judging me. But it might also be the truth that they just found out that their cat has to go into hospital, or there's a problem in aisle 3 that they've got to go and clean up later. You know, there could be lots of other things that's happening in that. And if we change that narrative, that meaning that we base on our instinctual response around, then that helps us form different conclusions and different beliefs, and helps us act in a way which is a bit different. So if I think to myself, well, maybe she's upset, or maybe she's just something else has happened, then I might be a little bit more open to that conversation. And then it might be that she is a little bit defensive, I'm a little bit less defensive, leading to that. And the interaction becomes a little bit better overall. There was a lady in finance at my university. Every time she looked past me, she scowled. I thought, what have I done? Does she hate me? Every single time she walked past me, she scowled. Then I noticed that every time she walked past everyone else, she scowled too. It wasn't me. That was just her face. You know, sometimes we can tell ourselves a different narrative about what's happening in the world. And when we do that more often, actually, those kind of old stories, that message of fear starts to get a little bit less powerful. Going into the gym, as you can imagine, for me is particularly challenging. And one of my good friends, Chuck, he said, you go to the gym often? I'm like, yeah, I try to. And he's like, you see those big guys there? He was like, yeah, would you ever say hi to them? I was like, oh, no, I would never do that. He was like, but you see them all the time there. Yeah. And it's like, well, why don't you just try it? So I was like, well, okay, I did. So one time I was there, and this kind of big brute of a chap, I kind of went and I went, morning, and ran off. And he turned around, and he beamed, and he said, hiya. In that instant, my relationship with that space changed. It was absolutely fascinating. But it's different when you're in a group, isn't it? When you're out there talking to a lot of people, and it is really scary. Like me at the start of this presentation, I'm like, oh, there's so many people. What am I going to do? How am I going to interact with this? What if I get it wrong? It's going to be so embarrassing. Oh, what's this all about? I have given some awful presentations in my time. As well as doing the continuous improvement thing, I run a community of practice for continuous improvement people, and I've written a couple of books about improvement in higher education. And I was invited by the chairs of University Court, the Council of Chairs of University Court, to give a presentation, a seminar. To put it in context, so the principal is the boss of the university. The chair of court is the kind of the head of the non-executive committee that's responsible for all the principal in the university. This was the organization body for all the chairs of court. This is essentially the most high-powered committee or organization I can possibly attend in my sector in the UK. I couldn't say no. And it was something that I'd written in, something that I thought, well, I know this stuff, I can get this stuff done, I can do that. So I said, of course, absolutely, I'll be there, sign me up. This is a career-making talk. But at the time, things were quite hard at home. And, you know, at the time, actually, my mother-in-law was quite unwell. She was in the hospice. I was still doing lots of good stuff at the time. You know, you can write a lot from a mobile phone wherever you are. But I thought, no, I've got the expertise. I can do this. I've done this before. It's a seminar, so it'll be a small group of people, and it'll be fine when I turn up there. So I went down. It was in London. It was in this kind of learned society. You know, it was all kind of wood panels and statues. It was kind of a bit intimidating for me. I'm kind of I maybe sound like I'm from London. I don't know what the Met guys would think, but I'm from the northwest of England, not a very posh background, just like tweed. And the guys were nice. I didn't fit in. They were all wearing suits. I was wearing a tweed jacket. But they were really kind and nice. I thought it's going to be fine. And I got into the room and there were 40 chairs. And I thought, this was supposed to be a small seminar. Hang on, what's going on? And then the tech didn't work. You know, my heart goes out to you guys at the start today. You handle it brilliantly. And I thought, what's going to happen? So I thought, it's okay. The small group work that I couldn't do is going to be fine. I'll just go ahead with it anyway. And so I did. The first question I got was, well, kind of what gives you the right to come here and say this to us? I fluffed it, you know, like I do. I never recovered. I completely bombed. The session was awful. No one would sit next to me at the dinner that night. I'd go up and say hi, and people would say hello, and then he'd back away gently. And it was absolutely brutal. And how does this help with confidence? Well, what's interesting is I'd messed up pretty much as I can in my sector. And, you know, since then, I'm not so afraid of talking to anybody, you know? I figure if I can mess that up and still be here, well, I'll be okay. I can take a little bit of comfort in knowing that in those situations where things are bad, actually, I can tolerate that. You know, we can get through that. There's a way of finding it through. I've also learned probably not to go and give a talk if I'm in the middle of taking care of my family and someone's in the hospice, you know, and probably to check what the specifications of the talk is before I go and give it them and make sure that it's going to be aligned to the expectations a little bit better, you know. I do continuous improvement, so that's my kind of thing to apply that stuff. The theory model, the model bit, is there's two models of confidence. One is to think of yourself as being better than everyone else and remember that time that you've done really well and put yourself back in that position and know that you can get that again. And that's okay. You know, if that works for you, that's brilliant. For me, I prefer a different model. And the model is to remember that actually, fundamentally, deeply, I have a tendency to spill ketchup down myself. Quite often, I get my words wrong and things don't quite work out the way that I expected. But most other people also have a tendency to spill ketchup all over themselves or trip up and be a bit of a fool too. And actually, all the things in life which are probably worth achieving probably also involve a little bit of risk and the chance that something might genuinely go wrong. But the fact that something might fail and the fact that sometimes I do trip up or get my words wrong. Rather than letting that stop me, I'm going to celebrate even more the times that I do get my words right. And when things do go right, as wondrous and magical. And actually know that it's still important for me to try and do that. And that if I can tell my story honestly, even with the kind of the clumsiness that I inevitably have, and we all do, then that allows a space for other people to maybe give a bit more honest feedback as well, and to be themselves, accepting our humanity is always a little bit messy. Now, I know it's easy for me to say a dangerous situation is giving a talk to a bunch of people in suits. I imagine for many people on this call, a dangerous situation means a lot more than that. And I can't appreciate what that's like. And I thank you for what you do to let me be in a world where I don't have to appreciate what that's like. But I think when you're a little bit different, and when maybe the legal framework around you doesn't support you and there are some risks, there's a bit of a shared understanding of what it's like to be in a risky situation. You know, I think of when my husband and I were traveling, and we travel through Dubai airport, right? You know, normally if I'm traveling, I'll grab my husband's hand, right? You know, because he'll keep me right. He'll make sure I don't get lost in the airport. I don't know why I'm terrified of airports. But he'll keep me right. But when I'm going through Dubai airport, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put my hands in my pockets, straighten up, and head on through. And I was talking about this with some Stonewall training, and they talked about a theory of, they talked about being ethical and being pragmatic. And they said, well, it's okay to judge the risk in a situation. It's okay to choose not to bring yourself if that's going to put you at risk. You know, that isn't something that we need. You know, it's all right to be kind to ourselves, and we can do something which is ethical and pragmatic in that situation that's around. I mean, there's lots of talk about bringing your kind of whole self to work, which I think is really important. But sometimes I think I'm not, if I brought my whole self to work, they'd fire me instantly, you know, so I do try and find the useful bit of me to bring into work and find a way to do that helpfully. When challenging situations, there's a model that I found appropriate. There was a time when I was at work and I saw, frankly, someone being kind of transphobic. You know, I don't think they meant to be. They just kind of slipped out. And I thought, oh, I've got to do something about this. How am I going to handle this? And there was a model here that helped me. So this is the kind of the kind of third or fourth kind of model that I'll talk about. And this came from the Principles of Nonviolent Communication. And what it says is it thinks about the facts of the situation that you're in, thinks about your role and your responsibilities, and the facts plus your role will guide you, your responsibilities will guide you into what you need to do. And the good thing about that is none of that is personal. None of that is about you've done this wrong, I think you're bad. It's about saying, in this meeting, these words were said. As an institution, we want to support people to bring their diversity because we know that makes us maybe more operationally efficient. It's my role to support that and my responsibility to enable the right kind of behavior. So therefore, I'm going to have a conversation about that. Oh, and actually what I did was I had a quiet conversation, and there was a little email that was sent, and the person took a little bit of a while to think, and then they got it and they made it a bit better. It was really hard, but for me, remembering that little maths, what's the facts objectively? What's my role? What am I here to do? What's my responsibilities? Putting those two together gives me a guide as to how to do that there. And I think putting ourselves out there, we've talked a bit about bravery, and I can't imagine what bravery is like where you work. You know, I think about the context you are, and it's I appreciate how different the military world is from the civilian. But I think wherever we are, being ourselves does take a little bit of bravery. And I think bravery is maybe different for all of us. And if we can take those small steps, we can do those little things that might make us feel more confident, then I think that'll show through that we have a chance to make a difference to the people around us. And as more of us do that, that grows. Like Claire was talking about, having that kind of he, him in my email signature, those kind of small things, that those little tokens that show culture. I wear this even though I work at home. I wear it partly to give a message to the people that I speak to over the webcam, but partly to give me confidence. You know, people say, why do you wear your lanyard? I say, well, I wear it for me, not for you, because this is a thing that helps me remember who I am, helps me think of the community and the people who've supported me to grow in more confidence, to the point where I can tell these stories to you today. Good luck. I hope you have some hard questions, and I'm looking forward to hearing from Chris. Thank you.
Steve, thank you very much for that. Chris, but before I hand over to you to hear your thoughts and share your experience with us, just a quick one for the audience. So we appreciate that Slido is maybe not proved as popular as we thought. We have now opened up the Q&A on Zoom. I'll flick between the two. The chat function is also open, so what we don't want to do is stifle any debate or conversations. Especially, we've had a few questions this morning on things like policy. Can you serve in the same unit as your spouse, etc. If you're LGBT, more than happy for those conversations to take place in the chat, please. But will remain to be moderated. Just to reassure on Slido, some of the questions have now disappeared. It's not because we don't want to answer or we're ignoring them. We will try our best to follow up. It is simply in terms of management of me being able to track what questions are live for the speaker and not have to filter through all the ones that have already been. So please do not think we're ignoring you. And some of the particular questions that have been raised, we will address later on in the day. So thank you to that, and I'll hand over to Chris.
Hello?
Yeah, Chris, that's you, audio and visual.
Brilliant, excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, so firstly, thank you very much for the personal invite to actually present on this conference. It's quite a privilege to actually be able to do this. My main aim of doing this over the next 20 minutes is, if I can help somebody, then that's me tick, that's me achieve my goal. And if I can give you something that will help you improve your self-confidence or inner confidence or general confidence, then again, that's a tick for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to explain a brief past career and try and reassure Steve that I'm not the kind of big bear monster that he perceives I might be. I have always used this phrase in saying, I'm a teddy bear out the ring, but a grizzly in it. But when I was an army heavyweight boxing champion, yeah, I was a grizzly in it, and there was a time to be a grizzly and a time not to be a grizzly. But on the mainstay of things, I'm definitely a teddy bear out the ring. Well, that's what my wife says anyway. Okay, so past career, joined the army at 16 and a half. I was a little scallywag, growing up on a council estate, and I just wanted to be outdoors. I wanted to do something amazing, something crazy. And I used to see a picture around my nan's house of my uncle in 3 para. He was there, sat folding his arms. He had his maroon beret on. He had a beaming smile from cheek to cheek. And I used to hear all the stories that he's actually doing and what he's parachuting and where in the world he's traveling around and the sport and the camaraderie and all that kind of stuff. And I wanted a piece of that. And just from that one picture defined my past 31 years. So I joined 7 para RHA, passed P Company, got best student on P Company, and just went through a great kind of young Lance Bombardier private career all the way through for 10 years. Did some amazing things, went to some amazing places and met some amazing people. I then got to a point in that 10 years time that I was either I needed to change something and I needed to challenge myself a lot more. So I had already done my LERPS courses, my advanced OPs courses, my advanced signals courses. I was already super fit, as you'd expect from a paratrooper. And I was also, all the way through my 10-year career, I was representing the Army at boxing, rugby, triathlon, decathlon, combined service as well, gymnastics, the lot. So, you know, I wanted to keep myself super fit all the way through that whole process, as well as doing all the great army work. But I got to a point where I used to smile so much more when I was watching people join the PT Corps and they were doing things where they were really amazingly helping others. And they were really doing some brilliant things, traveling around the world, doing adventurous training and coaching and keeping everybody positive, motivated, and full of positivity. That really resonated with me. And I'd seen a couple of people who had already gone from my regiment into the PT Corps, and then I jumped on board and I wanted to do the same. So that's what I did. I jumped across, I transferred across into the Royal Army Physical Training Corps and then finished as a captain. But all the way through my whole kind of career, I've always been heavily involved in confidence. I've always been heavily involved in building people up, helping them develop to get better and better and better all the way through. Because if we're not living a life that's absolutely maxed to the hilt, then we're not really living life. Does that make sense? So what I want to take you through today is I want to take you through two potential kind of ideals or two methods of my teaching with regards to confidence and self-confidence. And I'm going to take you through the first area, which is it's a coaching model I've devised. It's a coaching model that's come around from universal coaching models. And it's a universal psychology that's kind of brought this type of a model, but I've just chinked and changed it. Now, I know people in the military and myself still like to use acronyms to remember things. So what I've done is I have produced a document there, which is on the system that can be obtained afterwards. And I'm going to go through this first coaching model, because if you understand and you grasp this coaching model first, then you will understand and grasp everything you think about and all the results you get in the end of the day. I can't emphasize that enough, that if you grasp this psychological concept, then it will serve you so well. So I'm going to go through the first one. And I use an acronym called CFT, FAIR. Now, I remember this as a combat fitness test is a fair test. Back in the day, it was the advanced combat fitness test, or it was the 8 miler. It was a fair test. All different trades wore the right amount of equipment according to their trade. They all had to do 8 miles, and they all had to carry a standard of certain kind of equipment. But I remember this because of that. So CFT FAIR, that's just the way I remember it. And again, you've got it all on the document there. So I'll go through the CFT FAIR with you then. And this is a great model to totally understand as we go through. So the C and the F. The C and the F stand for circumstance and the facts. Now, this circumstance and this fact it's something that's past. It's already gone and it can't be changed. It could be something that's happened to you, something you've seen, something you've been exposed to. It's other people's behaviors. It's things that are going on around the world. These are things we can't change. So circumstance and the facts will actually produce you the understanding of what's going on. Now, these are totally neutral. The circumstance and the fact is absolutely 100% neutral until we attach a thought to it. And this is where we go into the T on the thought. So from there, the thought is a descriptive, it's your opinions, it's your judgments. Now, as soon as you attach a thought to a circumstance or a fact, then your feelings are affected. And also then your action is affected, or your inaction or your reaction, on which ultimately gets your results. So if I can just go through it again, your circumstances and your facts create your thoughts create your feelings create either action, inaction, or reaction, and that's what gets you results. Now, your thoughts are the first piece which actually go left and right. They can be either a positive thought or a negative thought. And if it's a negative thought, you'll have negative feelings, you'll have potential of reaction or an action that you didn't want to have, and then you'll get the result in a negative sense. But on the other side of the coin, if you have a positive thought about something, a circumstance or a fact, then you'll have a positive feeling, then you'll have a positive action and a positive reaction, which gives you a positive result. I hope that all makes sense, and it's a very basic way of doing it. I take clients through understanding what's happened in their pasts. I take clients in understanding what they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis, and changing and reframing and reprogramming their thought patterns is actually what's getting them the results at the end of the day. So we bypass this as a kind of quick statement, and that is basically to say your thoughts predict your results. So thoughts cause your feelings, feelings cause your action gets your results. Now I hope that's quite clear. It's very clear to me because I use it on a daily basis, and I do use it personally on a daily basis as well, because I find it absolutely suits any situation that any human being can ever come up against. Any negative thoughts, I can kind of nip them in the bud and put them into this process and actually choose to deal with them in a better way. I can choose to have better thoughts. I can choose to have better feelings and better emotions, which therefore will make my actions better and they'll make my results better. Okay, hope you grasp that. The other one I'm going to take you through now is as a definition of confidence, and it's a fantastic definition of confidence. I've looked on the internet, the web, I've looked in Google's, I've looked in dictionaries, the whole kind of shebang. And what I've come up with is, well, no, sorry, not what I've come up with. The best one I have found is another acronym. You'll be really pleased to hear this. Another acronym called TAC-J. And again, the document's there. It's all on the site, on the screen, or it's in the system. And TAC-J basically stands for this. You've got brackets on that first piece of paper, by the way, to write this. So TAC-J it's trust. You have trust in your abilities, qualities, and judgments. Now, I just want to go through that again because it's quite important. So when you close your eyes and you imagine what this statement says, I have trust in my abilities, qualities, and judgments. That is self-confidence, and that is confidence personified. But that means I'm going to go back to the first part of that statement. I have trust. You have trust. This all comes from within you. Okay, I need to make that really, really clear. And you need to really grasp that to understand this concept. Okay, so low self-confidence is completely the opposite statement to that. I do not have trust. I do not trust myself in my abilities, qualities, and judgments. Okay, when I'm going to paint an example now. So it wasn't until I actually studied all of this and studied what confidence was all about, and studied what self-confidence is all about, that it really, really resonated with me about how much self-confidence I really did have growing up, even as a young child. 17 and a half years old, and I'm stood there and I'm just about to be told, yes, you got best student on P Company. And when I decided to go and do P Company, at that point when I stood on the peripheral edge about to step into the airborne world as such, or the airborne development world, I didn't have a clue what was going to go on. I didn't have a clue what I was going to be put through. I just knew that I wanted that Marine Beret, and I wanted to give it my absolute best in whatever I physically was going to do. So I had trust in my abilities, my qualities, and my judgments. Even at 16 and 17 and a half years old, I stood there and I had the confidence to go for it right from the very beginning. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I just knew I had confidence in my determination, I had confidence in my willpower, and I had confidence to know that I was going to give it my absolute best shot. Just do it and go for it. Okay, so as a highlighting process then, coming away from the coaching model onto the acronym, which is TAC-J, your thoughts get your self-confidence. It's not your actions or your results that get your self-confidence. Now, I hope that's clear, but some people have told me, loads and loads of clients in the past and present, actually, a client this morning that I had, they were saying, well, the more I do something and the more I get the exam results that I want and the more I achieve this, the more I feel confident. Now, that's not actually the case. So your thoughts are what's getting your self-confidence, and what you're achieving, the results, when we go back to the coaching model, Your thoughts were the first instance that got you the results in the final instance. Okay? When you say that I'm feeling more confident, I'm doing more of this, I'm doing more of that, what you're actually doing is you're becoming more comfortable. And what, again, you're actually doing is you're giving yourself permission to feel confident. Now, that seems like a crazy concept, and in a lot of programs and a lot of past experiences, all you can see is experience growing. You can also actually see that he's allowing himself, or she's allowing herself, to get more confident and become better at what they're doing. But the truth is, it's the thoughts of them doing it and actually having the kind of determination to do it that's what's got them to that position in the first place. It's all down to your thoughts. Okay, so if I give an example of confidence, driving a car. Now, my wife drives a little Fiesta, and occasionally it breaks down. So she might be late for work, and she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to get the AA in or whatever," and I'll go, "No, take my Ranger." And it's a 4x4 truck. It's a proper kind of a big beast compared to a Ford Fiesta. And my wife will go, "Oh, no, I prefer not to." And the reason she prefers not to is because when she's gone into that truck, before, and she's felt unconfident at the start, so she's had a negative feeling, "Oh, this is too big. Oh, I don't know where the indicators are. Oh, I don't know where the lighting is. I don't know how to use the seat." So she's had lacking confidence in that first instance. But there's no reason to have lacking confidence because she's driven a car. There are indicators. There are the same pedals. There are the same handbrakes. All she needs to do was actually realise that her confidence was needed to be at the first instance when she stood at the door of the car, of my truck, and went, "Right, okay, all I need to do is get in that car, find out where the indicators are, find out where the lights are, find out where the handbrake is, sort the thing out, and positively go for it straight from that point." When you actually positively embrace something, then you'll positively have a great outcome. Hope that makes sense as well. There are 4 areas that prevent you from having self-confidence. Now, these 4 areas these 4 areas are confusion, doubt, second guessing, and insecurity. Now, confusion, the first one, is the biggest one that we, as human beings, have a default mechanism to indulge in a little bit more than we should do. Okay? When you indulge in confusion, then you allow doubt to creep in. When you indulge in confusion and doubt, then second guessing comes in. So it's going to be bad already. I'm already preempting it being bad. I'm already expecting it to be a bad experience. I'm already not looking forward to it. I'm already not embracing it. And what you're doing is, when you're doing that, you're coming from a place of inabundance instead of a place of abundance. Now, a place of abundance is when you're happy with who you are, when you're happy with what your thoughts are and what you're doing. And I'm going to talk about this in a little bit while, in a little bit more detail, actually. So the best example, when I mean get to know, when you need to get to know yourself a little bit better, is make sure that you know what your feelings are. Make sure you know and understand and practice identifying what your thoughts are, whether they are positive or whether they are negative. These are your choices. The thought is absolutely 100 billion% your choice. And you have the choice to reframe that thought, just like the coaching model in the very beginning, reframe that thought and actually decide what you want to do or how you want to be. So it's on a confidence level and a confidence medium. The other things I'm going to talk about are when others aren't in a place of abundance, or they're not happy, they're not comfortable in their own skin. If you can imagine the best teachers you've ever had, or the best instructors you've ever had, and how you resonated and how you worked well for them and how they were comfortable in their skin and they were happy and contented and they delivered what they needed to deliver, and they didn't do it aggressively, or they didn't do it from a place of scarcity or competition. They're like, "I'm more senior than you," and so on and so on. When you look back on those experiences that those people that you resonated and learned from the most, then that's because they are going for it. That's because they are so comfortable and they're in a place of self-confidence and a place of growth and a place of wanting and dreaming and desiring. Okay, the people that actually bitch and judge and criticize and poke and all those kind of things, they're not quite in that space. They're not quite living a life full of abundance. They're not living the life of happiness and comfort in their own skins. So you can potentially see why these people actually live in these kind of zones as such. The only thing holding you back from you actually achieving the amazing things in your life are your thoughts. It is your thoughts that get you all of your results. And there's a fantastic saying by, I think it's Susie Kassam, which says, doubt kills more dreams than failure ever did. Now, if you're jumping into an area of doubt, then you're already cancelling out any self-confidence you've already got anyway. So the best thing to do is to recognize whether you're having a doubt, recognize whether you're self-indulging in confusion, and recognize that you just need to go for it, whether you're going to fail or whether you're not going to fail. Because your learning process will be amazing if you fail anyway. That's another area of life. The other thing I want you to realize is that there's nothing stopping you achieving absolutely everything you want to achieve by utilizing confidence once you now know where confidence comes from. And I get loads of clients, they then ask me and they say, what are we going to do? So how do I actually, how do I get to be more confident? How do I improve my self-confidence? And in a nutshell, you need to get to know you better. You need to get to know your thoughts. You need to get to know your feelings. You need to get to know your emotions, and you need to get to know the results. A great example and a really empowering, powerful example is, think about when you last decided to do something, when you last decided to commit to doing it 100% and you knew you were going to get there. For all the people that are on this chat, on this conference, it'll be joining the army. When you first went for it and you knew you were going to do it, then you knew for a fact that you were going to push through. You had a will, you had the desire, you had the determination, and you became that. Okay, so when you look on your past results, then you need to kind of look onto the areas where you're not actually performing as well as you want to be performing, and then apply those methodologies, apply that thinking, apply those feelings. Because when you had a success here, you can bring it into the same light where you're not necessarily having success, whether it's emotions or whether it's upset or whether it's past, anything. It's only when you apply yourself and understand what you can achieve that the world is your oyster, and there is no stopping to anything you can achieve once you start doing this. And then it's belief. Then it's down to single thought and belief. Other things that I can ask you to do is you need to find out what your own personal opinion is on your self-confidence. So if you wanted to give yourself a marking out of, I don't know, 10 out of 10 or whatever. Also, have a look at your abilities, your qualities and your judgments. And look at those again and mark out where you feel that you're needing development. And that's where you can actually bring that on board as well. So you give yourself 10 out of 10 or whatever out of 10 with regards to your abilities, your qualities and your judgments. Another area as well is learn to manage your mind, because it's your mind and your thoughts that will get your results. 100% fact. Okay, that's not the world according to Chris from OX Life Coaching. That is a matter of fact. Be more you. Being quirky or, I don't know, or mixing your words or showing nervousness or anything. Just accept and become more of you, because it's you that makes you, and it makes you independent. The other one, and the last one I would say, which I've tried to do almost all of my career, and that is be around more like-minded people who are clearly demonstrating self-confidence. They're clearly demonstrating confidence and happiness. Because when you hang around and you're around those kind of people more, it's contagious. It really rubs off and it really resonates, and it will just make a huge effect on you going forward for the rest of your life. So again, that's self-confidence in a nutshell from a coaching perspective and in my past experiences. I hope you've got something from that. Use the coaching model that's there as a resource, and also the TAC-J, and get in contact with me via email or any of my other social media platforms, and I'll try and answer any questions I can. But thank you very much for the pleasure.
Chris, no, thank you. So some great takeaways there, and some practical steps I think we can all take, and we'll make sure and share the aid memoir with people as best we can. So we're now going to go to questions. Loads of questions coming in on Slido and on the Q&A. I will try my best to get through as many as I can. But I think for both, please, and I think unless it's specified for one in particular, and I'll highlight if we just do Steve then Chris each time, it's probably easiest. So how would you suggest we address confident issues with regards to standing up as an ally and calling out inappropriate comments without facing ridicule?
So I would say the first, I go back to think about, can you hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Excellent. I would say think about the situation that you're in, make sure you feel safe in the situation to call something out. Think about that kind of ethical pragmatism. And what was the question again, Fraser? That was it. There you go. That's it. And just accept the fact you might forget the question halfway through trying to answer it, and you might get it wrong. And actually, if you've tried and get it wrong, then that's okay, you know? And if we create a culture where we all try and get it wrong, but we learn from that and we do a bit better next time, then that's the trick to us all moving forward together, you know?
I've got one on that phrase. If do you want me to do a quick answer on that?
Yeah, please jump in.
From my perspective, if I was talking to a client who was saying that, you know, what do I do in that situation? I would highlight to them, are understanding those people and understanding where they're coming from, and are they living in a place of abundance? Are they living in a place of happiness? Potentially, they're probably not, because what they're having to do is they're living in a place of scarcity and competition by trying to highlight you and maybe put you down in front of other people and stuff like that. Another concept that I use as well is there 64 billion people on this earth? Every single 64 billion people have an opinion, and that's what they're entitled to. But whether that opinion is a worthy opinion or not depends on your reaction to it. So you either react in a negative way from the thought and the feeling it's given you, or you actually choose to just dispose of it and just get on with your happy place and go and fire your rocket and go and do your thing. Because that's the most important thing to be, is actually to be more you, and not, or try to train your brain from allowing anybody to get to you. One of the great things that people do is when they don't get to them, they stop doing it, because I can't get to you. You know, I can keep repeating it, but it's not making any effect. It's boring. And that's what you do. So almost ignorance is bliss in that sense. Does that help? I hope so.
I'm just going to point out, Major Harry Walter's just gone on chat pointing out that there's active bystander training, which is worth, I guess, getting involved with. Naming strategies to avoid ridicule and pick the right place, time, and means. And that rings so true with me. So that moment, that instant where I'm thinking, nah, it might not be the right time for me to then try and take action. But it's okay for me to go and take a breath, reflect, and then work out how to do it more appropriately.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much to both. I'm going to combine two questions into one here, kind of linked. So first half is, does confidence instill resilience in oneself, or does resilience drive self-confidence? And then an equal sort of chicken and egg is, when does confidence become arrogance or overconfidence, and what is the difference? And again, if we go to Steve first, followed by Chris, please.
Oh, thanks for that, Fraser. I was hoping you'd go to Chris first.
Yeah.
I think I'd say it's a bi-directional relationship. You know, confidence and resilience. I think I kind of like what Chris says when he says, start where you are, be you. You know, I think as I've seen myself start to be more confident, I've started to be more resilient. But for me, resilience is also stuff which I think Chris will be on about, that kind of physical fitness, you know, all that kind of stuff. Go on, Chris, give us the right answer.
I was literally dying to dive in there. Yeah, so resilience, from the way I see it, would be an action and a result. So you can't gain confidence from resilience. You gain confidence from having a thought, then a feeling, then an action, then a result. So there is a huge perception where action and results is what gets my confidence, but that isn't what gets your confidence. It's the thought in the first place of having positivity all the way through and staying positive all the way through that creates positive resilience. So again, it depends on the situation and depends on the circumstance of the subject.
I think on the arrogance bit, I think if you're the kind of person that's worried about coming across as arrogant, you're probably not going to come across as arrogant. You know, there's that kind of, again, it comes back to that accepting that actually you might do that, but you can check with friends. You can say, is it okay if I say this? Did I come across that way? You can use your allies and friends to get a sense of how you're coming across to guide you, whether your confidence is too much. I'm always aware of that. I always try never to be zany. You know, if I hit zany, you know, I think I've gone too far. I hope I didn't hit that today.
Arrogance, from my perspective, potentially is it's acting confident. So people who potentially are arrogant are acting confidence, and potentially underneath the skin, they're far away from their abundance of happiness and enjoyment and pleasure in life. And they use that as a shield to try to kind of come forwards and show confidence. But it's almost a falsified confidence, or it can be, well, it strongly suggests that it's a strong arrogance that creates a lacking confidence. Sorry, it's a strong lacking confidence which creates arrogance.
Brilliant, thank you. The next one, so directed to Stephen, but Chris, you touched on it as well in terms of the Fiesta and Ranger analogy, is on changing relationship with spaces. So what if a space, for example, gym, workplace, already has a negative impression, for example, due to comments and reactions? And just to show the audience, I'm not just picking off Harry's questions, that they are being upvoted, so I'm hoping that's what the people want, and that's why we're selecting it. But
could you possibly say that one again, Fraser?
I can, yes, absolutely. So I've now lost it on my slide. 2 seconds.
The question was, what about changing relationships with spaces, either a gym or a workplace, if it's already got negative connotation? So I'll tell you what I do. I know that I'm motivated by people. And if I have someone who is there for me and knows it, then I will turn up to that gym. So I have a personal trainer, do you know? Maybe it's a crutch, but it's a crutch I'm aware of, and he makes up for my gaps. I know that my gap is I don't know how to use the equipment. I'm not very physically confident, but he will show me how to use the equipment, take me into that space. So I use that other person as a resource to help me to go into that space. That's what I've done to change my relationship with that space, but it takes a long time. And still, when I walk into those kind of spaces, there's still that little bit of this space isn't for me. But I've started to recognize that feeling and go, that's okay. I know why that feeling's there. And I can be kind to myself, well, yeah, that feeling's there because of that history that you've had. But this space doesn't have to be like that. And remember that time you said hi to that big nozzle brute? He was all right. So maybe it'll be all right this time too.
Yeah, I totally support that. It's in your perception and your choice about how you deal with the situation. So if there's an awkward situation that you've had in that area, or you've got a social lacking in confidence, then it's all down to your choice, how you choose to feel. And it's all down to your choice, how you choose to have an emotion and have an action and a reaction and a result. So again, it refers back to the coaching model. It's down to your choice. But it is also down to your perception of past experience as well. So if your perception of a past experience is bad, then you will potentially almost preempt another bad experience coming. So you'll put yourself into a safe place, you'll choose never to go there again, or you'll choose to avoid that rash. And again, that is a perception that you're not helping to counter. So if someone says to me, I don't want to go back in that gym because I felt really awkward, I felt really embarrassed, and I just don't like that space. Okay, that's because you created a negative feeling, negative emotion, negative concept to the whole space. Now, I would urge to build people in the confidence, urge people to go back into that space and change their beliefs, actually attack their beliefs and flip them over. Or I'm very Gordon Ramsay in my kind of approach of coaching as well, where I will actually drag them by the wrist and take them into that gym space, or I'll take them to their place of fear. Because they invariably, 95% go, it's not actually that bad at all. It's nothing like it was last time. In fact, it's a nice time to come in. So it's their perceptions. It's actually breaking the things that are holding them back. The thing is that it's their belief and their perception, which is holding them back from doing something. Now, we don't want to be held back. So then it's breaking that chain of thought, breaking that feeling, and then moving forwards from there. That's how I see it from a coach-client perspective.
No, that's absolutely fascinating. And again, lots of comments and in the questions about people are absolutely enthralled with both of you and this stuff that you're giving back to Sarah. It's hugely valuable. I'll start with Chris, but
yes,
Steve, I'm sure you'll have one as well, is particularly pertinent with the Army's new recruiting campaign, which is all about failure. So you talked about failing being a learning experience. Do you think the freedom to fail is something the military should improve on?
I absolutely do, yes. And what's my rationale behind that? Now, failing, I know for a fact that anything I did fail at going through my life, I'm not necessarily the most academic in the past. I struggled in school. I left with no qualifications at all. So I kind of had to re-educate myself. And whenever I put myself into a situation where I had exams and stuff like that, I had to really graft. I had to really, really graft to make sure that they were a success. But invariably, whilst I was doing all these things, I was failing and I wasn't getting the results I needed. I wasn't getting the end kind of product that I was after. Now, that failing is probably the most learning experience I've ever had. If you think about anything you've ever failed, then your learning experience of that compared to something you've had success in, your learning experience of a failure is immense. It's absolutely through the roof. You will never go down there again. It will never happen again. You'll always prevent it from happening. But if you succeed, then you just put it in your back pocket and it's disappeared. But when you fail, oh my God, it hits home hard. There's a fantastic book by Bernie Brown and it says, fail like you've got a pair. And it just talks about trying to fail 10 times a day. Another experience I've had with the RAF, because their world of aviation is so critical, then their area of failure and accepting failure on the ground level is massive. You know, they understand that they embrace, or my experiences in the past where they embrace the culture. If something didn't work, okay, let's sit down, let's analyze it, let's change it, and let's make sure it never happens again. And they really embrace that. But maybe within my past experience with the Army is that maybe it's changed, especially through basic training, because basic training was such a long, long time ago for me. They were still carving pieces of slate when I went through basic training. But the Army, in a whole, it's a yes, yes, yes attitude, do attitude. And they very kind of rarely, in my experience, but then again, I got brought up through paras and stuff like that. So it was very punchy, very straightforward, very kind of grit your teeth, get on with it, whatever it is. I think the Army should change a little bit. If I'm totally honest, my intuition kicks in from past experiences. The Army should be more embracing of that culture and get rid of the kind of bongo drums and the club wielding cavemen kind of feelings, maybe. I might be wrong. I hope I am. But that's how I see it.
Perfect, thank you. And Stevie, I don't know if there's anything you want to provide of you either from civilian experiences or as an outsider looking into our organisation.
There was a colleague and he had a sticker on his desk and it said failure is always an option. You know, it was that kind of, well, it's just logically possible. I'll go back to what I said. Most of the most exciting, fun, interesting, or rewarding things, failure is an option. An academic taught me that just mathematically speaking, in order to discover something new, you have to run the possibility of there being failure. You have to be able to make yourself vulnerable. And as LGBT plus people, by exposing our identities, we can make ourselves pretty vulnerable. And I think we have to choose to do so carefully and safely with friends and allies to support us. And when we do, it can be powerfully transformative. And we can use our identities to show leadership and show that it's okay to be different, and we can learn through difference. And for me, that's maybe not, it's not failure, it isn't failure, but it's about saying, difference is okay, you know, we can learn through challenges, you know. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
thank you very much. For that, I think we've probably got time for definitely a couple more. So we'll keep pushing through. A question for Stephen, but again, Chris, there might be areas you'd like to comment on. You're welcome. So with the ladder of influence, you imply individual awareness of bias is key to react well. What's your view on recent pushback on unconscious bias? And part of the reason I then raise this is also there's a lot on the chat from a internal perspective about our own ally program, Army HQ, looking at unconscious bias, and probably touch on that later. So it'd be great to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? The model's the ladder of inference. So if you Google it, you'll find it. And there's lots of different versions of it. And a lot of it's very similar to the stuff that Chris was talking about, actually. I think there's another thing that I love, and it's a map of cognitive biases. And there's, if you Google it, it's like the map of cognitive biases, and it lists every single cognitive bias that's been researched by psychologists, and there's hundreds of them. One of my favorite is the IKEA bias, which is that if you have built something, you will have a disproportionately fond relationship to it. You will overestimate its value. You know, all those IKEA, and there's hundreds of these. It's just the human brain. We trip ourselves up so many different ways. I think what's hard is getting in touch with being genuine. And when that kind of cognitive, that bias training starts to, we start to end up tripping ourselves up, and we start worrying about what we're saying, and we start being less genuine and less authentic, if you know what I mean, because we become more aware of it. So for me, I think it's a paradox to both be aware that I am, as a human, deeply prejudiced just due to the nature of the experiences that I've had, but that I'm going to try and have a little experiment that goes back to that failing thing, doesn't it? A little experiment to try and be less prejudiced and see how it goes, and check with people on the way as I go, and then hopefully adjust my behavior. And as I do, maybe become less prejudiced. I'm not sure really what's going on with the kind of the kickback from some of the bias training. What are your thoughts, Chris?
Meditation, yoga, and studying, not necessarily following Buddhism, as in the kind of the ethics of you and grounding you as a person. I know that I laughed at meditation, I laughed at yoga, but now it's kind of gripped me over the past 3 years to a point where I have inner peace, far more than I've ever had inner peace. But yet I can go out and I can do a CrossFit session where I absolutely destroy myself, and then I can finish off with 25 minutes of yoga or meditation and just relaxation whilst I'm stretching, and then I'm really seriously living the moment. So yeah, that would be my best kind of answer to that one, really.
Perfect, thank you. A quick side question, Chris. You mentioned a book about, I think maybe by Brené Brown. What was the title of that?
Brené Brown, and I think it's called Fail Hard.
Hard.
Or
Perfect.
fail big.
Or fail big.
I'd have
Cool.
to run into my paper to get it.
No worries. Hopefully someone can find that on Google. So one from the chat bar. So I'll come to you first, Chris, and then Steve from one of our more junior members. So I'm devastated every time I fail, but I keep failing no matter how positive I am in my thoughts and how much confidence I have. How can I deal with this? Yeah, and Chris, we'll start with you, please.
Yeah,
big question.
So the first thing the individual making the question is, sorry, what was his name again?
So because we've had the muck up on the surnames, I believe it's Lance Cotwell, Rosemary, might be Edwards, might not be, because we had a bit of issues with surnames.
Okay, for the argument's sake, Lance Cotwell, Rosemary. Failing. Every time you fail, your learning experience and your learning knowledge is getting far bigger than anybody else's. Now, if you're failing and they're critical areas of failure, then that is an area that has to be quickly fine-tuned and brought to the fore and changed, especially in the environment, in the military environment. But if it's not a critical area, like it could be just straightforward training or straightforward education or just process or policy or something else like that that isn't life-threatening, then chain of command or their next senior up should be the one that's actually helping them get through that, and reassurance that failing's not a bad thing. Because I can almost guarantee that the Lance Cotwell Rosemary will get to an end point where they realise that they've learned so much more than any of the other individuals that didn't fail in the first place. Because their learning from success has just been put in the pocket and forgot about almost. So actually turning and recognising that the failure that they're having is, if it isn't life and death, absolutely, why are we attaching some real high emotions and high feelings towards it? And again, that will become from a thought pattern. Is recognise that you're actually, I'm not going to die. Nobody else is in danger. The reality is it can be done again, and embrace that. Because that is the reality and that is the fact of this situation. Well, I'm presuming it's the fact. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But it all depends on the context of where he or he's actually failing a lot. I hope that makes sense.
It does, thank you. And then, yeah, Steve, I don't know if you got any thoughts on the same.
Oh, my heart goes out to you. I mean, I work in a university. Literally, our job is to fail people. You know, we fail people from exams, and my heart goes out to you. I'm trying to think about my experience of going through it, and I think just know that I remember the It Gets Better campaign. You know, you can learn, you can go through. I would reach out to people who you can trust and talk to and take their advice and say, well, how can I go through this? What's happening here? Can you give me some honest feedback and understand what it is that's going on with that?
Another good tip there is to actually, for them to identify who their ally is. Sorry to interrupt, Steve.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Identify who their ally is, or who the individuals are that really would explain it in a good, calming, positive manner, and then hopefully kind of coach them through subversively if their seniors aren't helping them as much as they should. Then that would be another good thing, to jump on board with another positive person that can help move them forwards.
And someone who can maybe help you get back to kind of the facts of the situation. Do you know? If you can take a step back and say, well, what are the facts that happened here? So what's kind of going on? Maybe taking a step away, because it sounds like it's a really intense situation that you're in. And if there isn't someone else there who can do that, maybe you can remember there's been a time when there's someone who's nurtured you, and imagine what they might say to you in that situation and how they might support you through that. Yeah.
In that
helps.
Just Fraser, just to highlight again, if they go through this process and they actually do this process and write it down, then they will get clarity and reality of what's going on. I can almost guarantee it. This is a universal psychology concept, and it will calm things down and the reality will be painted.
Roger, Chris, thank you. And yeah, we'll make sure we absolutely we share that. So I'm going to go one last question, hopefully uplifting. It might not be, so please answer however you want, Stephen. But so one of the questioners, you mentioned reluctance to hold your husband's hand walking through Dubai airport.
Yeah.
Do you hope that will change in future?
Yeah, I hope it will. We were visiting a friend of mine, and he was running a company in Dubai. You know, it's dead posh. And we challenged him. We said, how can you run a company in Dubai when they have a position of civil rights, which means they wouldn't acknowledge me and my husband in our relationship, and we feel so threatened by coming here? And he said, because through being here, I can show that we can do differently. And in the services, not just the army, but everyone here, in the context that you're in, you have an opportunity to set an example to the communities around you about a different way of being. And there's the potential there to bring about some real change. I love the supportive comments to Rosemary in the chat, Rosemary Edwards in the chat. It's a beautiful thing to see. And if anyone wants to reach out to me, you can find me on Twitter at Steve Yorkstone, or get in touch with the network. And I'd love to pick up on further conversations. Thank you.
Steve, Chris, thank you very much for your time. As you can probably see in the chat, and you've heard, people have been sitting on tenterhooks listening to every word you both said. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And again, as with previous speakers, you're more than welcome to listen in for the rest of the day. Thank you. In terms of attendees, we're going to go to a very short lunch break. So if we could come back, please, for 1300. So what does the rest of the day look like in case you haven't seen the admin instruction or joined late? We will hear from Kate Richardson-Walsh, who's an Olympic gold medalist, is on at 1300, followed by a short video from some of the England cricket team. We will also hear from Lieutenant Colonel Danny Sharp, who is head of the Armed Forces Jewish Network, noting that, as been highlighted a couple of times today, is International Holocaust Memorial Day, and he will share his thoughts with us on that. We'll then have a short break, followed by Army Headquarters giving us a sort of update on where we are with policy and the campaign plan for this year. And then we will close out at 14:45 with our keynote speaker of the day, Major General Tammy Smith from the US Army. So that's a look ahead. Thank you very much. Please stay engaged. Keep the Slido and Q&A questions coming. You've got 50 minutes to bully and nudge some of your friends to attend for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you very much, and see you all shortly.
Thanks, Fraser. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Steve. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back and welcome to any of those who have just joined us. For anyone who has just joined us, partly because I'm stubborn, I want to prove that we can make it work, and because Sergeant D. Nelson put a lot of effort into making it, we're just going to do the quick admin video. For those who joined this morning, we had a bit of a fail on that. I'll then give a quick bit of supplementary direction and guidance. We will then hand over to Rona, who's going to introduce our next speaker, Kate Richardson-Walsh. And Kate, thank you very much for being with us today. But first, the video, please.
You may have noticed that your video and microphone have been disabled. This is the norm for Zoom webinars. This helps us to ensure that there are no accidental interruptions throughout the day and that the network isn't put under too much pressure trying to process hundreds of different inputs at the same time. We absolutely want to hear your views, questions and thoughts throughout the day and want you to be fully involved in all of today's sessions. We will do this via Slido, and the details for each session will be displayed on screen beforehand. Please do not use this to highlight technical issues, such as if a presenter is using slides and they are not displaying correctly. We have somebody monitoring this, and if it happens, please bear with us while we resolve this. In the event of a major issue, please keep an eye on our social media channels for updates. Through Slido, you can post questions throughout the day, either to the person speaking or for wider questions, for example, on Army policy. Unfortunately, we are unlikely to have time for all of your questions. Please refer to the admin instruction for guidance on how to follow up on these questions if we can't answer them today. Where appropriate, we will allow anonymous questions, but wherever possible, please ensure your name is displayed when posting a question. And please ensure you mention who the question is to if there are multiple speakers. There are a number of breaks built into today's conference, but feel free to go about your business throughout today's sessions. That's it from us. We really hope you have a worthwhile and enjoyable experience today.
Awesome, it worked that time. Glad we overcome that. Thank you very much for those thoughts, Dean. And for the audience, the only small thing to add that is a change to that is we will accept questions that are posted on the Zoom Q&A if for some reason you cannot use Slido. Rona, over to you.
Thanks, sir. Can you hear me?
Yep, audio visual.
Brilliant. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Lance Corporal Rona Cars, and I am Vice Chair of Media and Comms for the network. And I'm also a musician in the band of the Scots Guards. I'm here to introduce some sports personalities who act as role models and inspirations for both women and for the LGBT+ community within their fields. So first of all, we'll hear from Kate Richardson-Walsh, OBE, who is an English hockey player and an Olympic gold and bronze medalist. She was the England and Great Britain captain for 13 years, winning 19 medals and was capped 375 times for her country. In 2016, Kate and her wife Helen became the first same-sex married couple to win an Olympic gold together. She is the perfect candidate to speak about leadership and visibility, having been a role model for so many people throughout her career, both through her charity work and on the hockey pitch. Following that, we'll hear from Catherine Brunt, along with her colleagues in the England women's cricket squad, which includes Tammy Beaumont, MBE, Georgia Elwis, and Kirsty Gordon. They'll be delivering a pre-recorded video message exploring the importance of visibility, leadership, and in helping the LGBT+ community. So over to you, Kate.
Thanks very much for that lovely introduction. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to talk for about 20 minutes, perhaps just under, and then leave about 10 minutes or so for questions. So please do ask me anything at all. Having played in a hockey team for a number of years, I don't get embarrassed that easily. So today is the day. Get any questions you want out there and see if I can answer them. So I'm going to talk a little bit around, firstly, the culture that we created, or that we worked so hard to create as part of the GB women's hockey team. And why that culture is important in creating a really safe space for people to be their whole selves, whatever that meant. And also the importance within that of us personally, individually, also accepting and loving ourselves as part of that, which
And people don't necessarily think anything about when they watch us, you know, play at the Olympics or the World Cup. You know, you see the end product, but the hours of conversation, the difficult, hard, uncomfortable conversations and moments with ourselves, with our teammates, you know, kind of led us to that point. So I'll talk a little bit around that. I'll talk about a bit of the psychological tools that we used to kind of unlock some of that vulnerability with one another and with ourselves. And then finish off just talking a bit about my journey, myself, being my whole self as part of that team, and how that helped me perform and helped my wife perform as well, as we both finished our careers on top of that podium in Rio 2016. So the culture then, you know all about culture, you know all about what high performing culture is. I played in the team for 17 years, and the first 10 years, I thought I knew about culture. I didn't know anything. When I look back now, you know, I thought it was about kind of having a meeting, writing down a mission statement, all agreeing, and off you toddle off and try and make that work. We didn't have the time together. We didn't have the capacity. We didn't have the knowledge, certainly, to explore those things in real detail in those first 10 years. We had great intent. We worked incredibly hard, but we were not even part-time. We worked, studied, kind of played hockey around that. And we were inconsistent, and it was frustrating. And that all changed when we were awarded the London Olympic Games for 2012. And we had a bit of an injection of lottery money, and for the very first time could train as a full-time centralised programme. And it was brilliant, because the very first thing our coach did, our leader did, was empower the group. He had 28 women, and he asked us, how do you want to be remembered? What do you want to be about? What do you want this next 3 years to look like, feel like, sound like? And we built it together, staff and players all together. We built our vision of gold, very simple. And we had some values which were quite generic. And then we had our behaviours, which were basically what we called our gold medal standards. So asking yourself and challenging yourself every single day, would a gold medalist do that? And it created a brilliant, competitive, highly competitive, challenging, supportive environment, because 28 does not go into 16. Only 16 get selected to go to the Olympic Games. So it was a real challenge every day. And the important part of that was that it was about everybody. So we had some incredibly inexperienced players in that group getting their first international caps, their very first time of playing and training as an England and GB international. Then you had players who had well over 100 international caps and had been playing for 10 years. And it was about making sure that every single person, first of all, knew their value and knew their role. And we also knew that of each other in the team, because everybody mattered. It was only going to work if it was about everybody. We weren't a team that had, 3 or 4 or 5 superstars. We had a group of women who all wanted to pull together to make this work. And so in order to really make that come alive, we needed to know ourselves. So we spent an awful lot of time holding up the metaphorical mirror and having a really good hard look at who we were as people, as hockey players, yes, but also just as people. What were our personalities like? And we did some brilliant exercises. We did something called A Game. So really thinking about, okay, when I am performing at my very best, what have I had to do mentally, physically, emotionally to get myself to that place? And can I, through trying to trial and error and reflection, can I find that A game, and can I consistently repeat that? Can I constantly make sure that I am able to do as well as I can to repeat that? And it was a brilliant exercise. We did something called super strengths, very simple, but we were absolutely awful at it, knowing and really owning what we're good at, what we are absolutely superb at, what we are excellent at. To stand up in front of your peers, to look yourself in the mirror and say, I'm excellent at this, is hard. We had to do that, and we had to be able to share it with one another. It was important that we knew our super strengths, because they sit at the very center of who we are. They're our being, they're our self-esteem, they're the things that we can fall back on when things aren't going well. So again, really, really important exercise. And the one that I'm going to share with you today was called Good Day, Bad Day. Again, totally simple, nothing different than the title states. What am I really like on a good day, and what am I like on a bad day? When I'm firing on all cylinders and I'm in the flow, what's the little voice like in here? What's my body language like? What's my tone of voice like? What are my interactions like? And the reverse of that, when I'm really struggling, what does my body language look like now? Now, what does that little voice sound like in my head? You know, even for me, the clothes that I wear, the tone of my voice, certainly my emotions, you know, what are the changes? And then most importantly of all, in identifying those things, start to identify triggers. So what tips me or flips me from a good day into a bad day? And can I attempt to be mindful and present enough to notice those moments, to hear that change of voice, to see that change of body language, to understand what those things are that tip me over. And this was amazing for me, not just as a captain or a hockey player, but just as a person. I'm still leaning on this exercise very heavily now in the situation we find ourselves in at the moment. That understanding of myself was so key to me flourishing as a hockey player, absolutely, and really getting to grips with what kind of leader I wanted to be, absolutely. And every single player in that group was doing the same work because they were all leading as well. Just because I had the captain's armband on did not admonish everybody else from those duties. Every single player in that team was a leader. Every single player in that team led. And great leaders, there are quite a few bad ones out there at the moment, really true great leaders are authentic and they're genuine. They're prepared to open themselves up in a way that I feel like as humans we are attracted to. I feel it's something in all of us that when somebody opens themselves up in that way, allows themselves to be vulnerable, there's something innate, I believe, in all of us that wants to attach ourselves to, care for, understand and listen to that person. We might not agree with everything they say, absolutely not going to happen, but I do believe there is connection and belonging and wonderful bonds of trust and respect that are created by leaders allowing themselves to be open in that way. And that obviously goes against everything that I grew up understanding about leadership. I thought it was about loud voices. Sometimes it is about loud voices. I realise that. You know, one person standing at the front, command and control. And there are times for safety, for good reason, there are times when that is still a style of leadership that we must be able to tap into. But the rest of the time, and the majority of the time, I think it is about that empowerment, vulnerability, openness, connection, care, challenge. And that is exactly what we try to create by doing lots of these exercises. And what it did without us really understanding or aiming to was open us up. We had to create lots of different safe spaces for people to open up and be respectful of the levels that people were prepared to open up to, because vulnerability is hard work, it's uncomfortable and it's hard. And we needed to be respectful of that. So we had players meetings where no staff were. So the people that were hiring and firing us, we'd have meetings without them. We'd have lots of meetings with them, obviously, as well, to work on that connection. We had a leadership group that was voted in to lead our squad on our culture, specifically voted in for that reason and captain part of that leadership group. We would meet on a regular basis. We each had buddy groups that we made sure we kind of split the group up in a really strategic way to make sure that everybody had a touch point. Groups of kind of 6 or 7, a smaller, safer space for people to really feel like they could be completely and totally themselves without judgment. And then, of course, there were just millions of one-on-one conversations going on and mentoring and coaching from player to player or player to member of staff all of the time. And I look back now, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful that I got to experience that I got to feel that, be a part of that, because coming now outside of it, I retired after Rio. I see how precious that was, that safe space, because I feel like I was very much in a bubble. We talk about it as a bubble. We said belong now, belong forever. That's what we were as that group in Rio. And now coming outside that bubble, I see the reality. I see that it's not a safe space for everybody to be wholly themselves. And I've experienced that myself in a very small way. This is, you know, work that we've done as a sports team, as a hockey team, but I believe it's things that we can do with our family units. I believe it's things that we can do with our communities, our work colleagues, all the different little teams or big teams that we're a part of in society. And I think by working on and through some of this cultural vision and values and behaviours, and the leadership for me, which is about knowing ourselves and being able to be genuine and authentic and absolutely wholeheartedly ourselves, and welcome and demand the people around us to be the same. I think when we've got to that place, then I feel like we'll be in a society where I want to belong to, because frankly at the moment it's, you know, it is so polarized and it is so violent and terrifying for lots of groups, particularly obviously the LGBTQ plus community, but every diverse community. Can't talk about one minority group, I don't believe, without talking about them all. And then I think it's so important that we have these conversations, that you invite people like me to come along and to talk about this, because the more we talk about difference, the more we normalize difference, and that it becomes that it's not different, it just becomes the norm. That I fell in love with Helen and we've started a family, and that's normal. I have experienced a fair bit of discrimination. I would actually say I feel more discriminated against because of my gender than my sexuality, but that might be because I was in that safe bubble where I was accepted for being who I was as a gay woman. But coming outside that, as I said, it's been much harder. There's been lots of hate mail and horrible tweets and people on social media, and just the kind of everyday things that we have to put up with as a gay person. I mean, put up with. You know, you come out every day. The small things that you don't even realise can mount up and can be challenging, and frankly makes me want to sometimes retreat back into my shell and not want to be open and outside in the big wide world, because it's scary and some of what you get back isn't very pleasant. But I feel like I am proud of who I am, partly because of what I experienced with that team, and partly because of how they made me feel and how welcome they were of me, for all of me, for who I was. And I think it's important, if you are able and you are willing to be open. It's not for everybody, and nobody should be forced to be open ever. But I think if you're able to talk about sexuality, to just make it part of the conversation, then I think for people it does normalize it, and it does break down some of those barriers, and it does enable us to have some really good conversations, because not everybody's going to agree with who I am and how I live my life. But I do believe that we can tolerate one another and respect one another and respect our differences. So I think for me, it is about leaning into who we want to be as a society, or as a team, or as a group of people, or as a family unit. How do we want to be remembered? What do we want people to look and see and feel when they see us as a group? And really getting to know ourselves and understanding that we are all leaders, that we all leave a trace, whether we like it or not. Every leader leaves a trace, and I believe we are all leaders to someone. And we must take that position as highly as it is. We must really recognise that as an important role, and really get to know ourselves as a genuine and authentically hold up that mirror and have a good long hard stare and listen to our differences and understand and respect those, because then I feel like the bonds of trust and respect that will be built between people, between groups, between teams, and will be strong and can be much harder to break. So thank you very much for your time this afternoon. I hope there's some questions. I haven't seen if any come up on the chat. I try not to look because I get distracted. But questions, fire them away.
Thank you very much on that. Feeling very humbled hearing about your achievements and experiences. A couple of questions. There's one in the chat that's a theme we've talked about during the day, and it might be interesting not just to have your LGBT perspective, but also as a woman on banter and where does that line lie between banter? And I think for a lot of our audience, the question is, how do they go about challenging that without being the person that always moans, that sort of idea?
Yeah, brilliant. I feel like I've kind of accepted that I'm just going to be the angry woman. And I feel I'm in a better position almost to call that gender. I would say, if I find it crosses the line from banter. I think there's banter, and I think there's hate speech and discrimination. And I do think it is I feel like people really think it's a fine line, but I feel like it's very clear. I feel like it's banter if I am included and I am part of, and I am with the joke, and I am there and I'm along with it, and I feel like that is banter. So for example, Helen and I, when we came, our relationship was out with the team, we had a conversation with the team about our relationship and how we wanted it to work, that we were going to be really professional at hockey, going to be Kate and Helen separate people, and outside of that would be a couple. And the kind of more comfortable people got with it, if Helen took me on one-on-one on the pitch in a training session and made me fall over, which is quite likely, that's funny. We can laugh with that. I can laugh about that. Helen can laugh about that. We can all laugh about that. That's funny. That's banter. We can joke about it afterwards. That's funny. If somebody was pointing the finger and laughing at me and we'd not had that discussion about our relationship, that would cross the line. If someone was talking about it in a small group in a discriminatory way, that's not banter. That's hate speech and discrimination. So I think it's really clear. I'm more prepared to call it out when it's about my gender. Interestingly, I feel unsafe to call it out as often, and I'm really pushing myself on this, because unless we call it out, it will never stop and people will never understand how it feels. So it's if I feel it's discriminatory, if I don't feel like it's banter, if you are making me feel uncomfortable and you're saying something about myself or in fact anybody else in a discriminatory way, I have to, if I can and I feel safe to, I have to call that out, or at least start the conversation. And I think the easiest way into that without it becoming confrontation is to say, when you say that, this is how it makes me feel. And we had an instance in the team, not our coach that took us to the gold in Rio or bronze in London, but another coach kept saying that's so gay about something that was bad. So he's using gay as a pejorative term. And for most people, for lots of people, it just kind of went over their heads. I've said it, I've heard other people say it, but in that moment, and a number of moments, being in a same-sex relationship and him using what I am in a negative way to explain something else, I found that really difficult. And I struggled. Helen, who was amazing, actually just said to him really calmly in front of everybody, when you say that, you make me feel uncomfortable and explained why. And it was just a really good way to just diffuse the situation, but open up a conversation. And I think that's it, rather than saying, make it aggressive, stop saying that, it's wrong, make it combative. I think actually just to go to the feelings, this is how you make me feel, and if you can explain why, and I think that's a really good way to open up without, and you will be labelled the angry person, you will be labelled the moany person. I think that is the cross we have to bear for being true to who we are.
Thanks very much for that, Kate, and generating a lot of discussion there. First, I have to tell you on behalf of the co-chair that she is your biggest fan. She'll challenge anyone else to that accolade, I think. And then a related question, though, on the serious note is, on reflection, what do you feel is the most important tool used to bring together a diverse team? And then I'll link in another question on how did Helen feel about you being captain?
Good question. Okay, the first one, slightly easier. So I think a really easy way to start the conversation off at quite a light touch is talk about everybody's, we call them super strengths, but talk about everybody's strengths, because it's a positive thing to look at. But if you did it, and I've done it with lots of different teams in sports teams, corporate teams, all different kinds of teams, if you get everybody to open up about their strengths, everybody in the team, and you'll hear, because we're different, you'll hear difference straight away. And that's, first of all, fundamental to any team being truly high performing and being an outstanding team, is that there are lots of different elements. So I think that's a really nice light touch way to just open up that conversation. We use psychometric testing quite a bit, which again was really a good way to again talk about diversity and different, kind of more diversity of thought, diversity of personality. Again, opened up that conversation. And then I think it allows for, once you've kind of used those kind of tools, I think it allows for deeper conversations around diversity, that perhaps in a more, so maybe, you know, racial diversity, maybe you talk about disability, you can talk about sexuality, you know, any of those things. But I think it's because it's uncomfortable sometimes talking about those things. So start in that way, strength, psychometric testing, which gives you kind of a nice foundation, and then you can go to the other stuff, the real meaningful stuff. Helen, how did she feel about me being captain? It's a good question. I mean, you should probably ask her, but she's at work. I think it was at times hard for her. She was the leader in the team. She's in the leadership group. When I fractured my jaw at the London Olympic Games in the first game, she was the captain. She stepped into the captaincy. If I wasn't there, she would have been captain, I have no doubt. And I think at times that would have been challenging. Particularly, you know, sometimes as a captain, you get to experience things that perhaps not everybody else gets to experience. I tried to limit that as much as possible because it's not good for the team. But I think that would have been quite challenging. And what the outside world views as a captain and how they kind of elevate the captain to sometimes be on a pedestal, which is not the reality of it, which is not what I felt, it's not what the team experienced, but that's what the outside world sees and wants, where they want to put a captain. So I think that at times is really challenging as well. When she was a phenomenal leader, is a phenomenal leader, and should be, you know, known for that in her own right. So that, I think, would at times been challenging. She was really proud of me. She supported me unbelievably, and but yeah, I think, and she, you know, she was happily let me do some of the crappy jobs I had to do, and, you know, some of the awful things, that conversations I had to have. She would let me have those, but no, good and bad, I'd say.
Brilliant, thank you. I think I can squeeze in two more. So we had one raised in the context of transgender soldiers being able to represent in sport, I think within the military context, but it would be really useful to get your professional, personal views on the sort of international level.
Yeah, I think it's a really important conversation, and I am devastated for the trans community what the awful discrimination, hate speech that they've had to endure. I mean, they have to endure it their whole lives, but then when I feel like sports come into it, and it has just become an attack on transgender women in particular, but transgender men as well. I feel like we need to come at it first and foremost from a position of sport is for everybody, and nobody should have the power to say you can't play sport because of your sexuality, because of your gender identity. I think it's wrong. And I think that, unfortunately, is where a vast majority of the media and a lot of the sports stars who have spoken out very aggressively against the trans community. And I just think that's abhorrent. I just think it's wrong. It's not what humanity is about. It's not what sport is about. It's not why I play sport. I play sport because it is for everybody, and we need to actively make it so. John Amici, who's just phenomenal, said that sport in and of itself is not good or bad. We, people, make it so. And at the moment, I feel like we're making it a bad place, particularly for trans men and women. Yes, there are things that we need to consider, but we need to consider them in a very scientific, factual, broad-minded way, not in a, I only listen to these facts, I'm only going to look at these scientific studies, which are you know, predominantly based on a very small community and population. I think we just need to make sure we get this right. And at the moment, lots of sports, lots of governing bodies are shying away from kind of making any comment because they are fearful of what that will mean. And I just think we just need to have an open conversation about it.
No, thank you very much. A whole host of questions. We'd probably be here for hours, but I'm conscious your time is tight. I'll close on. I'm trying to do a positive one at the end of each is best victory that you cherish the most.
I mean, obviously Rio winning the gold medal was insane, but I think actually for me it would be the bronze medal game in London, just because of where that group had taken us. That group of 28 women, we were kind of ranked, I think, 8th in the world in 2008-9, and we took that group, all of us drove that group to a semi-final of the Olympic Games in London, home Olympic Games, losing that semi-final 2-1, which was so close, and having 24 hours to turn that around, to put that devastation down, to know that dream's gone and reassess and reset ourselves for that bronze. I think that I'm the most proud of that, what it represented, what it said about us as a group, and being in London was phenomenal. So that's my best victory.
Okay, that's amazing. Thank you. And definitely some parallels. I think as a military audience, we can take away about defeat is not everything, and we can absolutely then turn it back around. Thank you so much for taking the time today. It's hugely appreciated. For those questions we didn't have a chance to get round to, apologies. But our time is tight, and yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks again.
Thank you. No worries. Bye, everybody.
So we're now going to just flick over to a short prepared video that Rona mentioned in her introduction. And that'll probably take about 5 minutes, and then we will go to a short break. The next speaker is sort of on call. He is an accident emergency consultant in London in the height of a pandemic. So we are expecting him to be on, but we might just have to be a little bit flexible on the time. So Cal, if we can flick to the video, please.
What advice would you give leaders to help them support their soldiers?
I think sometimes they don't need to always understand what that person is maybe going through, but just even being open ears, allowing them to express how they feel, and again, having a really open environment, allowing people to express who they want to be.
I think for leaders in supporting their soldiers, it's really important to create an open and honest and caring, compassionate environment where, you know, people can be vulnerable and be completely themselves. And I think it's really important as a leader to accept that, you know, you've got a lot of individuals, and it's how kind of you can get them pulling towards a team effort, and accepting that people are different and people have, you know, massive differences, but that doesn't detract from what they can add to a team. And it's just about getting the best out of each individual and making sure that, you know, you support them in anything that they're going through. How do you feel you can support those who are out, or even those who are not out yet?
I think there's lots of ways you can support people who are out or not out yet, and I think it's about making the environment you're in as open as possible, make people feel that they can be whoever they want to be, and that there's no difference of, you know, who you are inside. If you're in the LGBT community, your race, your religion, none of these things matter if you've got a nice, open and free environment.
I think it's incredibly important to be an ally to the LGBTQ community and support those people that are either out or maybe not out yet. And I think it's just really important to allow people to be who they are, be their authentic selves, and just kind of be open to allowing that person to express themselves in whichever way they feel comfortable and natural. And yeah, for me, it's just about being a ear to listen to, or just someone who's very accepting of individuality. And for me, that's really important.
How important is it for public figures to show leadership and possible examples to support the LGBTQ community?
I think it's really important. I think you've seen over the last couple of years a number of public figures come out, and the support that they've got has been fantastic. And I think it shows that if you've got the right support network around you, the right people around you, and there are people out there that you can look up to and you can aspire to be like, it shows you how you can live in this world as an LGBTQ member. I think having people in the public eye who can be brave and be open can encourage other people to do that as well.
How do you feel you can support those who are out, or even those who are not out yet?
I think probably by providing an example myself. I think I've been very lucky in that I've got a good support network around me who have been very accepting of me. But I think for me to be able to help others, it's providing them with support, it's pushing them in the direction of charities and people who can give them support, and just showing that it is okay. It's okay to be whoever you want to be.
What advice would you give leaders to help them support their soldiers?
I think one of the biggest things for me is having a workplace which is so open and it's such a safe space for me. So I would encourage all leaders to make the people around them feel safe, feel open, and feel comfortable in being who they are. And it's not by special treatment, it's actually the opposite. It's by treating people exactly the same, no matter their race, their gender, their ethnicity, their sexuality. I think it's really important that everybody's treated the same.
Awesome, thanks, Cal. Apologies, I can see from the chat a few people technical difficulties. Hopefully we could see that. We will absolutely make sure we post the video to Defence Connect along with our other content today, so people can catch up afterwards. We are going to take a short break. If we could be back for 13:50, please. I'll just give Colonel Danny time to join on that one. And feel free, please keep engaging in the chat and the Q&A both on Slido and here. We'll see you back at 13:50. Thank you. Hello, welcome back everyone. We'll now move on to our next session. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Lieutenant Colonel Danny Sharp. Lieutenant Colonel Sharp is an Army consultant in emergency medicine based out of the Joint Hospital Group Southeast, based in the Emergency Department, St Mary's Hospital in Paddington, a very busy man in the current climate, and is also a member of the Thames Valley Air Ambulance. Colonel Danny's with us today. He serves as the chairman of the Armed Forces Jewish Community. And as we've heard in some of the introductions this morning, today is International Holocaust Memorial Day. And it's the Jewish community, the Armed Forces Jewish community, that Colonel Danny is here to represent today. Colonel, thank you for taking the time to join us. We look very much forward to hearing what you have to say. Ready to give you a comms and visual check for slides if needed.
Brilliant, thank you, Fraser. And firstly, let me say thank you very much for allowing me to come and address you today. It's a real pleasure. And also congratulations to the organisers. The level of engagement you've had with this conference is absolutely incredible and you should be really proud of yourselves. I'm just going to try and share my screen and see if that works. Give me 2 seconds. So Fraser, the first thing is, unfortunately, I appear to have screen sharing disabled.
Okay, Colonel, give us 2 seconds.
You should be good to share now, Colonel.
Great, just getting that done. I'll give that 2 seconds to work out if the slides will show.
Yep, you're good to go, Colonel. Thank you.
Fantastic, thanks very much. Okay, so the reason I've been asked to come talk to you today is on this theme of light in the darkness and the power of visibility. And on Holocaust Memorial Day, it's particularly important for me to share some of that message with you. I wanted to start though just by talking a little bit about our community. So the Armed Forces Jewish Community is essentially another name for our tri-service network. We encompass regular reserve and cadet force personnel and all of their families. And we've been around in one form or another since around the time of the Second World War, when it was recognised that there was a greater need for support for Jewish service personnel in the British Armed Forces. Alongside organisations like your own, we're sort of moving in time with the new sort of DNI and network message, and obviously have gone through many reforms since the time of the Second World War. Having said that, our basic dual function has never really changed. It is to connect serving personnel to whatever element of their heritage or their culture or their faith that they wish to connect to. And I really sort of advocate the fact that faith is only a really small part of Jewish culture, and personnel may have really no faith at all, but still feel a very strong connection to their heritage. And that's what we're here to allow them to connect with. And then the second part of what we do is to really advocate in the areas that serving personnel who do have religious needs and requirements, so they can actually be all that they can be in the service. And that's really basic things like allowing them to eat food that is in keeping with their religious requirements. Throughout all of our time, we've had a really strong link to uniformed Jewish chaplaincy. We're very proud of the fact that initially the Royal Army Chaplains Department is the only department in the British Army that has 2 cap badges. One is the Cross, which obviously you'll associate with them, and the other is the Star of David. And we've had uniformed rabbis in service since at least the Second World War and possibly before that, and now have one in reserve service and a couple in cadet services, and that's something we're really, really proud of. Jews have a really strong history of service to the United Kingdom. We know that we've been serving the forces of the Crown for about 300 years, although the records are much clearer from the end of the 19th century in the Boer War. And we know that in the First and Second World War, there were tens of thousands of Jewish service personnel serving, and many of them did so very gallantly, with 8 Victoria Crosses being awarded to Jews in those 2 conflicts. The nature of what counted as a British Jew in that time is up for historical debate. There was lots of complexity whether Jews came from the UK, whether they came from Palestine, then mandated Palestine after the First World War, or wider areas of Europe, and what they were fighting for, whether they were fighting for the defence of the United Kingdom, as many of them did, or whether they were fighting against the aggressor, particularly in the Second World War in Nazi Germany. And in 1944, the Jewish Brigade formed in Palestine, which was a British unit, but actually served under what now is an Israeli flag, it was really what morphed into what we now know as the Israeli Defence Force. Compared to that period of time, the number of Jews in the UK is incredibly small, and it may surprise many of you in the audience, there are only about 260,000 Jews in the UK. That was 10 years ago, the last census. Compare that with nearly 500,000 in 1951. So we really make up a very small proportion of the UK population and a very small proportion of the armed forces population, but we like to think that we play an important role in both the nation and in the service of that nation. And it won't surprise you that, like pretty much every religion, there's significant fragmentation within Judaism. And in Judaism, there's a big spectrum of faith communities from the very extreme, and many of you will be familiar with the Haredi communities that would associate with black clothing, shaved heads, that sort of thing. And the much, much more liberal side of Judaism that most people in this country never really experience, because most of it exists within the United States. And then there's a broad middle spectrum. And much of that division comes across, just like in Christianity, about the importance of elements of scripture and particularly the role of women. And female clergy, just like it did in Christianity, is an area for split within Jewish religion. The important thing is that the Armed Forces Jewish community has always been an incredibly welcome home for Jews of all backgrounds, and even people who in traditional Jewish law might not be considered to be Jewish. Judaism is, apart from just religion, it's considered to be a race, and so some people would say you cannot convert into Judaism if you're not born into it. And so we have a very broad definition of what we would consider for someone to be Jewish, and we're very welcoming for every style and spiritual denomination. It will not surprise you that most members of the armed forces who belong to our community do quite well at putting the ish into Jewish, and we have a very limited number of people who are extremely religious. Most of us have grown up in very blended circumstances, often in mixed marriages, and have very little exposure to Jewish community in the rest of our lives. And so the Armed Forces Jewish community is a really important kind of centerpiece for us to maintain some contact with our heritage and our faith. Interestingly, and in growing numbers, we have a really disproportionate number of LGBT plus personnel in our community. And at times we've hit pretty much every letter of the LGBT plus spectrum. I don't know what it is that makes gay Jews join the armed forces. I haven't yet proven any causality, but we certainly have a really vibrant number of personnel in our community, and we're incredibly proud of celebrating them, particularly in life events. So marriages, births of children, all the sort of normal stuff that we would celebrate in every other walk of life. We're really, really keen on openly and publicly celebrating our personnel. And that extends to celebrating important events in the gay calendar, like Pride Month. And we're really pleased to be able to put out these tweets. And it does appear that on social media, we've got an incredibly strong queer following. Maybe the AFJC is going to be a new queer icon, because so many of our steadfast supporters on social media come from the LGBT plus community. We're really, really grateful for that support. But let me, I almost moved on there. I think the important thing for us to tell you is why it's important for us to celebrate those members of our community. And first and foremost, and this will not be a surprise to you, but because LGBT rights are human rights. So celebrating the life events of gay members of our community should be nothing new. That is just a normal part of everyday life, and we're really proud that we just completely incorporate it into ours. But particularly also faith and sexuality and gender have got a really complex background and history, and many people in this audience may well have strayed away from home and faith communities because they felt they were entirely isolated by proponents of their faith. And we're really keen to provide a space that does away with all that narrative and suggest to people that God and faith and all these sort of slightly unfashionable words, it's nothing to do with your sexuality or your gender. It's about your relationship with God and as a human being. And that's all that really matters. And also, and partly what this presentation is about, we in our communal shared histories, and I mean the history of LGBT plus people and Jewish people, we have a shared history in this situation. Hate is not kept just for one group. And together we are stronger at combating that hate and looking out for each other. So today is Holocaust Memorial Day. You've heard about it. It's an annual event. The Holocaust Memorial Trust is an incorporated organisation, and they define their purpose about being learning from genocide makes a better future. And it's important to recognise this is not just about Nazi crimes, although obviously that is where it has grown up from. They also memorialise victims of other genocides that have occurred in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia and Darfur. And I suspect in the years to come, there will be some more to add to that list because humanity is not terribly good at learning lessons from the past. It's really important to remember, particularly for this audience, that the Holocaust was not just a Jewish Holocaust. And other people were caught up in what was the Nazi final solution, particularly LGBT+, disabled people, Roma people, and a number of other groups of society that were considered undesirable. And the more people remember that the Holocaust touched them or someone that they might know, the more we'll do well at remembering the lessons of the Holocaust. I want to tell you a story, really, it's very personal to me, about the Holocaust and why light can really emerge from the darkness of the evil of humanity. This is a picture of my grandparents. I think this picture was probably taken at the end of the 1940s. They were both Polish Jews, although actually my grandfather was born in what is now Belarus. My grandmother comes from southern Poland, not far from Krakow. They met after the war. Unfortunately, my grandfather had lost his whole family in the Holocaust. And I don't know very much about him because he died very young in my mother's life, so unfortunately I never met him. But I do know quite a lot about my grandmother's history and the history of her family. And she was taken into the Krakow ghetto like many other people in Poland. I think it's really important to know some of the figures around what we're talking about. Before 1939, there were probably about 3.5 million Jews in Poland. A huge proportion of the world's population of Jews lived in Poland. Today, there are about 3,000 Jews in Poland. And it's estimated that of true Polish survivors, so people that survived the Nazi occupation of Poland, as opposed to people who escaped prior to the occupation, there are probably only about 50,000 of that 3.5 million that survived. A total number probably of around 800,000, including those who escaped. Now, the Krakow ghetto was probably one of the first of its kind, a huge ghetto of Jews, and we think of it as a sort of place where people were kind of imprisoned in a town, but actually, whilst it was a prison, it was also a huge area of labour camp and forced work. And it was from there that Jews were mounted onto other transports and taken eventually, as the years rolled on, to other places in what essentially was the German Empire, or the Nazi Empire, I should say. My grandmother went first to Plaszow, a notorious concentration camp in 1943, then to Dachau, and finally in the death marches, as the Allies got closer and closer to Nazi Germany, the Nazis, I think, were essentially afraid that their crimes would become evident to the world and began to move Jews and others back closer towards to Germany. And she ended the war in Ravensbrück in northern Germany, in the concentration camp there, which was liberated by the Russians. This picture would have been taken, I think, in Munich, where she eventually ended up in British-controlled Munich, which is where my mother was born, before emigrating to Israel in 1948. This is a picture of my grandmother's family. It's not all of them. Some had already escaped to Russia at this point. I think this picture would probably have been taken in the early to mid-30s. And the reason I show it to you is really to illustrate the stories and the lies behind these people. My great-grandparents are in the sort of older couple towards the edge of the photo. And most of the people in this photo died. The only two survivors out of this photo are my grandmother, who's at the back row in the centre, and her sister, who is in the front row, right at the far end, slightly older girl and on the front row. All of the people in this photo who perished suffered a terrible fate, some more than others. My great-grandfather had to dig his own grave and was buried alive in it, thankfully before he had to suffer the horrors of a camp. That was in the Krakow ghetto. The children at the front, some of them died in Krakow, some of them died in the camps. I think the saddest story of all is probably little Rachel down here at the bottom, who was 16 when she died, 3 days before the liberation. And her crime was to eat a daisy from the floor, which a German officer saw. And because it was in Germany, he felt it was a German daisy and a Jew shouldn't be eating a German daisy. So he shot her. And 3 days later, she would have been liberated. Now, anyone who's seen the film Schindler's List will potentially recognise this man, played by Ralph Fiennes in the film. Unfortunately, I can't take a hands up to anyone who wants to guess, but I'll tell you, this is a man called Amon Get, who was the commandant of Plaszow camp. And the rifle over his shoulder is how he used to start most of his mornings by, well, effectively just shooting random prisoners from his balcony because he could. And the reason I bring him up is because there are lasting scars of his atrocities. Now, my grandmother's passed away now, but one of the strongest physical memories I have of her was she had terribly damaged legs, and for all of her adult life wore these sort of incredibly thick tights that couldn't allow you to see through. And the reason for that is she was in charge of a sewing section in one of her tasks in the camp, and they sewed German army uniforms. And there was a mark made on the collar by one of the girls in the sort of sewing pool, and as the leader of that pool, she had to take it to the officer in charge, who sent her to Amon Get to apologise for the error in the mark on the uniform. And her punishment was to have some Rottweilers set on her, and they really destroyed the tissues on her legs, and she was left with that little reminder for the rest of her life. Now, this picture is Bergen-Belsen. Many of you know Bergen-Belsen because it became Hohne of Garrison and was only just handed back to the Germans really only a short number of years ago. And Bergen-Belsen is a place where you can really see light emerging from darkness. After it was liberated by the British, it became a displaced persons camp for about 5 years after 1945. And it was here that life began to really flourish again. And there are amazing stories of the Jewish community that stayed in Belsen after 1945. They constructed orchestras. There were 2 orchestras. There was a theatre group. There were schools, nurseries, a hospital. And in fact, some of the most important medical revelations that happened after the war happened from Belsen. And we were really lucky 5 years ago, at the 70th anniversary of the liberation of Belsen, to be able to go back there. And that picture on the right is Jewish personnel from the United States, from the United Kingdom, from the Netherlands, and also from Germany, German soldiers who are Jewish, standing there memorializing what happened before them. It was an incredible experience. People who had been born in that camp after 1945, talking to us as if it was us who had liberated them. And their gratitude for what Britain had done to liberate them was just incredible. And you could really tell from the way that their lives had flourished just how much light can be born out of such evil that had come before. And I think very strongly that as a community, when we celebrate our own people, and to the top, for International Women's Day, we've got some women in our community that are just incredible. When we see members of our community having children and bringing them up in some sort of Jewish tradition, and when we see uniformed rabbis standing on a white hall on the cenotaph next to the chief rabbi of the United Kingdom, commemorating and celebrating Jewish service, that the light that has come out of the darkness is us. And our success means that we are the winners in this race. And each of us has the power to bring light into the world. I think it's important to ask why Jews go on so much about the Holocaust. And it's a bit like asking why a Pride March is important. And it's important because of things like this. And this is a picture taken, is actually in the media often shown at pictures of the Capitol riot, and actually was taken a year beforehand in DC. That doesn't know what rhetoric is allowed to run free, the importance of the message of the Holocaust is still so vital. I ask you really to sort of look around yourselves and your workplaces and your social circles and ask, have you heard or do you continue to hear subtle anti-Semitism that takes place? Little tropes that come out, confusions around Zionism and anti-Semitism, confusions about capitalism and media, and a Jewish threat that runs through all those sort of things. And consider the impact that those have on the wider society that we live in and the people that have come through the challenges of the Holocaust. And be brave and challenge every time what you hear. So in summary, I think it's fair to say that Jews have served this country pretty steadfastly for 300 years. And we have a lot to thank the UK for, not least for basically saving our skins post-1939 and shaping the future of the Jewish people. What I've aimed to do here is to bring you a narrative that people who are victims of hate have names and histories and stories and don't allow hate to go unchallenged. And to remind all of you, and it goes for both Jews and non-Jews, people like yourselves, that each and every one of us is a result of victory of light over darkness. And every single one of us has the power to bring joy and good to this world. And at that point, I'll happily take some questions.
Colonel, thank you very much, both from a person and reflected in the chat and the questions, for a very moving and engaging talk. We do have a few questions, so thank you very much for offering to take. So I'll start with, do you feel an intersectional approach to inclusion is important? If so, why? How do we ensure we don't dismiss the minority negative lived experience, particularly from intersectional groups within our community, when so much positive progress has been made?
Do you want to answer that one straight away?
Yeah, please, Colonel. Yeah, I'll just fire them one at a time.
Of course, yeah. So 100%, and I think that's what I was trying to sort of highlight when I was saying it's important for us as Jews to celebrate our own LGBT plus personnel, knowing that that is essentially intersectionality. People come from lots of different backgrounds and groups and lots of different things that make a person. It's not just their faith, their sexuality. In terms of just the rest of the question, I'm not sure I can do it justice. I think I might need to sort of understand it better, but I think it's incredibly important that minorities, and so within Judaism, for example, we have a really unspoken minority of Black people within Judaism, some who come from the Ethiopian tradition and others that come from British Black backgrounds who happen to be Jewish. That is something we barely addressed in our own community, and it's a stain on our reputation. So I 100% think that minorities need to be highlighted in every walk of what we do.
Thank you, Colonel. Have you or your team had any problems from the Hasidic community with promotion of LGBT rights in the Armed Forces Jewish community, and how do you deal with that?
So I don't think we've had any problem, probably because they've not really ever engaged on the issue with us. The Hasidic community, we don't have a huge connection with them. We know that they actually think of the British military very highly, but they don't really know what we do, and they don't really engage with us very much. But we know from surveys that they actually think very highly of us. I can't really speak for the Hasidic community, but what I can speak for is what would normally be called conservative Judaism or traditional Judaism. And that is the tradition which our rabbis come from. And I can put my hand on my heart and say that I have been incredibly surprised by the level of tolerance and love that has been displayed in our community, long before I was involved in it, but repeated times towards members of the LGBT plus community, and really kind of championing their success and their acceptance within our own boundaries.
Perfect, Colonel, thank you. What do you think the biggest cause for reduction in numbers of Jews in the UK since the 1950s may or may not be?
So it'll be a little bit mixed. I think partly, so Judaism traditionally is a situation where you marry into Judaism, as you're not meant to marry somebody who isn't Jewish. As secularism has taken over all of our society, more and more people have married away from the tradition and probably don't necessarily even sort of put down on the census that they're Jewish anymore. I'd say that's probably a large chunk of the number of reduction. There's been a lot of migration over the years from the United Kingdom to Israel, and that has massively diminished Jewish communities across the UK. And something that we're desperately trying to rebuild. It comes back a little bit to the Holocaust situation, that in Judaism, in modern Judaism, we believe that every child that's born is almost a soul to remember that one that has perished. And so we're definitely sort of trying to up the birth rate amongst non-Hasidic communities to build what is essentially more mainstream Judaism back in the UK.
Perfect, thank you, Colonel. A really good question on Slido here. I don't know if I would recognise a subtle anti-Semitic trope as easily as I would a homophobic one. How can I educate myself?
An incredibly astute remark. I think the last few years have demonstrated just how much there has been subtlety to the anti-Semitism, and unfortunately, it is always often caught up in a mix of anti-Zionist versus anti-Semitic commentary. It is really difficult to differentiate those two things, but do not be fooled by the fact that people who just say, I'm not anti-Jewish, I'm just anti-Israel. That is a very, very subtle intellectual argument, which is often not really borne by the bearer of the comment. So I would challenge with an open mind anti-Zionism at the same time as considering it whether it's anti-Semitism. And normally it's about really traditional tropes like, Jews control the media, or all Jews are rich, or Jews are good with money, or, really kind of subtle stuff like that. It's a bit like saying, oh, I bet your house looks great because you're gay, so you must be really good at interior design. It's that level of kind of banality that is often the subtlety of what we're dealing with.
Perfect, thank you, Colonel. And great to see for attendees, some of the definitely the more junior ranks really engaging on this, which is really encouraging. So I'm going to combine sort of two together. Forgive me for the questioners if this wasn't quite what you meant. But so on one would be to get your thoughts on, some of those in the camps who wore the pink triangle were still face sort of persecution, still illegal, put back into other camps or prisons. And then probably linked to that is a thought on, do you have any worries about history repeating itself, and maybe what we can do to ensure it does not?
So there had always been a traditional statement made by British Jews that it could never happen here. That was something many of us heard from our sort of elders in the community as we were growing up, and partly that's because of the role the UK played in the liberation of the people in the camps. I can tell you it can 100% happen here. It may not look the same as it did before, but especially in the last kind of 5 years under the Corbyn era of the Labour Party, I've never heard Jews more nervous and more distressed about their material risk to them and their community. But what I would actually ask you to do is not think about Jews in this circumstance, but probably think more about Muslims and Islamophobia. If you think about every time the Daily Mail runs a toxic headline about, Muslims do this or Islam does that, just replace it with the word Jew and think how that would feel and what that would look like, or gay, or disabled, or whatever it might be, and just consider the risk of the narrative that is coming across in that media. And, wise people before me have said that, fascism does not start overnight. In 1939, Germany did not transition into a fascist state. Hitler had been around since 1933, and in fact, since the mid-20s and the Munich beer hall putsch. That was a growing movement that we see growing again in nationalist movements all across the world. And you can bet your bottom dollar that they're not just coming after me, they're coming after all of you too.
Colonel, thank you. Question from the Zoom side, so from a medical student. I'm also interested in your experience as a doctor in relation to LGBT experience, if you'd be happy sharing. And thank you for your talk.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, obviously, I'm guessing the question is essentially experience as a gay doctor or for gay people in medical healthcare. I'm not entirely sure what the question is referring to, but I think it's about my experience as a gay doctor. I think it's going to sound a bit facile, but I'm just a doctor. I work in an organisation that gives out rainbow pin badges that say NHS on them, and that was before COVID became a rainbow NHS. It was, you know, an LGBT plus symbol. My sexuality is of essentially no consequence in my medical practice, but just like every element of your personality, whether it's where you come from in the country, what school you went to, what sports club you follow, you will inevitably care more about some things that are personal to you. And so, you know, things like HIV testing in emergency departments, availability of PEP, PEP rather than PrEP in emergency departments is something, you know, which many of us push really hard for, and that's because I'm a gay man. And it's important to me that, you know, other gay men have good access to healthcare. What I probably am lacking, because like many gay men, I don't know many people from the lesbian community. I'd really like to know what challenges there are in good quality lesbian healthcare and how I can champion those. And I'd be really grateful if someone wants to get in touch and highlight some of those issues for me.
Thank you very much, Colonel. I think we'll go with two more. So statistics that LGBT people are less likely to use the NHS due to fears of prejudice. Do you have any comment on how we can all work together to perhaps overcome that?
Yeah, and I think that is probably has a regional bias to it. And what does using the NHS mean? You know, we know, for example, that sexual health services in big cities are far better than in rural communities. And how do you go and talk to a GP somewhere where there might not be very many gay people around about some really personal, you know, psychological issues that surround your sexuality if you don't think they have any context of understanding? So I think they are valid, but in terms of challenging it, I would say, bear in mind the NHS is no longer just a geographically orientated body. You know, the internet has changed that, and nationally commissioned services have changed that. And if you're not getting a good service where you are, seek out a good service where you can. And if anyone has any specific problems, I don't mean medical problems, but in terms of access to care issues that they want to highlight, you know, there are plenty of medical officers in your own organisation, and there are plenty in mine. So please don't hesitate to reach out if we can help you in any way.
Colonel, thank you. And then I think finish on this one if we can. So the question starts: how important is it for different communities to come together? Which we'd welcome your views on, but hopefully we all agree. The key part of the question is how and what is the best way to bring communities together?
So I think it will depend slightly on the communities. So the first answer to that question, and I think hopefully in everything I've said, you'll know that I believe that communities coming together is incredibly important. And one of the things I would love to do is work more closely with the Armed Forces Muslim Association, because there is no better place for Jews and Muslims to come together than under the banner of uniformed service to our country. But in terms of what it looks like, look, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, we all love food events. And I think there's a huge cultural value in bringing together people to share important meals in our faith. But the truth is, it doesn't really matter how you bring people together. It's about bringing people together and making them understand that we are all exactly the same. We may speak a slightly different jargon, we might have slightly different points of reference, but a bit like Shylock says in Immersion to Venice, if you cut me, do I not bleed? We are all made of exactly the same stuff, and to the same stuff we will return. So never, ever shy away from coming together with someone who's different to you.
Carol, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us today and to answer questions. So that was incredibly moving. You can see in the comments yourself some of the feedback there, and I absolutely appreciate you are neck deep in your day job just now. So we wish you all the best, and thank you for sharing with us today.
It's a pleasure, and again, well done on the conference. It seems amazing. Have a great day.
Thanks, Carol. So everyone, we're going to roll straight into a very brief update from Army headquarters. This is important. It's not supposed to be sort of policy dry. And what Colonel Rachel is going to show to you is actually some of the progress that we really are making, and that the difference the network can make, which we need your support to do so, to help inform Army policy and change things for the better. So I'm going to hand straight over to Lieutenant Colonel Rachel Emerson to take us through that. We'll then might have a short break, and then we'll go to our final speaker. So Colonel Rachel, over to you.
Thank you very much, Fraser, and thank you, Danny. And that's a really hard act to follow, which is normally what happens to me at network conferences when I clearly have the slightly drier subject of talking about policy. So the aim of the presentation today, and I think the team have been answering questions as they've come in around policy, but the aim of the update is really just to give you an idea of how you as a network have been influencing D&I policy, where thinking is at the moment, and signpost a few things. And the slides will be shared with the Zoom participants by the team after this, so that you can access some of the links. So if we can have the first slide, please, Callum. So, and sorry, I should have introduced myself. Lieutenant Colonel Rachel Emerson. So I'm one of the military members of the Army Diversity and Inclusion team, who sit within the DPERS area of Army headquarters. And what we're working on at the moment, and sort of the theme around us is, as a lot of you will have heard from communications that come out right from CGS down, and DCGS and CFA both touched on it earlier as well, is we're working on a campaign plan to kind of operationalise what we're doing in the diversity and inclusion space, recognising that we've done a lot of work over the last few years, and even going back sort of the last 10, 20 years, but we've still got some way to go. And what the campaign plan aims to do is kind of pull together all those work strands and cohere them, and get our leadership taking ownership, and that's leadership at every level. So you can see on the campaign plan here, and I'm just going to chat through a few of the sort of headlines. So the levels of ambition I'll come to in a minute, and give you a bit more detail. You can see on here that one of the points shows the Executive Committee of the Army Board taking more focus on this. And again, you've heard from two of the members of that board today, DCGS and CFA, talking about how they are taking ownership of this. And you'll have seen messages from the Chief of the General Staff out to everybody, and you'll have seen some supporting comms for that. And network members, as was touched on earlier, were invited to talk to ECAB late last year, and will be invited again later this year. So ECAB are really keen on understanding the experience of the soldiers within our minority groups, including those within the LGBT plus community. Training wise, and again, you've heard a few bits throughout today of some of the training that's going on, but this is us doing a revision of all the training. And that has been linked to the Wigston review and an ongoing training needs analysis, but it's us renewing how we do training. So you'll have seen the Allies training that's come out. You'll have seen the new MAT 6 behaviours, which makes our training much more interactive than it had been in the past, and brings together values and standards and diversity and inclusion together. We've also had a revision of the diversity and inclusion advisors training, and we do recognise there's a bit of a backlog at the moment. So please be aware we are working on that with Ministry of Defence as a team, and we are aware that some units are struggling to get enough trained people. And then on top of that, we're doing a whole host of training for commanding officers, D&I advisors, and then events like this and webinars supporting individuals. So do watch out for all those sessions and the training sessions, because they're all designed to help improve the understanding at every level of the organisation. The next bit then, in the sort of support and enable part, the Army's doing a review of organisational culture at the moment. and working out how we reduce unacceptable behaviours, amongst other things. And one of the ways of measuring this going forward is a review of the climate assessment process, so that we can really utilise that process to sort of measure progress within a unit. And of course, we encourage you all to engage when your unit does a climate assessment, really engage with that, because that's a real way of getting your voice heard with your commanding officer and with the chain of command. And then within that line as well is looking at our increased support to individuals, and particularly looking at supporting the networks. And you can see the big triangle there around the networks. What that means is, and some of you will have seen the adverts, is within the D&I space, we will get additional resources. So we'll get 3 people who will support the networks. One of those will be LGBT network focused to support and enable activity for the networks, to try and aim to increase the mentoring and training opportunities for the minority groups within the Army. So all of this is focused around improving. Additional resources wise, so the team will get direct leadership that will feed direct into our senior leadership, whereas previously it's been me heading up the team. Going forward, we'll have a 1-star that can engage on a more senior level, supported by a civil servant. And we remain a mixed military civil servant team, very much looking at everything whole force within this and how we can ensure that everybody within the organisation feels included. And then the final bit on the sort of resourcing is to support the training. We'll have individuals out at each of the formations that'll be able to sort of delegate some of the central training that's being run at the moment, and allow us to increase that level of training and increase the support to units and to D&I advisors at units to enable them to deliver. Slide please, Callum. So I said I'd come on to the levels of ambition, and hopefully if you haven't seen them, you will be able to click on that link when it gets sent out to you. That's an internally published document which effectively gives us figures for representation, inflow and progression, which we are aiming to achieve. So it's how we're holding ourselves to account for diversity and inclusion. CGS sent out the direction, or the note, as you can see at the top, on this. But what do the levels of ambition, what actually are they? So there is diversity levels of ambition for both the military and the civil service. So for the military, that's around us setting ourselves figures for inflow, representation and progression for BAME and female service personnel. And I'll come back to why it's only BAME and female in a second. And for the civil servants, it's within the Army TLB, it's BAME, female, LGB and disabled. Now, the next one is around improving diversity declarations. And we've heard from Colonel Clare earlier on this morning around how we are asking for your support to do that. And we wrote out to all the COs of units to request their support in improving the declarations. We haven't seen a significant increase, so you can expect to see more notices out to the chain of command. But because of those declarations being low, and again, Colonel Clare touched on it this morning, we were unable to set any levels of ambition around military LGB personnel. So that's something that may change if we're able to improve our declaration rates. So in the interim, the aim is to improve declaration rates. There are other declaration rates for civil servants that we're aiming to improve. For the military, the others are looking pretty good. The vast majority of people have declared. So really our focus at the moment is on sexual orientation declarations. And if you can, from what you learned this morning, go out and share that message and explain to people around the confidentiality and how that assists us as an organisation, that would be really appreciated. In addition, the levels of ambition include some behavioural levels of ambition. So that's around reducing the rates of bullying, harassment and discrimination, measured primarily through the People Survey and the Armed Forces Continuous Attitude Survey and the Reserves Continuous Attitude Survey, and around the engagement scores on those surveys as well. So how people feel included. And the campaign plan that we touched on earlier, some of the work that's ongoing at the moment is how we can sort of set ourselves other targets to work towards to ensure we as an organisation are holding ourselves to account and actually measuring how effective a lot of our interventions and trainings are in both improving behaviours and improving our diversity as an organisation. Slide please, Callum. So all I've popped on here, and I won't talk too much because I'm always really conscious, A, that I haven't got much time before the next speaker's on, and B, that it's probably more effective if I answer questions, because I'm sure people will have a couple of burning questions. We normally find they do, and people are welcome to come back to me after this as well if you've got any additional questions that you haven't asked. So what I've done here is just link some of the key diversity and inclusion documents. Now, these can all be found linked through the link at the top right of this slide, which is our D&I SharePoint site, which includes our toolkit, which is basically useful documents and advice for anyone wanting to know more in the D&I space. And likewise, many of them, depending on the classification, are available through our Defence Connect site as well, and that's linked below the SharePoint site. So both of those are really useful documents to follow. And if you're on the LGBT forum Defence Connect, you'll find a link into our site from there. I highlight AGI 75, that's our key document in the D&I space, and it has been updated relatively recently, and it got a complete refresh. So if you haven't looked at it recently, worth having a look through, because that does outline all the tools and things that are out there to support you as a minority group and to support those of you in the chain of command that are here and listening in. I've highlighted a couple of other documents just so that you can go to them, but there's two things I'd like to draw your attention to. So the first of those is deployment risk assessments, because that's one I get quite a lot of questions on with the team. And so the Army Readiness Order, probably about a year and a half, 2 years ago, we updated to make sure there was a note in that highlighting the requirement if you're deploying to certain locations around the world, and we've heard about some of this earlier today, that the commanders are to do a risk assessment, and that's doesn't matter whether or not they are aware of LGBT personnel in their unit, and that is required. And then if they've got open LGBT personnel in the unit, it's then a discussion, commander and chain of command, to make sure that both the individual is supported and the chain of command have put any measures in place. But it would only ever be a joint decision, and we as a team and the network will support those discussions. And of course, exactly the same is done through the Army Personnel Centre if they're assigning people to certain countries as well. But it's definitely, so that the key thing to understand in that, if your chain of command speaks to you about it, is it's definitely a discussion between the two. The chain of command wouldn't make the decisions, they would discuss the risk and what mitigations could be put in place, etc. And we support that through using much of the advice that comes from Stonewall around the country risks. And then the last one, which I just highlight to you because I think we get a few people that haven't heard about it. So those of you that have now heard that those in an established long-term relationship can be eligible to surplus families accommodation. What you must make sure if you're planning on applying for that is that you've updated that on JPA, so you've shown that you're in an established long-term relationship on JPA. So I just advise anyone, if this is something you think you might want to do in the next however many months, just jump on JPA and get that change made if required, and the links there as to what's required if you're applying for accommodation. Slide please. So on to my final slide, and again we've heard lots about allies today, but this is just really a pitch. So the D&I team have now trained over 2,000 Army diversity allies, including about 100 senior leader allies and advocates. So 100 of them were trained on a slightly abridged course, and also a course that was more focused around how they could help in their more senior positions. But the key thing about the allies is, and I'm sure we've got lots of them online, is it's one of the areas where the network are completely invaluable in supporting us delivering this. So every session we have a lived experience panel, or a living library as we call them, where individuals from minorities talk about their experiences, and they tend to be humbling, shocking, brilliant. So in fact, most of the network members who've spoken today have also supported us with these. So if anyone would like to support them either by attending an ally course or by being on a lived experience panel, please let us know on the D&I team. And for those that haven't done the course, I commend it to you. It includes a bit of bystander training. It includes a much deeper policy update than this one, but not too dry. It includes lots of videos. And then it just talks about what you can do as an individual to make a difference. And we've touched on some of it today, so it would kind of complement what you've heard today. And there's this link for the sign up there, and I can see people are popping up messages to say it's recommended, so that's good to see. Thank you very much. So I think that's probably enough from me, Fraser. I think it probably, if there's any questions, I can then sort of tailor it, conscious that we are up against quite a tight deadline.
Yeah, I think we definitely do have some time, Colonel. And just for attendees on the long-term relationship, it's absolutely a thing. You can do it if you're LGBT. I'm doing it right now. You absolutely should benefit from it because it is significantly cheaper than rent in the private sector. So I'm not sure, Colonel, if you can see the questions or I can read them out. There's sort of 4 or 5 in the Q&A.
Yep, I'm just having a oh, in the Q&A. Sorry, I think I'm in the wrong bit. It's my.
There's some in the chat and the Q&A, but I think if you could start on the Q&A, please, Colonel, that would be useful.
Okay, so first on levels of ambition for civil service state LGB. So it's LGB. I guess it would include some of the Q because some of those can be declared on there. It doesn't include T or any of the gender identity because that wouldn't be shared on any of our systems because clearly we only recognise individuals in their affirmed gender. So you wouldn't recognise on the system if they came from the T community. The next one, can we conduct internal climate assessments in our own organisations? No, I don't know who that attendee is. So within the Army, climate assessments are conducted at 3 levels, but they're all facilitated externally to your unit. So if you're wanting a climate assessment, I recommend you get in touch with the Army Climate Assessment Team, and you can, if you go onto either of our pages, or you can search for them on Defence Connect or ModNet, and they will be able to support you with getting a climate assessment. And that's from a level 1, which is a survey that they run for your units, right the way up to level 3, which is for external individuals coming in and facilitating focus groups, etc. But I haven't got the number of the ABN here, but if you go on and search climate assessments, you should be able to find the team and the supporting policy. So there's one around the figures for levels of ambition. So inflow is around regular and reserve inflow figures into the organisation. If you want, so the individual that's asked that question, if you want more details, feel free to get in touch with me and I can give you a bit more background on the levels of ambition. And if you follow that link, it'll also give you a bit more background rather than me talking them through here. So next one is Army has a bullying, harassment and discrimination helpline. Is there any? Okay, so at the moment, we haven't got an anonymous reporting tool for inappropriate behaviour, but it's something that MOD had from the Wigston actions, and obviously they've introduced an external confidential bullying, harassment and discrimination helpline. We already have the Speak Out helpline, which is an internal Army helpline, but the Defence, as part of the Wigston review, introduced a Defence one, which is open to all 3 services and civil servants. So that's the main one. But going forward, all 3 services are working together on the, or all 4 services, including the civil service, are working together on whether there'll be anything else to support that. But at the moment, it's the anonymous calls into the bullying, harassment and discrimination helpline. Hopefully that answers the question. Oh. All right, so for Karen Tate, I can't answer the specifics about the criteria. If you want to get in touch with me offline, I can pass you on to the policy holder for the exact criteria for the long-term relationship piece. And the next one, would someone's sexuality or gender ever prevent deployment to certain countries? So as it stands at the moment, we wouldn't stop individuals going, but as I mentioned earlier, there would definitely be a discussion between the individual and the chain of command about the risk that might be there for that individual. So it definitely, the risk assessment would be done, and then there would be a discussion with advice from both our team and, if required, legal around the sort of the laws of that country, etc. So in order to support the individuals and make sure that we were supporting the individual going to that country and protecting their safety. And I think that's all the questions for me, Fraser.
I think, Colonel, yes, that is, and just conscious
that's
of time.
Bang on time.
Thank you. There was one. So the question in the chat about JPA categories, that's something the network will take away and look at, because we're also going to look at whether we can get a disclaimer in there stressing that it is anonymous. So
well,
that's
one we'll take away.
Yep, perfect.
So
it's whether
me, and
pansexual and other categoriries could be added.
Thing. So pass that on to me, because there's a lot of work ongoing in that space at the moment anyway, around some other categorizations in the diversity space. So pass that in to us.
Colonel, thank you very much for taking the time today and for addressing the questions. On internal policy for all the attendees, absolutely bombard the LGBT network inbox. We're here to help, and we'll get this across to Colonel Rachel and her team.
Or the Army diversity inbox. So we've got a diversity policy inbox. So if they're general policy questions, feel free to use that one as well, which is on the joining instructions.
Cool. Thank you very much, Colonel. For all attendees, we're going to go roll straight into our final speaker, who I will shortly hand to Colonel Clare to introduce, but Major General Tammy Smith from the US Army, who's very kindly joined us from the United States today. So I'll hand over to Colonel Clare to do the intro, and then we'll come to you, General. Thank you.
Fraser, thank you very much. To all of our attendees, I now have the honour of introducing our final speaker for today, Major General Tammy Smith of the United States Army. After growing up in Oakland, Oregon, and graduating from the University of Oregon, General Tammy joined the Quartermaster Corps of the United States Army in 1986 at Fort Lee in Virginia. During her career of over 35 years, she has completed a wide range of appointments in both active duty and Army Reserve roles, culminating in a 12-month deployment as the Chief of Army Reserve Affairs for the United States Forces Afghanistan on Operation Enduring Freedom, which was followed by promotion to Brigadier General, with roles including Commanding General of the 98th Training Division, Initial Entry Training at Fort Benning, Georgia. After promoting to Major General, she served as the Deputy Commanding General Sustainment in the 8th United States Army in Korea, and then as the Deputy G1 for the DCOS G1 in the Headquarters Department of the Army in the Pentagon. In 2019, General Tammy moved to her current position in the Army Secretariat, also in the Pentagon, where she is the Senior Military Advisor and Director for Quality of Life in the Department of the Assistant Secretary of the Army, Manpower and Reserve Affairs. General Tammy holds a Doctor of Management degree in Organizational Leadership and is a graduate of the US Army War College. General Tammy was the first United States flag officer to serve as openly gay since the repeal of the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy on the 20th of September 2011. She is a passionate advocate of being a visible leader who is proud to bring her whole self to work. And I'm delighted that she's able to join us today from Fort Belvoir in Fairfax County, Virginia, with her reflections on life in the United States Army as a gay service person over the past 35 years. General Tammy, Mum, you're very welcome.
Colonel Clare, thank you so much. So good to see you.
And you, Mum.
Well, and thank you all for the invitation. And I've been able to hear the content in and out among some meetings and a few things today. And I think you guys are just knocking it out of the park in the things that you are sharing and the lessons that you are making sure each organization has an understanding of. So thank you for doing that. And also, I guess a thank you to to Major Fraser. You know how everybody has that one aunt or uncle who calls up tech support that you have to help? That's like, no, click right, click right. And that has been me. So thank you for your patience on that. And before I jump into just I'm going to indulge myself to a shout out to Claudia and Tracy, who I hope are listening in from Blueberry near Didcot. And I look forward to getting back over there and visit you again after coronavirus has been defeated. As Colonel Clare mentioned, in the American Army, our ability to serve openly only happened about 10 years ago with the repeal of the law. We had a law in the books that became known as Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And you may have heard in the news recently, within the past 24 to 48 hours, is that President Biden rescinded the restriction on transgender individuals volunteering to serve in the Army. And so we are starting again on that process of welcoming our transgender brothers and sisters into the rank. Many of them who have been serving as they were grandfathered from the previous policy and have been serving honorably during this time. And I know that this work in this particular space isn't easy, but it's necessary work. And I think about what we do with diversity, inclusion, all of this stuff about authenticity. It's because the military and the types of organizations that are represented in this particular conference, we move at the speed of trust. And we can only have that trust if we have set the conditions so that there can be authenticity within the members of our team. And I think a lot about this concept of authenticity. And I'm going to tell you that it was and has been a long journey for me to find my own. But now I understand, in my role as a leader, is my ability to leverage the power of diversity in the workplace is to set the conditions for my authenticity. My experience helps me understand that if you don't set the conditions for inclusiveness and place a premium on authenticity, people in your organization, they'll hesitate. They'll ask, can I be who I am? Can I put this photo on my desk? Will people reject us, especially here in America, as a mixed race couple? What if somebody makes fun of my special needs child at our company picnic? Or you hear a conversation near the water cooler that sounds demeaning or like sexual harassment, and you think, should I intervene in that? Each time you have one of these doubts, it's a hesitation. You build these pauses into your life, and you don't realize that you have paused, essentially like to look both ways before you cross the road. You just build it in. If you are in an organization that doesn't value this authenticity. The professionals in all of our uniformed services, whether you're on patrol in a foreign country or on the police beat in your hometown, you cannot afford to hesitate. You can't direct close air support, get paratroopers safely out the door. You can't disable an IED, put an intercept missile into the air, run into a burning building, save a kitten stuck in a tree. I mean, you can't do any of that if you hesitate. Where do you start to make sure that you're creating an atmosphere where the team responds and they can collaborate without this hesitation? It's actually sort of hard to speak last because I know that you've covered so many of these important points already. And personally, though, I think it starts with really believing and internalizing the core values and creating a daily work environment that's aligned with, in your case, the British Army Leadership Code, and in my case, the Army values, is that we really buy into and we really align our behaviors with those values. Courage, discipline, respect for others, integrity, loyalty, selfless commitment. While values, we want these to represent our sameness as part of an organization and a uniformed service. Diversity, it does represent our differences. And I'm not talking about the difference between black and white. I mean, that's demographics. Diversity is truly that my white experience is different than your black experience. That your straight experience is different than my lesbian experience. That your field infantry experience or your gold medal winning hockey experience is different than my cushy indoor job at the Pentagon experience. The sameness of those values must coexist with the difference in our diversity, and we have to find a way to be comfortable with that. The greatest potential of our organizations is exactly at that intersection of the sameness of the values and the difference of our diversity. You must have diversity of thought, diversity of experience to deliver innovative solutions. And you must deliberately leverage those values to set the conditions for authenticity so that the people don't hesitate to reveal the strength of their own personal difference. We have to make sure that our organizations do not hesitate. And when you inventory your own leadership approach, are you conscious of the same values and of the differences in diversity in your own team? And noticing diversity, I often think of it as that when you walk into a room, it's not who do you see, it's who are you blind to? Who do you overlook as you naturally come into a room and you look for the faces that are familiar to you and that you feel comfortable with? When you do that, who are you not noticing? I spent a lot of time making sure that you didn't notice me. I made sure that when you walked into the room, that I could be one of those people that you overlooked. Because in my personal story of being in the military for 25 years of it, where I had to hide myself, I became an expert at when you came in and took the advice of someone from a conference that says, walk in and scan the room. You weren't going to see me. I was going to be invisible to you. And so I'd like to share with you a little bit of that story. And being a good military officer, I think the best way to do this is always to start just with a war story. So here's my war story. And it starts in 1993 when I was a captain. And in 93, I got orders to be transferred to an installation here in the United States called Fort Polk, Louisiana. It's there in our swampy South. And I was on my way there because I was going to be the person responsible for airdrop resupply in support of the training exercises that we conducted there. So my orders to Fort Polk routed me through the Army parachute school there at Fort Benning, Georgia. And as a student there, what I had to do is become airborne qualified. And so what you do is that you spend 3 weeks training to make an exit out of an airplane. You spend a week learning how to land properly, you spend a week learning how to maneuver a parachute, and then your last week is simply to graduate. All that you have to do is you have to make 5 exits out of an open door of an aircraft while in flight. I mean, really, how can you mess that up? But in my case, let me tell you what happened. So I had what was called a weak exit. And I know that there are many of you out there who are already parachute qualified, so I'm sure that you can relate to this. If we were on a stage, I'd be showing this, is that when you walk out of the door of a C-141 aircraft, the thing that you have to remember is it's flying about 150 miles per hour. You're only about 1,200 feet above the ground. You hold a static line, which is connected to the aircraft. In our style of jumping, you don't have to activate the parachute yourself. You don't have to pull a ripcord. You're only 1,200 feet above the ground because when you hit the airstream, you snap into a tight body position and your arms are to the side and you tuck your chin and your feet and knees are together. And it takes about 4 seconds for that chute to open, and you watch for other jumpers and you prepare to land. But what happens at 150 miles per hour is very similar to if when you're driving like in a car and the window is open just a crack and you like hold a Kleenex up, and if you were let go of it, it gets sucked out of that little area. Well, I can tell you that when a human gets in the door of a C-141 aircraft and they don't know what to expect, what could happen is that you get sucked out of the door. And I will tell you that that's what happened to me. As I approached that door, I got sucked into that airstream. And instead of having a good exit, I had what I think of as a little chicken wing. My arm was sticking out. And what that did is as I went out, just like the Kleenex out the window, I started into this spin. And this little chicken wing, it caused me to spin in a way that the parachute release assembly, that's right about here, this big hunk of metal, it hit me right here in the face. Clean extraction I was going to have $1,100 worth of dental work later. And it spun me around and the parachute opened, but in the spin, both my suspension line and my risers were twisted all the way to the top. So despite this jumper error, I still remembered what to do. So 4 seconds later, I remember, and this is just my second jump, so it's not like I know a lot about this, but I remember my training. So I reach up behind me and I pull apart on those risers. I start the bicycle of my feet. I know many of you out there have done this. And I start to unspin myself, blood coming down the front of me. And I finally pop out of that twist about the time it's time to hit the ground. I have just enough time to put myself into a safe landing position. I have a hard landing, but I made it safely to the ground even after all of that. And I did what I had been taught. I popped that canopy release assembly, and I can remember just laying there on my back, and I remembered I felt this comfort in that I had done something that the jump masters had told me before we went up in the aircraft, and they said, "Jumpers, trust your equipment. It will not fail you." And here I'd had that weak exit, and my parachute still open, and there I was on the ground. And now, I'm 58 years old, and I've been in the Army for just about 35 years. And I realized that trusting my equipment is my guiding principle for both leadership and just my life approach. But what does that mean? I mean, what is your equipment? Your equipment, I think, is your values, the skills, the attributes that go with us no matter where we go. They're the foundation of who we are as a leader and as a person. They're the touchstones that we fall back on in our life when we have a weak exit, or when we find that our risers have been twisted a little bit. And in this room or this conference, it's filled with successful people. You know why you're successful. You're just being coy if you don't know some of the reasons that you are successful. And I've taken an assessment of my own equipment. And I think that here's mine, is that no matter where I am in the world, whether I'm assigned in Korea at the Pentagon, or if I'm on vacation with friends like Colonel Claire, I think that I'm a kind person with an innate sense of fairness. My equipment is my compassion. I think I learned that from my mom. Humility, a sense of humor, though I'm not nearly as funny as I think that I am. I like to believe that I listen instead of just waiting for my turn to talk. Calmness and poise under pressure, as demonstrated by keeping a clear head to untwist those risers as I had those teeth knocked out. Honesty, never surprise the boss. And no matter what job I have or what I'm doing, like the rest of you, I work really, really hard. All my life, I trusted this equipment. And no matter what, I could count on myself. And in my life, I just knew that my personal parachute, it was going to open. And that brings us to the second axiom of parachuting. If your main parachute doesn't open, you've got the rest of your life to activate your reserve. So in 1993, when I got sucked out of the door of the aircraft and needed $1,100 worth of dental work, I really didn't know how my life was going to turn out or how much I was going to need to trust my equipment. Because I did serve for 25 years under a ban that prohibited from being gay in the military. And I perfected compartmentalizing my military life from my personal life. I had 25 years of practice of living in constant fear that one slip up, that one unguarded sentence about my life would end my Army career, and I would be sent away, disgraced, having not honored in some way my commitment to the nation. I had honed an expertise about being silent, about being invisible, while still working very hard. I spent 25 years in just, frankly, survival mode. And I know many of you know and feel exactly what I'm talking about. But then in September of 2011, the law that had become known as Don't Ask, Don't Tell, it was repealed. And after 25 years, I could live without fear. I can remember that when that repeal happened, I was in Afghanistan at the time. And I can remember on that morning I woke up and I felt different. It just felt like I was lighter that day. And I can remember I was in Bagram, and I remember walking down Disney Drive on the way to the dining facility. Many of you maybe have walked that path, and just thinking that I was going to catch somebody's eye who was having the same sort of uplifting day that I was. And there was nothing. And you know what? That was perfect. Because even though everything had changed for me, nothing had changed for the American Army. We were still doing the things that were necessary there in Afghanistan, still waking up to do our mission, still on point of the things that were necessary. And it was just another day in the Army. But where my story gets a little different, even though the weight of the world is lifted off my shoulders and I don't have to fear discharge anymore, is that soon after, in May of 2012, but first, in one of the things that I was able to do upon my redeployment is integral to my story, of course, is that after all of that time, in March of 2012, I was able to marry my partner, Tracy, who then became my wife. And in May of 2012, not long after, just a few months after the repeal, coming back from Afghanistan, being married, I was notified that I had been selected for promotion to Brigadier General. And of course, I was humbled that the Army would advance me to this rank, that they would trust me to lead at this very high level in the organization. But I was also terrified. The repeal had only occurred a few months before, and Tracy and I talked about it, and we had many friends in the community, and we were paying attention to this sort of thing. And to our knowledge, across the American Army, there had not been a single general or flag officer at any rank identify as being a part of the LGBT community. And so here was where the source of my terror was from. You know, I was married. And of course, my spouse would promote me. I mean, it's tradition in the military that your family share in the promotion ceremony, because we couldn't do the things that we do without our family. Our success depends so much on the support of our family. But I had a wife instead of a husband. And there was potential that when my wife placed that new rank on my uniform, that I would become the nation's first openly gay flag officer. And so I had nothing to fall back on. There weren't role models for this for me. And so I was in a panic. And even though I knew it was the right thing to do, to just take my family through this experience, it doesn't mean that I wasn't panicked. For 25 years, I had kept an expertise and an art of keeping my world separate, of living this compartmentalization, so that when you walked into that room, I made sure that I was blind to you. I was about to get sucked out the door of an aircraft that was flying at 150 miles per hour. And so what I did fall back on, even without the role model, is I fell back on my equipment. So first, okay, honesty. Never surprised the boss. I wanted my 3-star boss to promote me, but I wasn't out to him. There was no reason for that. He was retiring. And so Tracy and I talked about it, and the retirement was going to occur about a month between before the ceremony. And there was no reason that my boss would know anything about Tracy. So we came up with this plan that this would be easy, that we would go to his retirement ceremony. And you know how there's a reception at the end and everybody goes through the line and you have a chance to thank the person who is retiring. And we thought, well, we'll just get into that line. And as we go through the line, I'll just introduce you. And then that will be how we will come out to my boss. And so much like the parachute, here's what really happened. In the stress over the simple act of saying, "Sir, please meet my wife, Tracy," I didn't even think about the fact that every other senior leader in the entire command was going to be at this retirement event. And while I thought I was going to only have to do it once, I ended up introducing Tracy over and over again to the attendees who came to that particular ceremony. And afterwards, I remember this so clearly. I remember just going into the bathroom in a fit of anxiety and my hands shaking, sweating, almost the equivalent of breathing into a brown paper bag. I felt trapped and cornered and a little bit afraid. Those were the feelings that I was experiencing about this natural activity of introducing. But you know what? In my own personal journey, I had done it for the first time in my military career. I had been honest with my boss about who I really was. And so, I had twisted my own risers a little bit, but really the parachute had opened for me. So my own promotion was about a month later. And I will tell you that even though I had done that, there was still some anxiety and fear that I was holding on to. I was so practiced at making sure that no one ever found out about Tracy. The thought of being public about her, it really caused a great deal of anxiety for me. And this isn't unusual for people who have had to hide their life, for people who have compartmentalized. In my case, I had internalized so much of that homophobia that I had, in some cases, just felt like my life mattered a little bit less than the other soldiers who could be whole, who could be truly authentic about their personal lives. And in the period leading up to the promotion, as knowing that I was probably going to be the first flag officer in this position, working with public affairs about how I was going to respond to this because the media was going to be interested in this particular story, which for a person who hides, increasing my anxiety as I go through this, I remember that I was confronted with one of our public affairs officer who says, you're going to have to decide right up front. Are you going to be the gay general or just the general? And my immediate response was, well, just the general. Because at that time, neither he nor I had the experience or the perspective to really understand that I really didn't have to choose to be one or the other. I didn't have to choose between those two things. And so when we got to the promotion ceremony with General Stoltz presiding and having Tracy and my dad up there on that stage, replacing the rank of colonel on my jacket with the rank of brigadier general, it was a wonderful personal family ceremony. Tracy's parents were also there, and I had the opportunity to go down in the audience where they were and also then have them replace the epaulets on my dress shirt replace those eagles with the stars. And I look back on this 10 years later, and I no longer feel fear about the simple act of being who I am in a public place. And I have to ask myself about the journey and about what might be some of your journeys. Does being honest, is that what makes us authentic? Like once we're honest, are we now our authentic selves? And having my wife participate in that ceremony, that signal of authenticity, had that moved me into being my authentic self? Was there like a magic wand that somehow occurs in all of our lives? And later that evening, after the promotion ceremony, when we were reflecting on it, Tracy said to me, she said, you had not mentioned me in your remarks. As I gave my remarks and thanked all of those who had helped me throughout my career, had done all the things that were necessary so that they could elevate me to this position, I didn't say a word about Tracy. Now, she was visible up there on the stage during the promotion ceremony, but I was so practiced at making sure I never said a word about my personal life and about who she was to me, that I denied her the public thank you that every other military family who doesn't have to worry about that gap between honesty and authenticity had given their own family. The journey that happens for a person between the act of honesty and feeling that authenticity takes some work for many people. That's the journey that I know that many of you are on. That's the journey that makes some of those signals from our allies with that wearing that lanyard, of having that ink pen with the rainbow flag on it showing and giving the signal, the acceptance of our peers, the intersection of values and diversity. We're on a journey between that honesty and really wanting to align with our values and bring that part of our own personal diversity into the workplace. But what I want you to understand from my story is that being honest is only the first step. It is a journey of your own to learn how to actually be your authentic self. So in my personal coming out, I know I had a weak exit. I gave myself a little chicken wing. My risers, they twisted a little and my mouth got a little bloody. But you know what? My parachute opened and it got me safely to the ground to fall back on my equipment. And my experience has been so amazing since all that occurred 8 years ago. And even though I have lived my life since that time completely out, being an outspoken advocate, very purposely being visible on behalf of people who are not yet comfortable being visible, or for those people who would like to be visible but simply aren't at the higher echelons of the organization as I am, I have made it a very purposeful point to be visible and to be vocal on their behalf and to speak on their behalf when I'm in a room where decisions are being made that will impact people who live life and who have a life that is similar to mine. And so what this journey has taught me is that the path to being authentic is that our foundational tools, our equipment, they can get us through our major transitions in life. And if I could leave you with just one final thought, and I hope that I've left a little bit of time for questions here. If I could just leave you with one final thought as you reflect on all that you have learned and all the exchanges you have had in this particular conference today, that one thought would be, jumpers, trust your equipment. It will not fail you. Thank you for being here today and for taking some time to listen to my own story and for engaging in this important discussion.
Ma'am, thank you very, very much. Very humbled by everything you said, and more importantly, I think everyone was inspired. I'm not going to say any more than that because I will not do it justice. So if you do have time for questions, we would more than welcome. And we'll start up top with, do you have any lessons or tips for serving alongside other nations and cultures which may have different attitudes towards LGBT plus personnel?
Yes, I had this experience in Korea, and what I did is understanding my role as an American soldier is that I stayed aligned to my particular values of the organization, and yet I didn't try, and I was respectful to the cultures and traditions there in Korea, and I tried to ensure that while I stuck to my own American values and was visible about who I was and who my wife was and my role as a deputy commanding general, is that I tried to make sure that I remained respectful to their own values. And there's no laws against being gay or homosexual in Korea except while serving in the military. But I tried to remain visible and respectful. And again, it's just the alignment of values and just meeting the other cultures where they're at. What I found in my own experience is just by being visible, what would happen many times is that I would have perhaps a Korean soldier, a young Korean soldier especially, just come up to me at a particular event, and they would just lean in a little bit, and they would just say, thank you for being receptive to LGBT people. And I knew, that my visibility, even if it was limited, my authenticity in that particular setting allowed me at least to give them encouragement that they were exactly okay being the person that they were. So that would be my best advice, is that hold true to what are the values of the Army that you are representing, at the same time being respectful to and understanding of the other cultures and militaries and civilian populace that you are dealing with.
Thank you. I'm going to combine two linked questions. So one is on do you think with more open people like yourself, it will help inspire more LGBT persons to join, be more open about themselves? But then I would also link in, if I can, how do you encourage your fellow Major Generals to become allies and come out in support of minority groups?
Yeah, I believe in the power of visibility. And, that's the root of authenticity, is that the visibility is what allows someone to come up and feel comfortable about asking a question. My experience has been about, in this visibility piece, is that I hear from parents of individuals who want their child to be part of the military, but want to know whether or not it is safe. We hear from other military members who are raising a transgender child and want to have a safe place to come and have these conversations. So I think that and I like to think of it at this point now, because I feel comfortable in it, I think of my natural visibility, that when Tracy and I go to an event, she's just naturally introduced as my wife. She has the protocols of being my wife, the seating at an event, all of those things. And I think of that as my movement through that true authenticity, where I no longer think about, I don't have that hesitation that I talked about. It's just a natural flow. And I hope that role modeling that will also help my senior peers just feel comfortable with who they are. And to understand, again, people have perhaps this misconception that once I'm honest, then naturally I can be authentic. And that hardest part is that first step, but there's still going to be a journey for each person, but it doesn't have to be stilted. You don't have to be a news feature. I broke the ice for everybody else, and just make it part of your natural everyday self.
Thank you. I think you probably answered it with that last sentence, but a linked one is how do you do such an amazing job of staying calm in the face of the huge pressure you must feel as being one of the firsts or being a senior role model?
I really do contribute that to what I called my equipment. Part of that is the values that I learned growing up, those things that my parents in my small town that taught me growing up, but certainly then the values and the standards of being a member of the military, is that when I just push my activities, my life, my own personal behaviors, and I make sure that I am always aligned with the values that are important to the organization, I know that I'm on the right path. Is that being who I am aligns with already the values of the organization. And as long as I hold myself and my own standards of behavior to those values, I'm able to project myself and have this calmness, as you call it, in a way that allows me to move forward in this. So I think that people who struggle with this a bit, I would just fall back on that equipment, fall back on those values, fall back on those things that your military experience and perhaps your own personal life has taught you, and your parachute is going to open.
Thank you. A question here, I'm not sure if it's from a junior service person or not, but a great question on what advice do you have for the junior LGBT soldier who's struggling to be their authentic self? And maybe to link what you've just said there, they maybe not yet got that same wealth of military experience at the start of their career.
Yeah, I mean, that's an important point, absolutely, for for our young service members or people just coming in is that no matter how comfortable we feel in this organization that has matured in a way where we do align these conversations with our values and we have comfort with us, what either ourselves or among our allies, is that when we recruit into our organization, they come from all kinds of families. They come from all religious backgrounds. They come from all regions of our nation, and they come to us with the tools that they have when they arrive with us. And so we have to help them. Again, this is part of our indoctrination into our own values, is that we help them understand those values and we help them align. And usually the biggest concern too, as we start out, is that the young people at all ranks, is that we want to be authentic. We think that it will hurt our promotion chances. You know, when we distill a lot of this down, it's about what you're afraid of. It's about your own internalized fears, but you're also afraid somehow it's going to hurt your promotion chances. And for me personally, when I got promoted to Brigadier General, and I knew that I had this platform of being visible and kind of having a soapbox to stand on, I dismissed the idea. I just figured I would never be promoted again, that I was going to be visible. And I hope that the fact that the Army saw fit to promote me again, I hope that that stands as an example that you can be who you are, and the promotion system will still favor what your skills and ability are more than who you are, if that makes a bit of a sense. But I understand that trepidation is that it's also your feeling of being comfortable at work and all the things that you've talked about throughout this conference, but your fear that you might not be promoted. I tell you, allies, more senior people, our visibility and how we talk in the workplace and how we make sure that the intersection of our values and our diversity, how we model that, is going to continue to be very, very important to our young people who are coming into our ranks.
Thank you very much for that excellent advice. The questioners have been very kind because they are neatly combining questions for me, which makes it a lot easier. So two related, it's, do you think there are still pockets of resistance and how would you address them? And then I would link to that of, how do you go about challenging inappropriate behavior and language in a safe way?
Yeah, of course there are pockets of resistance. Again, people come into the military or come into these organizations with the beliefs that they have. And even as they align with values, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to let loose of all the beliefs. We're going through that conversation right now here. You see in America that we're having great conversations or important conversations about race in America and those sort of conversations. I can tell you in our own Army how we have approached that is we've approached it head on, is that organizationally, we are starting to have what we call our listening sessions, where we have people have the opportunity to talk about their own experiences, how they feel about race, how they were raised to believe about race, and we're having some honest conversations about what it means to walk in your own shoes, and we're setting conditions where people can have these cross conversations about things that they may not understand about each other, and in some cases don't agree with each other. So I think that our organizational culture has to recognize that these pockets exist and has to be brave enough to set conditions to have organizations that forces a crosstalk, not just among like-minded people, but at a unit level between people who might have differences of opinions about how they want to live their life, and then bring those conversations to a place where there's an understanding is that even though we don't agree on everything, our basic values still align in the same direction. But to pretend that there are not pockets within our organization would be disingenuous, but we have to organizationally be brave enough to acknowledge that and to have these conversations.
Oh, sorry, Mum, I was on mute. The penultimate question, if I can, please. What is your proudest moment in service so far?
Oh boy, I have I have got to do so many awesome things. You know, I think that my proudest moment, you know, from a military perspective, it is probably something as simple as having completed the training and the requirements to become a senior parachutist, that even though my second jump was pretty lousy and, you know, I didn't do very well and I injured myself, I went on to be a very successful parachutist. But, you know, I think that when I look back about what I will be most proud of is that I was able to fall back on that equipment. And I had a choice when at that crossroads of, am I going to be honest and try to be authentic? Is that Tracy and I moved to that place of authenticity together. And I will be proud when I leave service that I am leaving it whole, that my family has had the opportunity to experience a military lifestyle, to live in military housing quarters, to do all the things that a regular military family has done. I think I'm going to be very proud that when I exit the military, that I've had not only the full military experience, but that my family has been afforded that opportunity also.
Ma'am, thank you. And final one, I'm not sure if it's a US colleague that has asked, but I'm intrigued myself, is what and where is the flag over your left shoulder? Can people get a hold of one?
That flag, we purchased that at the Washington, D.C. Pride event a couple of years ago. And what it does is it integrates all the colors of the original gay pride flag. So you see it starting there with the pink. But what the words are across the top is it says, "We the people," which is the preamble then to our founding documents. And what the flag says, if you could see all the words, it says, "We the people" means all of us.
Ma'am, thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Colonel Clare.
Fraser, thank you very much, Mum. I've just had to message a number of the committee members to say somebody else might have to step in to do this while I stop crying. Mum, that was simply incredible. I'm so grateful, firstly, for your, for Mike getting up at 3:30 this morning to join us for a check comms earlier on today, and Mum, for you fitting us in amongst your ridiculously busy schedule to give us such a heartfelt, inspiring, open and honest view of your career, your life, and the way in which you have tackled the adversity that has come your way. Mum, I know we're all immensely grateful. I'm not sure if you've been able to track the comments that have been coming through on the Zoom, but they are overwhelming in their praise. And I think, Mum, you've probably deserved a cocktail on the beach. So thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thank you. And I will look forward to whether we have a Zoom happy hour or whether we meet again somewhere in the world. I will look forward to that cocktail.
Me too, Mum. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. With your permission, Mum, I'm just going to say some final words to close the conference.
Yes.
That's very kind. Thank you. To everyone on the conference, I am overwhelmed by the time and the number of people who have been able to join us today. We topped out at 700 people on the call. We have managed to remain at around 500 people all day. For all of the challenges that COVID has placed in our way, I think the opportunity to conduct activities like this using virtual comms is something we've got to hold on to for the future, because we've been able to include people in this conference that simply would not have been able to join us had we had to do it physically. And the scale of what we've been able to achieve has just been phenomenal. It would be inappropriate of me in any way to try and summarise everything that people have said today. And by way of reassurance, we will send out to you, to all of the attendees, an email with links and signposts to as much as we possibly can, including Defence Connect sites and links and so on. And there's a slide that we'll put up at the end that gives you some immediate feedback. But I thought, if you don't mind, I might just bring back to you the points of the speakers today that have made my heart beat a little bit faster and given me cause to pause and just reflect on what they were saying. From DCGS, his opening words of challenging our perspective and making sure we recognise the power of visibility. CFA making the very clear point that for us to be the very best organisation that we can be, we have to create an organisation that doesn't compromise our people and that must allow our people to be themselves. From Superintendent Dan Ivey, he spoke about the need for bravery, courage and compassion to speak up and to not be a bystander. Detective Chief and Superintendent Tara McGovern asking us the question about whether or not we were creating a safe space to share our personal information. She made a reference to what might happen when a police officer would go into somebody's house after perhaps a burglary, and the challenge that the people in that house might feel if they were in a non-traditional relationship. But that gives me cause to think, well, what happens every time that one of us does a room inspection? And we go into one of our soldiers or officers' rooms, have they had to sanitize that room before we go in? Have they changed the photos on the wall? Have they removed the photos on the wall? And are we looking differently? And if they have had to do that, that should ask us all a question: what are we doing to make sure that we create an environment where they can leave the photos on the wall? Pat Carberry made the absolute valid point that whilst he is not defined by his sexuality, it was a really important part of who he was. Steve Yorkston, the observation that whilst we can't change our emotional response at the beginning of a conversation, we can change the narrative at the end, and perhaps that emotional response that we feel at the beginning isn't all about us. Kate Richardson-Walsh asking us the question, how do we want to be remembered? What is it about us as individuals and about as an organisation that we want to do differently to mean that we will be remembered in a positive way, both as leaders and as an organisation? The most remarkable input from Lieutenant Colonel Danny Sharp and his observation that we are the light that must come from the darkness and we mustn't let hate go unchallenged. And then from General Tammy, that we will move at the speed of trust, that we must set the conditions for our own authenticity, and that we can't be our full selves if we have to hesitate before speaking or before deciding, and that we must trust our equipment. Callum, just before I say my thank yous, may I ask that you put that final slide up on the screen, please? Thank you. So many of you very kindly completed a beginning of conference survey. The QR code you can see on the screen now is a very short end of conference survey. I wondered, please, if I could ask if you could take the time to maybe scan it now, complete it later, or complete it at the time of your choosing. If you don't have a chance to do it, that additionally will be in our follow-up email. So I wanted to say a few thank yous while I just pop that final slide up on screen. Thank you to all of our speakers who have made time in their remarkably busy diaries to make today happen. Thank you to the Network Committee for all of the work in the background to deliver a rather large conference on 3 different platforms, all in different places. To the PERS Directorate D&I team for their moral and practical support, to Rachel Emerson, John Rendell, and Callum, who has been in the background doing so much of the hard work today. I think most importantly to all of you who have attended today, whether you are members of the network or allies, and you've been here today and therefore you are all now allies, for making the time to attend and for being committed to delivering and being the change that DCGS and CFA spoke about this morning. Noting the quite remarkable presentation from Colonel Danny earlier and the Holocaust Day of Remembrance today, I sincerely hope it is appropriate that I follow with a quote from Anne Frank that says, "How wonderful is it that nobody need wait a single moment before starting to improve the world." I believe that together we can make the world a better place by 1% every day. Using General Tammy's analogy, we are all the jumpers. We need to trust our equipment and know that it won't fail us. And we, the people, means all of us. To you all, thank you. Really, really grateful for your attendance. Email to follow with some links, and delighted for anybody to follow up in due course with questions or observations about how we can continue to grow the network and make the world a better place. To you all, thank you so much. I wish you a very pleasant Wednesday evening and a successful and safe rest of the week, wherever in the world you might be. Conference ends. General Tammy Mom, are you still on?
Yes.
I just realised so is everybody else, but never mind.
Here, but please.
Mom, how are you? Hey, how are you?
Hi, how are you? Nice seeing you.
And you, and you.
Wonderful program.
Oh, thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks for doing it. It's so important.
Well, I'm just so grateful for you both to have joined us. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mom, I appreciate you have a remarkably busy calendar. So if there are things you need to get away and do, then I'll ping you an email, Mom, and we can arrange happy hour.
But that, well, it sounds good to me. And you know, as I look at your format and how you pulled this all together, and just some things that you know, I'm trying to think of what excuse the American Army has to not do a similar type of event. So I may be tapping into your expertise and lessons.
Absolutely. Anything we can do to help, we're stood by.
Okay. All right. You take care.
Mom, thank you so much.
Thanks to your whole team.
Oh, thank you.
Cal, if you're still on, I think it's worth leave that slide up, the last slide, for maybe 5-10 minutes so people can do the survey if they didn't get a chance. And then I will close down at 15:50.